The Ghost Specialist. By Incarnated Wisp. Genre, FanFiction. Completed. Strategy. Action. Adventure. Chapter 131. Sam's heart raced as the realization sunk in. He was making an assumption, but it was an assumption with all signs pointing to it being true. He'd come to Olivine to catch a sixth Pokémon, and this was a chance to do exactly that. He wouldn't need to find someone to trade. He wouldn't need to go out to catch whatever species they specified. He would not have to struggle to convince a wild Pokémon to be trained by someone it didn't know. Somehow, impossibly, miraculously, he could go out and catch an incredibly rare Pokémon within the very city he was in. But he would need to find it first. You all right? Sam blinked, realizing he'd been silently staring at the gummy for the entire last minute. The little dragon type had shrunk back from his gaze, and Matilda was now watching both of them in worry. I'm fine. Thank you. Sorry. I've just realized there's a Pokémon I really want to catch. The one you were describing. Sam nodded. Well, don't expect it to be easy, Matilda said. Just about you and everyone will be out hunting for it. To catch it. Or for the cash, she said with a shrug. Matilda went on to explain her nerves. A lot of trainers were out looking for those dragon types. Sam had missed most of them since they were likely staying at the city's more populated Pokémon centers, but according to Matilda, those trainers were actively scouring the city for any sign of the escaped dragon types. We've had to keep the back door locked because Gumi likes to explore, she continued. Before, he would slip out, and now that's too much of a risk. We used to get the occasional person slipping through the back alley just for a shortcut, but ever since news of those dragon types spread, we've been getting trainers walking past about 3 or 4 times a day. So that's why you freaked out when I asked for help, Sam said. You thought I was here for Gumi. Was I that obvious? Matilda winced, and her father laughed. Maddie, you couldn't act even if your life depended on it. I'm surprised we haven't had anyone else here. Annoyed, she sent her father a withering glare as he let loose a belly-deep laugh, but when she seemed to remember Sam was still watching, she chose to drop it, saying nothing and simply scooping up Gumi for a hug, instead. Gumi is with us, now. We don't have a Pokeball for him yet, but we'll be getting one soon. I've already been doing research into figuring out what to do if he ever evolves. Are you, now? She ignored her father's question. The problem is that there's a lot of money up for his capture. With that much, I'm worried that someone might come and take him away. Sam doubted anyone would be successful. Those sailors out there had glared at him for a reason. I'm sure the search will die down eventually, he said. And if Gumi ever evolves, being a Sliggoo won't be a problem. They're pretty much the same size, and I'm pretty sure a Sliggoo only becomes a Goodra when battling in the rain. Oh. Matilda blinked. Gumi hasn't expressed any interest in battling, anyway. The little dragon type shook in her arms as if to express his disinterest, and then a bit of drool dripped from his mouth when he glanced back at the cooking food. Matilda did send Sam a curious look after realizing the level of information he'd just shared, but Sam had already told her he knew about foreign Pokémon in the past. However, slipping the new Pokédex back into his pack probably didn't help him stay subtle. Matilda thankfully shrugged once again. She seemed to understand that they both had their secrets. But Sam now had the knowledge that there was a Dreepa somewhere out there, and he began to struggle with continuing the conversation. He kept drifting off into thought, getting distracted by ideas and plans, so they ended up moving their chat outside. There, Sam released Trevenant, and Matilda's eyes shone. Surprisingly, Trevenant was willing to slowly answer the onslaught of questions she threw his way. Oh, how deep off-route did you live? Wow! And how were your interactions with other species? Your leaves, do you photosynthesize or eat real food? Wait, I have this list here. Have you tried to learn any of the following moves? Though Trevenant tried to hide it, he honestly seemed to be complimented to have someone gush over him so much. However, he started to become uncomfortable pretty quickly, and Sam cleared his throat once it was clear his Pokémon would soon be overwhelmed. Matilda blushed. Sorry. You're so cool, Trevenant. Just, hold on. I know you need to go, but do you mind waiting out here just for a few more minutes? She dashed back inside, likely to catch up on serving the sailors cleaning up plates. From the subsequent, uproarious laughter Sam heard echo out, they seemed more than amused by the delay. And just a handful of minutes later, Matilda came back out with a journal. Silently, she hopped onto a crate and sat down while furiously scribbling in it with a pencil. Trevenant watched without making a noise until she suddenly looked up and tore out the sheet. Matilda presented Trevenant with a surprisingly accurate sketch of himself. "Here. Thank you. I really appreciate you answering my questions," she said to the Pokémon. Carefully accepting it so his sharp claws wouldn't pierce the paper, Trevenant stared at the sketch, his eye never leaving the page. Matilda sent him a small smile before thanking Sam as well, and then she turned around to head back inside. "Thanks for the information, Matilda. If you want to see him fight, we'll be fighting in the conference," Sam called out. "We'll be rooting for you," she said happily. She disappeared through the back door, scooping up the little dragon type who had been in the process of absent-mindedly wandering out. Trevenant was in a daze until Sam nudged his arm to remind them they were about to walk away. "Nice, hey? To have a fan." Trevenant nodded a little slowly. He held his head a little higher than usual, too, when they walked back to the Pokémon Center. In the end, Sam knew he had to search for the Dreepa sooner rather than later. The reward for turning in a dragon type was simply too much. Other trainers would be lured by that excessive sum, so if he wanted to find and add a Dreepa to his team, he needed to be the one to find it first. He still had other tasks to take care of, however, so he quickly stopped at the docks to inquire about boats to Kianwood and checked in with the gym about a match against Jasmine. Boats to Kianwood left about thrice a week, so he'd be able to buy a ticket the day before or the day of. As for a match against Jasmine, her schedule varied from day to day. The gym trainer working at the front desk told Sam to check back whenever he could, but trainers with a gym badge challenge took priority. His best bet would be to ask each morning to see if she'd be free, and Sam knew he could do that easily enough. For now, with those two important tasks taken care of, he left to join the scores of trainers searching out dragon types. But unlike everyone else, he had an advantage. Unfortunately for everyone else, Sam was likely the most prepared trainer for a dragon-type hunt on this side of Johto. Not only did he have the new Pokédex, which allowed him to actually know information about the dragon types, but he also had an unreasonable amount of Pokémon with him. After all, he had over 24 Ghastly that could phase through walls, which meant his team could cover significantly more ground than just a team of 6 could. Not to mention, too, that these Ghastlies had been trained to search. Ever since Sam and Reedy first hunted down that Stantler herd, they'd frequently left under his command to search other Pokémon out. So, his Pokémon split off into groups of 3, and then those groups joined together into squads under either Haunter or Misdreavus. Most of Olivine City was already divided up into neat, city blocks, so Sam would choose a road, and Misdreavus's team would search the block to his left while Haunter's team searched the block to his right. By the time he reached the next intersection, his Pokémon would be finished and able to report anything they'd found. By far, normal, dark, and flying types were the most common species, like usual. Rattata and Pidgey were the #1 Pokémon found, as they were everywhere in Johto. The usual suspects for city Pokémon were also here: the occasional Zubat hanging in shadowed corners, hound Pokémon like Houndoom and Growlithe roaming the streets, and the out-of-the-way Spinarak making a nest somewhere unseen. Honestly, it was surprising to learn just how many Pokémon lived near humans now that his team was searching for them. Once in a while, a ghost type would come back to report a lone Pokémon from another region, or they'd report another that had snuck here via boat from another city. His Pokémon also found a missing Snubbull at one point, who was then returned to her inconsolable owner, earning Sam a surprising sum. But there were also the dragon types. The ones that remained, at least. A handful had already been caught, but Sam's team was skilled. Several were found almost right away. An evolved Sligo lived in an alleyway behind an old hotel, enjoying the moisture that dripped from the condensation of cooling units and improperly sealed pipes. Elsewhere, a Fracture practically lived behind a warehouse, using scrap left over from the interior machine shop to sharpen its tusks. Then, on the far side of the city, a lone Drudigan had carved a home into the dump. And finally, there was that Gabite, the very same Pokémon that had attacked Sam just last night. The Ghastly reported seeing it in the backyard of an abandoned home. Sneaking around, Sam was able to lay eyes on it as well as the stolen takeout meal it carried. It tore open the bag to spill the food onto the ground, and a trio of young Gibble rushed to gobble the meal up. So what did Sam do with all of this? These Pokémon had time to settle. All of the dragon types that hadn't been able to find a place had already been caught. Likely, no one else knew about these species, and between his team's stealth, hypnosis, and general strength, capturing any of them would have been an ease. But he did nothing. He knew about the dragon types, and he knew just how much cash he stood to make. His team was competent enough to earn him a solid $500,000 in a single afternoon, yet he couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. I don't know. It feels wrong. Like, it's so much money that it's raising red flags in my mind. It was dusk by this point, and it was still the same day that he had talked to Matilda. From late morning to right now, his team had already managed to find that many dragon types. I know we stand to profit, and I know this city isn't really suitable for them, but the idea of capturing them just to hand them over to some mysterious rich person doesn't feel right, Sam said. It'd be different if they were on a route, because Pokémon on a route at least expect to be captured. But these Pokémon were stolen from their homes and then brought here. He sighed. Did they live on a route? Or did they live elsewhere? And then we'd be handing them over to someone we don't know. How are we supposed to trust a complete stranger like that? Honestly, if less money was being offered, Sam would have had fewer doubts. But given that each dragon type was worth $100,000, it was suspicious. What kind of person had that much cash to throw around? Next to Sam, Typhlosion used the cover of darkness to walk at his side. The shadows obscured her so that from a distance, she looked like nothing more than a darkened, Jotunian Typhlosion. Not too many people were out on this side of town right now, so she didn't bother to keep quiet when she made a noise to respond to Sam's question, speaking her name to express her agreement but also to express her doubts. She wasn't the one to fully understand the value of money, but she did know that more money brought better things. Even just catching one of those dragon types would let Sam do a lot more with the team. I know, he said with another sigh. We could do a lot with that kind of cash, but do we even need it? The conference is only a month away. That much money would make things easier in the short term, but Sam had a gut feeling his team would get a lot of sponsorship offers. The money would help them now, but they stood to earn more in the future. Waiting just a single month was all that was needed to get the funding to keep training his team, and between Typhlosion, Anilope, and everyone else, Sam had no doubts that at least one rich person or corporation would want to use them for advertisements. Besides, what would we even do with that much money? Buy some better food, probably. Send some home to Mom, definitely. But other than that? All I can think of is earlier ranching for the Mankey or held items, at least. Typhlosion sent Sam a look and dug into her fur to pull out her charcoal, which she no longer needed a scarf to carry. She didn't always use it in fights, but it did passively increase the strength of her fire-type moves when she bothered. That's yours. There's still everyone else, Sam countered. She chuffed and put her charcoal back. Technically, Trevenant also had a held item, but his were just the berries he could regrow with harvest. As they walked, from the side, a pair of ghastly phased out of a wall. Sam opened up the new Pokédex to let them search for the entry of the Pokémon they found. I think I'll talk to the nurse tomorrow, he said as the pair stopped on a sketch of Eradicate. She had to vet the job, so she might be able to tell us who put it up. In that case, I'll decide if it's worth catching these dragon types. We might know where they are, but they're better off staying here in the city if they'd just end up sitting in some rich guy's collection. The sun eventually fully set, and the street lights flickered on. They were close to the edge of the town at this point, and Haunter and Misdreavus kept showing up with their teams. This search was technically hard work, but all the ghost types were downright eager to help. Not necessarily because they wanted to find a Dreepy, but because they were treating it like a game and Typhlosion was keeping score. Haunter's team had found more overall Pokémon, but Misdreavus's team had found more dragon types. Either way, even after searching for so long, both teams were still fighting hard to win. Sam only planned to stay out here for a bit longer, however. A ghost-type Dreepy would probably be more active at night, but as late as it was, his team deserved to rest after a long day. So it took less than a day to reach Olivine from Carl's place, and then we stayed in the Pokémon Center to let Anilope be checked over. And our conversation with Matilda was also today, so that means, there's 29 days until the conference. We'll head out when there's around 25 left. As much as Sam wanted a Dreepy, he had to acknowledge this was only a chance at catching one. The conference took priority. If he really had to, he could find a sixth member of his team somewhere else. But that hurt. He didn't want to give up this star-aligned chance. He had to accept the reality of the situation, however, because a Dreepy would be hard to find no matter what. Unless his Pokémon suddenly found a hint. From a block over, Haunter shouted excitedly, and Sam made eye contact with Typhlosion before taking off. Already? Do you think he found it? He whispered excitedly. Typhlosion said her name. There was no way of knowing, but they had found a bunch of dragon types today. Charging to where Haunter had yelled, Sam cut through an alley, trying to reach him as fast as possible. He could hear his Pokémon speaking excitedly from the other side, so he didn't hesitate as he ran through. But as he burst onto the other street, someone else yelped in surprise. Watch it! A blur of white suddenly jumped in front of Sam to pull its trainer out of the way. A black blade shone threateningly under the moonlight, and separately from it, Sam felt blue pinpricks of energy surround his body as a quick psychic from Misdreavus pulled him back. Abe, the Pokémon before him growled. Solution. Its threat was made clear. Sam blinked at the Absol, and then at its trainer. He then looked up to the night sky, where a pair of Haunter were excitedly bouncing around one another in the air. Oh! You caught your Haunter at the burned tower too, didn't you? The other trainer asked. Sam breathed out in disappointment. Yeah, he said solemnly. Looks like these two knew each other from back then. There was enough of a general sense of confusion between the two ghost types for Sam to tell that they'd only been acquaintances. Still, Haunter and Haunter knew one another. That shout might have been one of excitement, but it was from Haunter finding someone he knew instead of a Dreepy. The two ghost types were too busy rapidly talking over one and sharing stories of their journeys to do anything else. And then a groan came out. The other trainer slumped. Don't tell me you're searching for those dragons, too, he whined. I am. Sorry. Sam offered. The other boy groaned and moved to sit on the curb. Preston, he said, introducing himself. Sam said to do the same. Yeah, there's no way you'd run through an alley that excitedly just because you heard your Pokémon shout. Checking to the side, Preston's Absol stared at the alley, its white hair practically standing on its ends. Absol were known for their disaster sense, and Preston was probably trying to use that to help with his search. Right now, however, the Absol was preoccupied with staring at all of those red eyes. Preston might not have noticed, but his Pokémon certainly seemed bothered by the many ghost types watching their group. Preston just seemed bemused by the two Pokémon in the air. He let his head fall onto his fist, annoyed but willing to wait instead of calling for his Pokémon to come back. Well, if we're going to be stuck here for a while, we might as well chat. Preston looked up at him expectantly, and Sam cautiously joined him on the curb. Preston was dressed in what was honestly a pretty generic trainer's outfit: a red vest, a cap, a pair of travel-ready blue jeans, and running shoes on his feet. Sam could tell his Absol and Haunter were strong, but they weren't necessarily strong enough to beat his team in a fight. I haven't seen you around. You aren't part of that Dragon Hunters Club, are you? Preston asked. Hey! Over in the Central Pokémon Center. Preston blinked at Sam's confusion. No. You're probably staying at another one, then. Neither of them had anything else to do with their Pokémon occupied, and neither wanted to leave and tear their Pokémon out of such a merry conversation. Both Haunter chatted on, and while Sam couldn't say he was as social as Reedy, he could at least recognize what this was: a chance to obtain more information. I've been searching every night, Preston explained, speaking easily enough. We made the mistake of waiting to take on Jasmine, but this is our chance to turn things around. Her steel types are crazy defensive, but catching one of these dragon types is exactly what we need for a chance to turn things around. With a new member of your team? Sam asked, speaking the question before Preston could ask about his own plans. Preston replied with a blink. What? Nah. Only insane people plan to keep whatever they catch. This late in the season? No, dragon types take too long to train. But 100k? No way I'm passing that up. Tutors. Trainers. People he could hire for tips. Held items made a surprising amount of difference, but when talking about what he'd do with the cash, there was one idea he seemed to be enthralled with. Vitamins, Preston said, almost dreamily. Incredibly expensive, incredibly valuable. With just a single week of mixing them into your Pokémon's food, you can already start to see the difference. They're completely legal and completely natural. They're all about proper development and amount of energy, you see? If Absol was just a little stronger, or if Haunter was just a little faster. Doesn't that mean you should train instead of wasting your time on a search, then? But Sam didn't say that out loud. So then have you found any dragon types yet? Sam asked. Preston groaned. No. Only know of one, the same as everyone else. We lost, but have you tried your luck with the beast of the dump yet? The Drudigan. Yet. That. Apparently, everyone knew about Drudigan, and everyone kept trying to catch it. Trainers frequently challenged it to battles only to lose, which meant that experience was making it stronger by the day. The dumps didn't have much space for maneuverability, which meant special attackers would get caught, and every physical attacker would just be torn up when they got close either through the Pokémon's attacks or its strangely rough scales. I just need one. I just need to catch one dragon type, and everything will finally work out. That kind of money. It's all we need. We could finally beat Jasmine, earn our 7th gym badge, and move on to our final gym. Honestly, Sam could see where Preston was coming from, but in his mind, it was a matter of strategy more than anything else. Preston had 6 badges. He had a month to earn his 7th and 8th. If he was already trying to earn his 7th, he had more than enough time to focus on training and make his way to the conference. But as Sam listened to him talk, avoiding needing to speak for himself by asking Preston leading questions, he got a strange insight into the type of trainer out on this hunt. He doubted that everyone involved had the same mindset, but catching a dragon type here represented more than just the money or a new member of the team. These Pokémon were seen as a trainer's big break. The benefits they could get from catching a dragon type meant they'd be able to finish their gym challenge in time for the conference. The end-of-season rush always happened for a reason. Trainers saw the dwindling amount of time left and began to beat themselves against a gym leader's team just to try to earn one more gym badge. What about you? Have you found any? Sam couldn't distract Preston with questions for long enough. The other trainer looked over to him with a surprising amount of hope. But as Sam opened his mouth to say something, he just shook his head. No, I haven't. Sorry, Sam lied. For a moment, Preston looked genuinely crushed. Guess we have to keep searching, then, he mumbled. Come on, Haunter. Let's head out. Sam ended the first night of searching pretty soon after that. When he got back, he made sure to ask the nurse at the Pokémon Center if she knew who had put up the job. Unfortunately, she hadn't been the one to vet it. That had been a different nurse in the city. Every Pokémon Center had the same job posted on their board, so she couldn't answer. What she could do, however, was promise Sam that she'd make a few calls and tell him once she found out. Sam checked the gym the next morning, found that Jasmine wasn't available, and then did some odd jobs for cash. Afterward, once it became later in the day, his Pokémon resumed their search. They were effective, but there was only so much of the city they could cover before needing to take a break. To Sam's surprise, they did find a few more dragon types, but he also encountered other trainers searching, and one of them shared a story of a dragon type that had already been found. That fracture hadn't been wild. It had been caught by the owners of the machine shop. Apparently, even though it was a dragon type now working a menial job, it was completely on board, practically in awe whenever it watched its humans reshape steel. The amount of other trainers searching was worrying, but Sam's team didn't give up. Haunter and Misdreavus continued their competition, Typhlosion continued to keep score, and they continued to push on. Yet, even with all their effort, he could soon tell that any further work wouldn't help. But that was because they found what they were looking for. On the 3rd day of searching, early into the night, a Ghastly suddenly zipped over to Sam rather excitedly because of course his team found the Dreepy. Not only were they uniquely suited for this task, but ghosts attracted ghosts. The sheer number of ghost types with Sam meant one of them would have eventually stumbled upon their target no matter what. Heart pounding, Sam hurried after the Ghastly, running down a cobbled side street located near the docks. As stereotypical as it was, the Ghastly led him to a dark warehouse. He went up to its door just to find it was locked, but after a click, Misdreavus opened it from the other side to reveal herself inside. Smug, she sent a cocky look to Haunter, who had joined Sam from behind. Hello, his voice echoed after he sent a quiet thanks to Misdreavus. Sam stepped into the building and looked around. Technically, he was trespassing, but it wasn't like anyone was going to find out. Before him, boxes and crates filled with various shipments filled the space. This place wasn't abandoned, but it didn't look to be actively guarded by people, either. Hello, Sam repeated, though he could see no obvious ghost type in the room. My name is Sam. I'm a ghost type specialist. If there's a Dreepy in here, He let his voice trail off. Honestly, he wasn't sure what to say. Was he to catch it? To help it? Or to make things all right? I train ghost types, Sam ended up saying. But I guess you already knew that since I said I was a specialist. What I really mean is that I know a lot about the ghost type, and I also have some experience with dragon types, too. So I know how to make ghost type Pokémon strong. And I know what dragon type Pokémon are like. I can help you get stronger, if you want. Or, if you have a different desire, I can help you with that instead, or maybe just. Ugh. He sighed. This didn't feel right. Alright, look, I don't know if there's actually a Dreepy in here, but I don't want to lie. I want to catch you. I'm selfish. You're a rare species. I think you're cool, so you have my interest, except you're still your own Pokémon, Sam said, his voice echoing around. No matter how much I want to train you, I have a responsibility to all ghost types. You weren't brought here by choice, but I can help. I want you to come with me, but even if you don't, I promise you that I can find a way to bring you home, instead. It'd be complicated, but Sam was pretty sure he could pull it off. He'd have to rely on Morty, and he'd probably have to invest some of his own funds to purchase cross-region boat tickets, too. However, all it'd take was a little work, and he could pull it off. He wasn't lying when he said he could find a way to bring a Dreepy home even if he really just wanted to catch it. Well, this only matters if there's even a Dreepy here, at least. He looked around once more, searching the warehouse for any sign of the Pokémon. Moonlight trickled in from short windows at the top of the walls, but he wasn't able to make out much even with that dim light. For now, he let his statement hang as he waited for some kind of response, but silence was the only reply. For a moment, he almost began to think this was a prank played on him by the Ghastly, but that was when he saw a gleam out of the corner of his eye. From behind a barrel, a pair of small, yellow eyes glowed in the darkness. Curious, they stared at Sam, looking at him as though they weren't sure what to do. Sam slowly turned his head to demonstrate he had seen the Pokémon, and it pulled back slightly but no more than that when he didn't take a step forward. After taking a moment to recognize Sam wasn't doing anything, it finally made a noise. Dreeb. And that confirmed it. The Pokémon was a Dreepy. Its voice was higher pitched than Sam expected, but a member of its species was definitely there. He could see the flat shape of its head and the dark green of its body. The edges of its flattened horns were tipped with a red that was barely visible in the moonlight. The Dreepy then spoke again, repeating its question, and rather than its lower jaw moving down like most Pokémon, the entire upper half of its head moved up. The way it talked made it almost seem like a puppet, but it was clearly a living Pokémon. Well, it was a living Pokémon much as a ghost type could be. I meant what I said, even though I'm not a fan. I want to catch you, but I can bring you home or I can even leave you here if that's what you choose. Something in Sam's words seemed to cause its curiosity to grow. Warily, it floated up from where it'd been hiding behind that barrel, and Sam was able to see the tail that made up the rest of the Dreepy's form. Slowly, it crept closer through the air, and Sam stayed in the entrance, not taking any steps forward in an attempt to not scare it. When it was just a few feet away, Sam slowly knelt, and it paused at the movement before inching closer. Hey, Sam said quietly. May I? It stared at his hand before nodding, and Sam ran 2 fingers down its head. Scaled, but surprisingly smooth. Everything about its shape is probably to minimize drag. Dreepy weren't capable of much when it came to fighting, but their species excelled at being used as missiles by their evolved forms. With this Dreepy not fleeing and not making any aggressive moves, Sam stayed there for a while, just dragging his fingers across the Dreepy's head. For a dragon and ghost type, it was surprisingly friendly, but Sam's truthfulness had probably caught its interest. He also knew not to challenge it, and it relaxed to the point where it closed its eyes and let out a low purr. Sam still had a small handful of poke blocks left over, so he began to reach into his pack to pull one out and see if the Dreepy would eat. But that was when everything was flipped onto its head. A sharp hiss pierced through the quiet of the night, interrupting Sam's actions. The Dreepy's eyes snapped open, and it darted through the air to stare into the shadows. Gesturing wildly, it started to furiously say its name, speaking fast like a child that had just been caught doing something wrong. But where it spoke into the darkness, something stared back, and the Dreepy let out a long, tired sigh. It moved forward, latching onto a scaled body and scrambling upward. Once it reached the top, it lowered itself into position on another Pokémon's forehead. And Sam made sure he was completely still. He made no movements whatsoever when he realized the other Pokémon in the room. Much like how the Dreepa's yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, this one's eyes were apparent under the moonlight. However, they were much sharper, and they clearly carried an anger that came from the surprise of Sam's presence. Another hiss, and another threat came Sam's way. He tried to bring up his hands to show he meant no harm, but all that did was encourage the wild Pokémon to attack. Drawcloak. Before he could even realize what it had done, a blast of blue-purple fire left the Pokémon's mouth to rocket right toward Sam. He almost flinched but he hadn't come here alone. A flash, and Typhlosion released herself before him. She easily withstood the move, and the dragon pulse became nothing more than smoke that fizzled off her body. "We really mean no harm," Sam said, standing up from the floor. The Drawcloak took one look at Typhlosion and scoffed as if the very act of defending him had somehow proved his guilt. Typhlosion growled when it became clear that the Drawcloak had no intention of dropping its threat, and the wild Pokémon lowered itself in the air. Sam turned to properly face the dragon type as Typhlosion's back became alit with light. The Drawcloak didn't appreciate how it had returned to its hideout just to find Sam there. And from how it began to rear back, it also became clear that it had no intention of letting him leave without a fight. Chapter 132. Drawcloak was faster than Sam expected, but Typhlosion was already prepared for a battle when it lunged. She had withstood its dragon pulse, but it wasn't attempting to use a special attack. No, it was trying to make use of its prodigious speed to get close. Bringing down its head, Drawcloak shot off to the side like an arrow and slipped into the shadows of the warehouse's boxes to cloak itself. Its body became phantasmal, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Even through that, however, its eyes locked with Typhlosion's own. "Mines!" Sam shouted. Typhlosion roared her name, and wisps of infernal parade sparked up around her. They were a minefield to prevent Drawcloak's approach, but it continued unbothered, the presence of the deep purple flames not worrying it in the slightest. The Pokémon clearly expected to phase right through, using the effects of its move to completely ignore the floating fire. However, Infernal Parade was not a mundane attack, and Drawcloak was caught unprepared. It ran headfirst right into the fire and jerked away. For a split second, a sizzling noise rang out as the flame seared its scales. "Not burned," Sam said as he checked over the wild Pokémon. "Not sure if that's good or bad." He had conflicting feelings about battling Drawcloak, but if it was going to fight them, then of course he was going to fight back. A burn just felt a little too mean. He wanted to catch this Drawcloak, and catching a Pokémon often involved weakening it in battle and convincing it afterward. He just wished they could have convinced it first. "Typhlosion, that was phantom force," Sam warned as Drawcloak pulled back. Shadows dripped from its body as it eyed Typhlosion warily. "Think of it as a stronger shadow sneak that's much slower. Rather than use shadows to move around, it uses shadows as protection to let it slip past most moves." Sam was only somewhat familiar with Phantom Force thanks to the new Pokédex. Only one member of his team had bothered to try to figure it out so far. However, it seemed the attack came naturally to Drawcloak. Phantom Force wasn't a move commonly found in Johto, and its use here almost seemed to emphasize just how out of place this species was. Yet, it was almost like Drawcloak knew that, as it had used Phantom Force with the intent of finishing this match quickly. As Sam had warned Typhlosion, Drawcloak shot him a glare. Its look actually surprised him. Drawcloak's glower was full of genuine hate. "What have you been through to react like that?" Sam mumbled. Typhlosion took the initiative and charged. Though she was better at range, she'd already proven her Infernal Parade could disrupt her opponent's movements. While her control was great, it was faster to conjure her wisps in the area immediately around her than from afar. She wanted to lock down this Pokémon to restrict its speedy movements, so she ran with her neck already blazing and a swarm of wisps following her. However, Drawcloak was faster, and the moment she started to run, it shouted out a command. The Dreepy on Drawcloak's head whined about getting involved in this fight, but there was still an eagerness to its eyes that came with the request to be a part of a move. It jumped, grabbing Drawcloak's forehead to throw itself forward, and it was immediately hit by a dragon pulse from behind. Except, rather than take damage, the move seemed to form around it. Like a missile, the combined attack saw the Dreepy rocket forward. The Dreepy pulse slammed into Typhlosion's chest right as she tried to rear back in an attempt to dodge. Unlike the last dragon pulse she withstood, the physical aspect of the combination that came from the Dreepa caused her to recoil. We can't forget this will evolve into a pseudo-legend. It's strong, think of Dragonair. Sam shouted. Typhlosion growled as she rubbed where the move had slammed into her chest. She briefly checked on Sam before watching the Dreepa return to draw cloak. The impact had caused it to bounce off of her, and it used that momentum to quickly fly back. While the Drawcloak was preoccupied with catching the Dreepa, Sam sent Typhlosion a nod, causing her to grin. Double team, he ordered. Faster than ever before, an image of Typhlosion split off to her right, and then both copies of herself split again. Drawcloak let out a threatening hiss from where it floated, but that did nothing to stop the illusory duplicates from surrounding it throughout the room. Typhlosion smirked at it from the floor, from atop the storage boxes, and even from atop the metal catwalk above. While this wasn't as strong a trap as her infernal parade, she was still able to threaten Drawcloak from every angle simply because it didn't know where she was. Great! Now! Yet, Drawcloak was more angered than it was intimidated. Before Sam could give any further commands, it took off to slam right through one of the illusions surrounding it. Its takedown did nothing, not like it could have done much to the ghost-type Typhlosion, anyway, but the move did let it continue right through that copy to escape the circle and charge at someone else. It charged at Sam. His next order caught in his throat when he saw Drawcloak rocket toward him. The Dreepa on its head looked just as surprised, and it attempted to grab Drawcloak's eyelids and pull, desperately trying to get it to turn or move back. But its panicked attempts did nothing, as all Drawcloak did was continue to rush Sam like a missile. However, while Sam had been caught off guard by the sudden change in targets, it wasn't like he was unprepared. As vulnerable as he seemed, Sam had other Pokémon hiding around him. Haunter rose up from the floor, and Misdreavus phased into existence behind him. Two hands, slightly enlarged thanks to the gathered shadows of Shadow Punch, opened up to serve as a flat, defensive wall. Misdreavus's eyes then glowed for a psychic as she prepared herself to grab Drawcloak when it got too close. A growl. Briefly, Drawcloak looked genuinely frustrated, and the Dreepa on its head breathed out in relief. At the very last moment, instead of slamming into Haunter's awaiting palms, it pulled to the side to scrape against them in a move that reminded Sam of a flyby attack performed by a bug, a U-turn. Though Haunter resisted the bug-type U-turn twice over, his lack of reaction didn't interfere with Drawcloak's plan. The U-turn let it maintain its momentum even as it twisted into that sharp angle. Before anyone knew it, it was traveling perpendicular to them toward a wall. And at the very last second, it turned translucent to phase right through, escaping the fight alongside Dreepa all in the blink of an eye. It was gone. Tension left over from the fight hung in the air for a single second longer, but that quickly vanished once it set in that Drawcloak had fled rather than leave to reposition. The glow around Misdreavus's eyes faded, and Haunter lowered his hands. From on top of the crates, Typhlosion let out a sad whine while letting her many double-team duplicates disappear. Misdreavus asked. Sam let out a groan and rubbed his head. I'm not sure if we can give chase. It's passing through buildings, has turned half invisible, and is moving faster than any of us can run. Typhlosion spoke up. She could keep up if she used agility, but Sam just sent her a look. You can't exactly phase through walls, he said. Haunter snickered at the flat reaction, and Typhlosion huffed in reply. A few ghastly pulled themselves out from where they'd been watching from the shadows. I hate to say it, but we don't have a choice. We'll call it here for the night. We've at least sensed the Dreepa and Drawcloak, so we shouldn't have too much difficulty finding them again. We can pick up again tomorrow, but, Sam sighed. He couldn't say he enjoyed how he saw the Drawcloak react. I don't know. I know we came here to catch them, but I need some time to think. Sam missed when solutions were easy. Oh, Team Rocket is chasing you? Just beat them in a fight. Oh, some Dratini were illegally captured? Just break into the game corner and call the cops. But 3 times now, Sam had encountered a Pokémon with an unhappy past. Anilope was technically the first, but everything with his brother hadn't happened until later in their journey. Trevenant was the big one, with him taking control of a whole route and causing a retaliation from the local gym. And now? There was a Drawcloak out there that was still reeling from whatever had happened to it when it was poached. It was a morbid thought, but Sam almost considered that unhappiness to be a part of the nature of ghost types. They were driven by their emotions and desires, which could be both good and bad. While most ghost types could act almost whimsical with their pranks and scares, it was easy for them to fall into darker thoughts. Primeep and Trevenant had both nearly been consumed by revenge, and now there was this Drawcloak. While the Dreepa seemed okay at a surface level, the Drawcloak certainly wasn't. There was true hatred in its eyes when it had attacked Sam, and there was also the fact it had attacked Sam in the first place. As Sam walked Olivine's midnight streets to return to the Pokémon Center, Misdreavus made a noise from behind him. She was worried. Both about him and about everything involving that Drawcloak. Yet, he said with what felt like the 100th sigh tonight. But they were poached. I can't exactly blame them for that kind of reaction. He glanced over his shoulder to check on Misdreavus, and the ferocity of her glare almost made him stumble. She didn't just look angry, she looked downright apoplectic. Either due to Sam being attacked or due to recognizing what Drawcloak had been through, there was nothing about this situation she enjoyed. I wonder if she's being reminded about something that happened to her in the past. But as Sam looked at her, Misdreavus realized he was staring, and she forced a smile to calm down. She wasn't okay. This situation was still clearly affecting her, but she at least seemed better at the reminder she was surrounded by friends. "We'll do something," Sam promised. "I just don't know what right now. As much as I just want to sit around and gnash my teeth, that's just the ghost-type energy talking." He turned back around. Agatha gave good advice. It's nice to have a set of rules to fall back on. The poachers might already be captured, so we can't get revenge on them, but there are Pokémon that need help. We'll do something to help them, instead. However, when it came to helping Drawcloak, the big question was how. As much as Sam wanted to catch it, he doubted that would make it happy. "I need time to plan." When he arrived back at the Pokémon Center, it was empty like usual. Not only were most people asleep at this time of night, but he was pretty sure only 3 or 4 other trainers were staying there. Set at the edge of a residential district, there was little reason for any traveling trainer to choose this center as a place to stay. The grand, hotel-like Pokémon Center in Olivine's downtown was likely more stuffed. There were probably a bunch of trainers hanging out there, awake and talking about ways to catch those dragon types even right now. Samuel. But there was an advantage to staying at a smaller Pokémon Center. With fewer people around, it was easier to be remembered. The second he stepped into the building, the nurse at the counter looked up and recognized him, putting her book down to beckon him over. "I finally have an answer," she said, and she looked rather proud about it, too. "To what?" Sam asked. "To what?" "Oh, to what, he says." The nurse shook her head. "I finally managed to get an answer to your question. After a bit of asking around, I now know who put up that job you were so curious about." And just like that, she immediately captured every ounce of Sam's attention. When she saw just how alert he'd become, she gained a satisfied smile. "At first, I thought the job was posted by an independent agent because there was only one name listed in its files," she began to explain. "However, I wasn't satisfied with that answer and did some more digging. Turns out, that man puts up a lot of jobs, and he actually works on behalf of a larger organization, which is where all of that reward money is coming from." "And that organization is?" Sam asked. The mention of a larger organization suddenly made him feel sick. But thankfully, his gut feeling was wrong. The nurse gained a warm smile and answered quite merrily. "The Blackthorn clan," the nurse said happily. "They're the ones who put up that job. The individual I mentioned is essentially a broker for them. He's the one that administrates the jobs put up on their behalf all across the region." Sam was relieved that Team Rocket wasn't involved, but he still couldn't stop his grumble. Of course it's the Blackthorn clan. Because when dragon types were involved, who else could it be? Rich people and collectors always had money to spend, but spending such an extreme amount of cash just to obtain dragon types was something only the Blackthorn clan would do. To them, these dragon types represented more than just new Pokémon. They represented a way to grow their strength, increase their power, and help them maintain their otherwise dwindling influence. As much as the clan wanted to stick to tradition, they probably had to recognize the changing situation of the world. Everyone else was moving on and forming connections to other regions. Being known for a single species of dragon type wouldn't be enough to stay relevant moving forward. So then if the Blackthorn clan put up that job, then I bet they're the ones who've been keeping everything quiet, too. They kept their listing far too purposefully vague to not cause people to make connections. No one else would have the influence to shut down that news story so quickly, either. I need to thank Matilda again for telling me that. To the Blackthorn clan, even a single new species of dragon type was genuinely worth that ridiculous amount they were offering as a reward. And paying such a sum would also scare other offers away. After all, why bother putting up a reward if someone else was paying even more? If the Blackthorn clan had truly put up that job, then they were more in control of the entire situation than Sam would have thought. "Are you okay?" the nurse suddenly asked. Sam realized he'd been scowling. "Sorry. I'm just not a fan," he grumbled. "It just feels messed up." From what he'd heard, a Shelgon had already been captured and turned in for that reward, so the Blackthorn clan likely already had at least one new species. The only positive thing, in his opinion, is that there was no way the Shelgon wouldn't live a good life. But it still left a bad taste in Sam's mouth. Honestly, part of it was probably just because the Blackthorn clan hadn't shared much information on the ghost-type Dreepit when they had likely known far more. "How so?" the nurse asked. Sam looked up. "How is this messed up?" the nurse asked again. "It's like... I don't know. It feels like they're just trying to capture these Pokémon to increase their power. The Blackthorn clan doesn't care. These Pokémon were poached, and now they just want them for their personal benefit. And... He stopped himself. He couldn't say he hadn't been doing the same thing. But even as his grumbling continued, Sam suddenly had a thought. "Wait. Hold on," he said, interrupting himself. "Where did these dragon types come from in the first place?" "Dragon types?" The nurse blinked at him. Sam blinked back. He quickly realized that her Pokémon Center was likely out of the way enough that she didn't have the full story. He went on to hand over Typhlosion and Haunter's Pokeballs to have them be checked over just in case, and a Chansey brought them to the back. While they were being treated, he shared everything he knew about the situation with the dragon types. Turns out, the nurse already knew about the poachers. That event had been big enough for all the nurses in the city to hear. She also knew that some Pokémon had escaped, but according to her, not every Pokémon had. Apparently, the Pokémon League had recovered plenty of poached Pokémon from the ship itself, and many had already come and gone from the city's Pokémon centers after being treated. But the detail she lacked was that most of the missing Pokémon were dragon types, and upon hearing that, she pressed her lips together for a frown. She was also able to intuit that trainers were out there trying to capture those dragon types, but she grew visibly suspicious about why the League wasn't doing more. "Because they don't need to," Sam answered. "Dragon types are dragon types, sure, but these ones are only mid-stage Pokémon at best. Even if they were trained, they can't be more dangerous than something like an evolved dark type. There are only so many of them in Olivine, which is an entire city, so making sure there are jobs up for trainers to handle them is the League doing something. Team Rocket is out there. There are bigger threats." "I suppose," the nurse said. "But you do seem rather bothered by the Blackthorn clan's involvement." Sam frowned again. "I know. It's just... ugh." He rubbed his temples. "The Blackthorn clan is fine. Claire is fine. Lance is probably fine, too. But I know a few of their members are complete jerks, so I can't say I'm a big fan of them getting a bunch of scared Pokémon under their control." And a little voice whispered in the back of his head, "Why was there a boat of poached dragon types in Johto? There had to be a reason that those Pokémon were brought here, and given who stood to profit from them the most." "But I might be focusing on the Blackthorn clan a little too much," Sam said, letting the feeling drop before it could consume him. "There's no way Claire, Lance, or this one really old elder I met would ever let the Blackthorn clan even think about interacting with poachers. If he had to guess, even if the Blackthorn clan had been involved, they were either tricked, or the poachers had been grossly misinformed. Probably the second option, to be honest. After all, the poachers were captured pretty much the second they docked in Olivine. Someone had to have learned about them almost immediately for something like that to have happened." He let out a sigh as the center's Chansey brought his Pokémon back. Typhlosion and Haunter were fine. They might have been somewhat injured in battle, but those injuries were surface level at worst. At most, their treatment was the same as usual, a minuscule amount of medicine, but they mainly needed a good night's rest. For now, Sam planned to head up to his room to think of a plan on how to deal with the Drawcloak, but the nurse suddenly spoke up. "You know," she said, tapping her cheek, "if you really don't trust the Blackthorn clan, there is one thing you can do." He looked up at her, and a corner of her mouth quirked up for an amused smirk. "While I can't say it'll be anywhere as much, the League reserves a part of its budget solely for rewards. Trainers that perform great services on the League's behalf are paid to encourage that kind of behavior." Sam stood up a bit straighter. "Oh. I know about that. My friend and I captured one of Team Rocket's lieutenants, so she got a trademark for teleport while I got a favor. The nurse opened her mouth but failed to speak. Doubt crossed her face and she had to briefly close her eyes, but she had just seen two impossible Pokémon on Sam's team. A Hisuian Typhlosion and a Nilope weren't exactly common. But when she opened her eyes again, that doubt had vanished. She might have believed him, but she also seemed intent on pretending she hadn't heard what Sam just said. What I'm trying to say is that if you feel so strongly about helping these Pokémon, and if you don't trust the Blackthorn clan, there's always another option. The League's Pokémon Rangers are responsible for helping wild Pokémon. Sam's eyes lit up. So if I bring those Pokémon to you, you could bring them to the Pokémon Rangers, and then the Pokémon Rangers make sure they'd be returned to their home regions, he finished. You'll also still get a reward, just not as much, the nurse added. Sam stepped away from the counter to begin to pace, trying to weigh everything in his head. On one hand, it would be selfish of him to capture those Pokémon before any other trainers could, but on the other hand, who cared about those other trainers? These were Pokémon stuck in a region far away from home, and the other trainers would just turn them in for the reward or do what he had planned to do, keep them for their team. But Pokémon Rangers were famously non-political, at least when it came to their duty to wild Pokémon. This wasn't a situation where Sam would turn in the dragon types and just see them be sent to the Blackthorn clan anyway. No, Pokémon Rangers solved Pokémon problems. Ace trainers also solved Pokémon problems, but they solved Pokémon problems that involved people. Rangers wouldn't be influenced by the Blackthorn clan to hand over any species. Sam had no doubt in his mind that relying on Pokémon Rangers would see the dragon types sent home. The poached Pokémon wouldn't need to be stuck in a foreign-to-them region or be handed over to the secretive Blackthorn clan. But he was then struck with a thought. What about Drawcloak? Sam stopped walking. I don't know. However, he knew he could do at least something for the rest of the wild dragon types in Olivine. With his team, he would have no problem going around and capturing them. He could make sure all of those missing Pokémon were properly returned while also screwing over the more selfish members of the Blackthorn clan. Yet, he thought to himself, coming to a decision, I think I like this plan. Chapter 133. The next morning, Sam left the Pokémon Center carrying a sack of empty Pokeballs. None of them were his, even though he had a few left from Azalea Town. However, those were apricorn balls, so they were too rare to use for this task. Although, it wasn't like he had paid for these balls, either. If he had, all of his money would have disappeared. The Pokeballs in the bag were all in unpainted grey, designed for temporary use rather than anything as permanent like for a member of a trainer's team. They were primarily used for computer-based transfers of Pokémon, since not every Pokémon at a Pokémon Center possessed a personal Pokeball. Normally, these grey Pokeballs wouldn't be offered for captures, but the nurse knew Sam's plan and handed over half of the spares she had in storage. Once Sam was done with them, most, if not all, would be returned filled. And a handful more, just in case, Sam told his team as they stepped out. After a stop at a Pokemart, he bought a single, extremely expensive Ultra Ball instead of a few Great Balls like he had first planned. Thankfully, the clerk there recognized him from before and was just as apologetic, so the offered discount made this purchase less of a splurge than it would have been otherwise. An Ultra Ball was more powerful than a Great Ball, and Sam needed to be as prepared as possible. After all, his plans for the next few days involved checking in with the gym each morning and then catching as many dragon types as he could. All across the city, poached dragon types are hiding and waiting to be caught. They've been taken from their homes, and now trainers are trying to find them to capture them or just to earn some cash, Sam said to his team as they walked through the city. I don't like that. I know I'm being hypocritical, but I'd rather help these Pokémon than not. So this is going to serve two purposes: training for us, since some of these dragon types will fight before being captured, and then assistance for them since we want to make sure they get the chance to go home. His team had already found many of the dragon types currently loose in Olivine. Unfortunately, they hadn't found all of them because some were adept hiders or had already been caught. However, Sam couldn't just not do this. He was in a position to help, so he would help. The thought of leaving them behind instead of actually doing something didn't sit right in his gut. We'll try to capture that Sliggoo first, Sam continued. Based on the new Pokédex and Matilda's Gumi, a Sliggoo seems friendly enough, so hopefully trying to capture it will tell us whether or not our plan will work. He followed the Ghastly back to that same alley behind a hotel where they had found a wild Sliggoo the other day. Upon arrival, Haunter focused and nodded to Sam that the Sliggoo was still there. The space ahead of them was dark, dank, and uncomfortably humid. It was blatantly obvious why no trainer had checked this place. Why would a dragon type ever live somewhere so uncomfortable? But unlike all of the other trainers in this city, Sam actually knew what species he was looking for. Few others knew about hundreds upon hundreds of foreign Pokémon, and they didn't know Sliggoo existed, let alone that there was a dragon type that liked uncomfortably warm swamps. As Sam stepped into the space, the squelch that came from beneath his foot sent a shiver of disgust up his spine. The humming air conditioning units dripped, and the pipes rattled. Slime coated practically everything, and then there was another layer of moss on top of that. Well, it was more like an occasional patch of something mildly gross every here and there, but that was already too much. Sam could tell this old hotel rarely bothered with maintenance. The Ghastly, as poison types, had no issues with the status of the place and eagerly rushed ahead. Within only a few seconds, splotches of darkness had already searched the entire alley and were now coalesced above one singular dumpster. Sam approached the obvious signal and lifted the dumpster's lid. Goo. The Sliggoo's expression was curious, with its head cocked to the side. Where an unevolved Gumi resembled a purple mound, this Pokémon's back was curved almost like a shell and its head was held up by a long, thin neck. Hey, Sam said softly. It was a little weird to speak into a dumpster like this. I'm going around Olivine and trying to catch as many dragon types as I can. I'm not trying to add you to my team, but I want to give you the chance to be sent home if you'd like. Sam knew from Reedy's experience with Dragonair that making eye contact with dragon types was special. Doing so was simultaneously a challenge and a show of confidence. In this case, when he looked at the Sliggoo, he made eye contact to do just that. He wanted it to understand that he was serious about his offer, but the problem was that a Sliggoo's eyes devolved upon evolution and were unable to see. Still, the pair of antennae on its head let it detect its surroundings, and it could tell Sam was giving it the utmost focus. Though as slug-like as the Sliggoo was, it was definitely still a dragon type. So, after a single moment of Sam refusing to back off, its expression grew serious. The Sliggoo would agree to Sam's plan, but only if he beat it in a fight. Of course. The Sliggoo hopped out of its moist, dumpster shelter once Sam moved back, and Sam nodded to the wall to call Haunter out. As his ghost type left the shadows to hover in the air, the Sliggoo scooted over the wet earth to face him, unaware of the excited Ghastly swarming behind it that were looking forward to a good match. This wasn't an official battle, so the Sliggoo began the second Haunter looked prepared enough. Rearing its head back, yellow flames crackled around its mouth for what was likely a dragon breath. But Sam just pointed forward. Hypnosis. And that was that. Once the sleeping Sliggoo was soundly captured in one of those unpainted pokeballs, Sam could finally let himself breathe out in relief. Alright. So we're not dealing with Pokémon on the level of Dragonair. They'll be wild, but they're pretty much untrained. Capture won't be the hard part will be finding them and convincing them to be caught. Upset, one of the Ghastly blew a raspberry at Sam for tricking them into watching such an unsatisfying match, but another purposely bumped into it to get it under control. As excited as they'd been to watch the fight, there'd be plenty of other battles today. For now, Sam left, carrying the Sliggoo in his pocket, but he wasn't done just yet. There were so many other Pokémon in the city all but waiting to be caught. This battle was easy. He couldn't say the others would be the same. If he truly wanted to capture so many dragon types, it would be a test of skill as much as it would be a test of his team's endurance. Sam found that fighting these dragon types would have been an even fight for most 6-star trainers, and then as an added point of difficulty on top of that, actually finding the Pokémon would make the task even harder. Trainers still tried, however, but this late in the season, most high-level trainers had already gathered all of the Pokémon they wanted for their teams. There were always those open to catching more, but not everyone had ranching options, and there were plenty of others who were too suspicious about that insanely large sum to bother getting involved. That being said, the easy dragon types had all already been caught, either by the league's initial sweeping efforts or by other trainers early on. The dragon types that were left were the ones people overlooked or the ones that had found decent places to hide. In other words, if Sam wasn't catching them, the only way they would have been found was through chance encounters at best. After the Sliggoo, the Ghastly led Sam to a two-headed Zweilous, a stocky Pokémon whose two heads were at war over who could lay claim to an entire park. It looked as though the argument had lasted for weeks, and the Pokémon had nested into a darkened exit of a storm drain for quite some time. It looked as though the only time the Zwillis stopped fighting itself was for food, water, and rest. As the Zwillis was an aggressive dark type, Sam was able to make use of its constant, self-inflicted war. Instead of going up and trying to convince it to be caught, he simply sent both Haunter and Misdreavus forward, and the Zwillis was unable to agree on who and when to attack. The resulting knockout was a walk in the park. Literally, given the park Sam had to pass through to reach its nest. The few Bagon that had escaped the boat had already been mostly captured, but that didn't mean none were left in the city. Other than the two Sam found standing at the edge of a tall balcony, he found another pinned behind a grocery store. A nasty-looking houndour was actively bullying it in an attempt to steal its meager meal. One easy fight later, and that Bagon was sobbing to Haunter about just wanting to go home. Sam's heart hurt for it. He made sure it was in the nurse's hands as soon as possible. And even more dragon types were caught over the next few days. A pair of Dino were captured during a territorial fight. A Vibrava was taken from a cave on the beach before it could finish building itself a hive. Sam also caught one species with a name he struggled to remember. It was either a Jangmo, a Hakamoo, or a Kamoo. Whatever it was a mid-stage fighting type, and that let Misdreavus's super effective attacks easily carry the fight. But it wasn't all easy. The Vibrava was a challenge that Pokémon only revealed itself after the Ghastly harassed it into leaving the tunnels it had dug into the floor. Another snag came when Sam captured a few Swablu, as the nurse had to inform him that those Swablu hadn't actually been poached. Though they weren't a species native to Johto and had the potential to evolve into the dragon-type Altaria, Swablu weren't exactly rare. Foreign flying types were often found in port cities simply because some of them liked hitching rides on boats to visit new places. So the Swablu were released, and Sam went on to search for what few dragon types were left, but he quickly found that he was rapidly running out. There had never been that many dragon types in the first place, so the rate of captures quickly slowed down. Dragon types were rare, barely anyone ever managed to catch one. Honestly, the poachers likely went through a lot of trouble as well as what was likely a massive investment to gather the numbers they did. It was disgusting, but Sam could at least take comfort in how the poachers' arrest probably caused them to go bankrupt. He continued to hunt. Half a week came and passed. After only a few more catches, Sam's Ghastly began to report back with a distinct lack of dragon types. No matter how much they scoured the city, all of the stragglers had been caught. The only ones left were the big ones, the Dreepy, the Drawcloak, a Drudigan, and then one group he saved for last. With no other options left, Sam finally made his way to the back of a specific, abandoned house. It was one of the many buildings the city left purposefully empty to provide a safe place for wild Pokémon to rest. However, instead of the usual normal or bug type living inside, its small backyard had been claimed. Inside of its walled, enclosed space, 4 dragon types had made a temporary home. The tiles out here had been dug up to expose the cool dirt underneath. The yard's few plants were in poor shape, having been gnawed on over the past few weeks. Containers of stolen food were torn up and littered the floor. And, the very second Sam stepped out back, the wild Gaybite snapped up its head and growled only for its eyes to widen in fear in recognition of who he was. Wait. You might have tried to attack me once, but I'm not here for revenge. Sam held up his hands to show he meant no harm. I'm not here to scare you, or to terrify you, or to do anything mean. I'm also not here to take those Gibble away, I'm just here to offer you help. The Gaybite's mouth curled up for a silent snarl, but it made no noise. Beneath it, 3 young Gibble dozed with their large, toothy maws hanging open and dripping with drool. I've been going around and capturing all of the dragon types in Olivine, Sam explained, speaking slowly and quietly. At this point, almost all of them have been brought to the Pokémon Center to let them choose where they go. I'm not taking you for my team or trying to trade you in for money. I'm just trying to make sure you have a choice. I can bring you to a nurse who can send all of you home. Unlike the so many other times Sam had encountered a dragon type, he purposefully broke eye contact with the Gaybite here. Their encounter in the alley had already intimidated it. He didn't need to prove his team's strength or face it in battle. With the Gibble here, there was no point in making it go on guard. But there was a risk to that. Often, a wild Pokémon would use that kind of moment to attack, especially when backed into a corner like the Gaybite currently was. However, even as wary as it was, the Gaybite didn't move. With the Gibble sound asleep, pressed against it, it didn't want to disturb them. What it did do, however, was keep an eye on every shadow, just in case. Here, Check this Pokeball. Sam reached into his pocket to slowly take out one of those unpainted, Pokémon Center Pokeballs before rolling it across the floor. This isn't the ball of a trainer. This is the ball of a Pokémon temporarily caught to be transferred. Cross-region transportation isn't that developed, but Sinnoh isn't far away. It wouldn't take long at all to send you back to where you were taken from. Hone, Johto, Kanto, and Sinnoh were all linked, but they didn't technically have direct transfers between every Pokémon Center just yet. Instead, when the system brought a Pokeball across regions, the Pokeball was transferred between the region's largest and most central Pokémon centers before being sent to the target center in question. From the new Pokédex, Sam knew the Gible line lived in a cave system on Sinnoh's Route 206. He'd checked the maps, it wouldn't be immediate, but these Pokémon could be transferred to Eterna City and then brought home by a ranger within only a few days. But even if you don't want that, I can still bring you to the Pokémon Center, anyway, he quickly added. The Chansey there are nice. You can tell them what you want, and they'll make sure it comes true. If the Gabite didn't want to be sent back to a route, others would be willing to care for these Pokémon, and the Pokémon Center would make sure they obtained the right partners. If not that, then there were specialized ranches in Sinnoh places better for them than just the Blackthorn clan in Johto. So, with that final piece said, Sam had nothing more to say. He stayed silent for a short while, giving the Gabite time to weigh the offer before giving it a final push. What do you think? He asked softly. The reply came in the form of a glare. It hurt to be looked at like that. The Gabite's glare was almost identical to the one Drawcloak had sent him during their battle a few days ago. I can't blame either of them for looking at me like that. These Pokémon were ripped away from their homes. At least in Drawcloak's case, I almost did the same thing. I broke into its hiding space and then tried to leave with its friend. If someone broke into Mom's bookstore and then tried to lure Cyndaquil away, I would have been just as mad. Whoever did that wouldn't have cared if I was there. They would have just cared that Cyndaquil belonged to a rare species. Which is basically what I did with Dreepy. He was at least thankful he had tried to be respectful when attempting to capture the Dreepy, but his presence had still been an unwelcome intrusion. Those two dragon types were still out there. Though his Ghastly were yet to find them, in that moment, Sam promised himself that he'd apologize the second he got the chance. And, as Sam silently came to that decision, something must have shown on his face because the Gabite's harsh gaze broke. Then, from beneath it, a small noise came out, and one of the Gible looked up with a groggy yawn. The unevolved dragon type briefly looked around before freezing when it noticed Sam, a human, standing right there. As young as it was, Sam doubted any of the Gible were related to the Gabite, but they had likely hatched after the dragon types escaped from the boat, and the Gabite dedicated itself to their care. That meant there was no fear in its eyes when it looked at Sam. It didn't have that past experience. Seeing that, the Gabite let out a sigh. While it personally didn't seem happy about this, it chose to accept his offer solely for the Gible's sake. Thank you, Sam said. I promise that they'll get a good future. The Gabite just wanted the Gible to be happy, and Sam would absolutely make sure that came true. It only took a slight bit of further effort to coax the dragon types into those grey Pokeballs, but food was a surprisingly effective motivator for the trio of hungry Gible. Afterward, Sam left that small backyard with all 4 wild Pokémon on his person. That just leaves 3. And they're the hardest ones, Sam said to his team. We need to find the Dreepy and Drawcloak, but before that, we also need to deal with that Drudigan in the dump. Shadows. She crouched on a towering pile, looking down at the crowd below. She'd been following the boy for a while. Why? She didn't know. She tried her best to keep track of all of the hunters in the city, and that boy had seemed the most dangerous out of them all. Alternatively, a better explanation was that she was following him due to her brother's foolish insistence, but she'd never admit to that. No, the boy commanded far too many Pokémon for her to ignore. She simply needed to track the threat that he posed. To the side confused Ray, the voice of that very same boy rang out. The thing was, he was hard to understand. He was clearly doing all of this for his own selfish motivations, but why did he look so genuine whenever he told a fellow dragon type that he just was there to help out? The massive pile of trash let her stay hidden as she watched a battle take place below. An audience gathered around the fight more than just her. Other trainers looked on with a mix of annoyance and envy as that boy took on the same, great dragon that so many others had fought and failed. His Misdreavus fought with a surprising amount of grace for a Pokémon that looked so infuriatingly smug. Great, the boy shouted. Now, Nightshade. Lure it around. But she couldn't ignore that the ghost was skilled. Doing so would have been a mistake. Within the midst of the match, a flash of darkness was met by a mighty roar. The field became cloaked in night. The Drudigan, blinded, tried to chase the mischievous, but it was only led around by the nose and tricked into crashing through several smaller trash piles nearby. The mischievous would win, she was sure of it, but as she watched the two Pokémon battle it out, a short whine came from her side, and she recognized that mixture of awe and hope. As Drawcloak checked on her brother, she could see that Dreepa was fine. However, his whine had spoken of his continuing naivety, one that persisted no matter what she said. Though he hid behind a discarded paper bag to hide just like her, it was almost as if he wanted to rush out. He wanted to grant that boy his trust even though the boy had done nothing to earn her own. Drawcloak knew her brother didn't understand the truth of the world even though they had both experienced the same things. It was like he had forgotten just how easily they'd been taken away from their homes. It wasn't a pleasant memory. Even now, she could remember it clearly. The mere thought of what happened caused bile to build in her throat, but she relived it all the same. On a foggy day in the rolling hills of their old home, they were lured by the prospect of a bountiful source of food. It was a trap in the end, and they soon found themselves covered by a net. Normally, that would have been easy to escape, but the net was wrapped with strange papers that left them feeling drained. Those same papers were attached to the cage they were thrown into, and those same papers prevented them from phasing through its metal bars. Trapped and shoved into darkness, they were tossed into an open hole filled with Pokémon. Hopeless shouts rang out from all around them, but the noises were almost muffled. Dreepy and Drawcloak had been placed up front, where their captors stored their precious dragon types. It was ages before they managed to escape, and they were only able to do so thanks to a burst of panic that came from the ship's main deck. Drawcloak couldn't say she was an expert at understanding the human language, but emotions were always easy to convey. Something had happened. A misunderstanding, or a call had gone wrong. The poachers had contacted the wrong people, and now, the authorities were rushing their way. With the cruel men and women so preoccupied with thoughts of escape, none bothered to check the lower decks. There, Dreepa came to the rescue. He forced his way through their cage's bars, using his small size to squeeze through in a focused will to ignore the lethargy that came with being drained. Escaping, he had just enough energy left to destroy the locks keeping them in. Once he was safe back on her head, Drawcloak went on to use that granted freedom to release everyone she could in turn. Unfortunately, she was only able to free the Pokémon in her immediate vicinity, the dragon types, before she was forced to escape. The authorities boarded the boat, and then all of the Pokémon were saved. Except... Ha! Drawcloak sneered. Saved? As if she'd fall for that trap. No. She'd never let anyone take her or her brother's freedom again. Drawcloak swore to herself that she'd never again make that mistake. The battle continued beneath her, with the mischievous's opponent now both burned and confused. Its roars were angry, but its swipes were unguided. The Psybeams the ghost type unleashed would certainly wear the Drudigan down. Watching carefully, Drawcloak supposed she could swoop down and mess with the battle's inevitable outcome, but she knew the boy had plenty of other Pokémon waiting in turn. For now, she just watched, waited, and looked on carefully. She needed to learn every potential weakness she could use against him, and maybe she could finally understand his strange nature, too. But she had to split her focus to do that. Not only was she trying to watch carefully, but she had to keep her presence to a minimum. One mistake, and she'd be at risk of detection by the boy's infuriatingly tight patrols of ghost types, but that was where she messed up, instead. Drawcloak split her focus on the wrong areas. She focused on the battle and herself but not her brother. Suddenly shocked away from her observation, she turned at the sound of a yelp to see her brother halfway down the trash mound, facing a haunter floating before him. She almost felt relief when she saw the haunter. She'd been spying on one for a while, and she knew the haunter she'd been watching wouldn't cause her brother any true harm. But this wasn't that haunter. It was a different Pokémon that only looked the same. Her relief lasted only a single instant, and the unfamiliar Pokémon's eyes flashed with a hypnotizing glare. Dreepa fell. Drawcloak was too shocked to do anything, too caught off guard by this sudden change. That delay was her second mistake, as something then flew through the air, and a red light sucked up Dreepa's sleeping form. Wait, we actually found one? Wow, Haunter! You're incredible, an unknown voice called out. I can't believe there was another dragon type here. Finally. 100K, here we come. Desperately, Drawcloak wanted to rush forward. She wanted to attack, to assault, to tear them apart for daring to steal her family's freedom once again. But she couldn't. She was too overcome by surprise and shame and fear. As fast as she was, she could already see the losing battle for what it was. She wouldn't be able to beat the white-furred dark type that walked by the unfamiliar trainer's side, and attacking right now would only see herself be captured as well. Okay. Breathe out, Preston. Think about what you need to do next, the stranger said to himself. Calm down, head out, don't let anyone know, and you go to the Pokémon Center to collect your reward. He grinned a cruel grin. Drawcloak couldn't do anything. The stranger's Pokémon had too many advantages over her. As she watched, from behind, grumbles from other trainers echoed out as a second ball clicked. That fight ended. That boy had captured the Drudigan. Yet, as two different celebrations for two different captures rang out, Drawcloak felt just as stuck as Dreepy. The unknown trainer turned to leave, but all she could do was continue to hide like a fool and watch her unconscious brother be carried away. Chapter 134. Misdreavus made fighting the Drudigan look a lot easier than it was. She avoided all of its attacks because she was forced to avoid all of its attacks. If even one of its powerful strikes hit her, she would have fainted, and then another trainer would have stepped up to challenge it, and then that would have been that. But now, Sam held the Ultra Ball that contained the Drudigan. The other trainers had already all left, grumbling to themselves about needing to find other dragon types. However, that wasn't going to happen. His team had already caught and turned in every dragon type they could find, and if there were any left, they were either adept hiders or belonged to someone else. The vast majority had been captured, meaning the ongoing search would soon end. You know, Sam said as he and Misdreavus carefully made their way into the Drudigan's carved-out trash lair. With this win, it's gotten pretty clear you've become strong. You're at the baseline we've been looking for. I know we're not in Kianwood just yet, but if you really want to. He glanced over to his Pokémon, but Misdreavus shook her head. Sam could tell she did want to evolve, but she didn't want to evolve just yet. They were yet to fight Jasmine, and until that battle took place, Misdreavus would stay in her current form. Taking part in that battle as she was now and then facing the Kianwood gym as a Mismagius later would give her a better sense of how her evolution affected her capabilities. After all, their true goal was the conference. Just as much as Sam, Misdreavus wanted to be as prepared as possible to make sure they'd win. That's well planned, Sam commented, continuing deeper into the den. Misdreavus huffed in reply, annoyed at the implication that anything she did wasn't well planned. That's fair, but I guess there was that time you stalked us when we first met. I think, if you just came up and asked to be caught. Sam immediately shut up when he saw Misdreavus's withering glare. His statement was wrong, she did ask to be caught. However, miscommunication on both their parts turned it into a mess. Haunter had attacked her when she wasn't actually attacking, and after that disastrous encounter, she hadn't known what to do with herself. I'm sorry, Sam said quietly, feeling the guilt surge in his chest. It's my fault. I should have recognized your excitement. I should have known your rush didn't mean we needed to fight you. I didn't realize how desperate for a trainer you actually were. Something sad flicked across Misdreavus's face, and she was forced to look away. There was more to it, but she didn't speak. Sam didn't push either since there was no reason to make his Pokémon share something she didn't want to share. Instead, he simply resumed his search through the Drudigan's den. This place had been carved out with heavy claws, and its refuse-made walls had been pressed flat by a heavy body. Sam could see the few items the Drudigan had managed to scavenge in between fights. Soft plastics and papers formed a bed-like nest. In the corner, mostly empty potion bottles lay in a pile of shattered glass. Likely, the Drudigan would smash them open to heal up as much as possible between each of its fights. For a dump, this place didn't reek anywhere near as bad as Sam expected. Dumps like these primarily existed to provide safe areas for pollution-based poison types to gather. Those species were an unfortunate consequence of modern development, so as unsatisfying as a massive, exposed area filled with trash was, it was better for it to exist than it was to let Pokémon like Grimer and Coughing wander through city streets on their own. The Drudigan was strong enough to claim a portion of the dump for itself, and it had experienced plenty of challenges before Sam finally managed to capture the tired Pokémon. With it soon to be sent home, this den would no longer be maintained, and it would likely eventually collapse. But the den was still here right now, and Sam gave the place one last look through. Primarily, he wanted to make sure the Drudigan wasn't protecting any eggs. However, while there were no eggs here, a gleam in the corner caught his eye, and Misdreavus's scowl reflected his own darkened expression. "Chains," he said solemnly. A set of metal manacles sat on the ground, bit through and torn apart thanks to the flexibility that came alongside the Drudigan's freedom. Wherever the Drudigan had come from, the poachers had not treated it kindly. It was too strong to keep in a cage. The poachers chose to keep it bound until it somehow escaped. "I'll tell the nurse about these when we get back," Sam said, his voice low. "The poachers might have already been arrested, but maybe we can provide a bit more evidence to make sure they get the punishment they deserve." Miss Misdreavus was just as disgusted now as she was when she looked over Trevenant's burned grove. There was a history there, but again, Sam chose not to push and ask. For now, with this final check through the den, Sam confirmed that the Drudigan didn't have any other Pokémon it was protecting. That meant with this capture, there were truly no more dragon types that he could easily catch. The only ones left were the same ones he had wanted to catch for himself in the first place, but neither the Dreepan nor Drawcloak were anywhere to be found. At least, until Sam turned back toward the entrance. It wasn't the Drawcloak that appeared in the opening to the Drudigan's den, but Haunter floated there with a grim look on his face. Sam knew it was serious the moment he saw that Haunter wasn't smiling. To make matters worse, when Sam locked eyes with him, Haunter nodded once to confirm that Sam's suspicions were true. "Tell me," Sam said. He went on high alert. Misdreavus's wavy hair stood on its ends. However, Haunter's expression didn't denote an attack or anything like that. Instead, he waved to a set of ghastly behind him to have them part and make way. Through that gap, a certain Pokémon slowly inched into the carved-out room. The wild Drawcloak floated closer, moving incredibly slow for its otherwise fast species. A dragon type like it should have been proud and met Sam's gaze head-on. However, the Drawcloak hung its head, and its body slumped in the air. Everything about its body language screamed submission. There was not a single ounce of challenge to it, and Sam only felt bewilderment. He knew this was the same Pokémon, but nothing about the Drawcloak resembled the dragon type that had attacked him only a few days ago. "What happened?" he asked. The Drawcloak said something, and then Haunter hurried to fill in the translation gap. Pointing at the dragon type's bare head, Sam finally recognized what was missing. "The Dreep is gone." A slight nod. The Drawcloak looked up to glance at Sam's pokeballs before letting its head fall back down. "You. Ugh. Someone captured your Dreepy," Sam concluded, rubbing his brow. "But they didn't capture you. So since you weren't able to help, you came to me instead." The Drawcloak looked as though Sam's words caused it physical pain. Guilt and shame overtook its expression, and it took everything it had left for it to stay in the air. It didn't want to go to him. It didn't want to ask for help. However, in this case, the Drawcloak simply didn't have a choice. After a long period of silence, the Drawcloak finally looked up at Sam. Its expression was one of utter defeat. He could understand what that look was saying, it begging for his help, and it was offering the only thing it could in exchange. If he could get the Dreepa back for it, the Drawcloak would join his team. "Hey!" Sam hated that. "No," he said. "I refuse." Immediately, the Drawcloak looked outraged. Whatever guilt had overtaken it was now replaced by steaming anger as it snapped up its head to glare into his eyes. "You're missing my point. I'm not going to catch you just because you need our help. That's not right. We'll help you get Dreepa back, I promise you that, but I'm not going to force you onto my team just because you didn't have a choice." Sam wanted to catch Drawcloak, though. He desperately wanted to have a Drawcloak join him, but that was just his selfish side speaking. This was a rare dragon and ghost-type Pokémon, so of course he wanted to train it, but bringing it on like this wouldn't be the same as a regular capture. If he accepted, Drawcloak would only be joining him because it had nothing else it could do. Its willingness was only coming from a place of desperation. "Haunter," Sam said, turning to his Pokémon, and the Drawcloak stared at Sam with wide, disbelieving eyes. "Take the Ultra Ball. Bring Drudigan to the Pokémon Center. The Chansey there will make sure he doesn't misbehave, and then meet back up with us at the city's center." A little-known fact about Chansey was that they were incredibly strong, at least outside of battle. Even their pre-evolved form was capable of great feats of strength, which let them deal with difficult Pokémon. However, in matches, few Chansey were ever able to bring that strength to bear. It was against their nature to put much effort into hurting another Pokémon. Even if the Drudigan protested, the Chansey would be able to treat it. It would receive the care it needed, but Haunter would be handling that. Sam and his team would be going to Olivine's Central Pokémon Center because if there was anywhere the Dreepa would be brought, it would be there. But they had to leave now. Bringing the Drudigan in by himself would risk too long of a delay. If Sam wanted to rescue that Dreepa before it was handed over, he needed to arrive at the Central Pokémon Center before whatever trainer had captured it showed up. Time was of the essence. Alright, we need to move quickly. Before anything else, we're going to convince whoever caught Dreepa to release him before he splits from you for good. There's only one place this dragon-type hunt has been happening, Olivine's Central Pokémon Center. Ghastly, I want all of you to head out and search for the trainer just in case, but Sam looked over to Drawcloak. Come with me. Can you give me more information on the way, if that's all right? He waited for a response, but Drawcloak seemed to be stuck in disbelief. Sam's response seemed to have stunned it with his simultaneous denial and acceptance of its request. To see him suddenly jump into action without wanting to capture it in return wasn't a situation it expected. But it quickly recognized he was waiting for it to answer his question, and the Drawcloak shook to snap itself back into focus. It locked eyes with him, but rather than any sort of challenge, its stare was one of respect and of acceptance. Sam strode down the road as fast as he could, walking quickly but not running to properly pace himself while maintaining speed. Drawcloak floated along at his side, having no problem with keeping up. While Sam was moving fast for a human, this was practically nothing for her. Drawcloak's body language betrayed her nervousness. Sam's willingness to help had sparked her hope, but it was clear she was still wrought with nerves. So focused on making sure Dreepa, her brother, would be released, that she didn't bother to hide. Passers-by sent the unfamiliar Pokémon surprised and curious looks, but Drawcloak paid no attention to them. Instead, she did her best to share as much as she could along the way. So Sam learned of her past. With mischievous and a few helpful Ghastly, he learned of everything that happened to her. He learned of how she and her brother were captured in Galar, he learned of how the poachers treated them, and he learned that she and her brother were responsible for all of the dragon-type's escape. He was also surprised to find out that Team Rocket wasn't involved, but he didn't doubt that Team Rocket was one of the organizations the poachers had called. No wonder I haven't seen any gym trainers working on this. I bet Lance tasked them with making sure Olivine City stays safe. But Sam was more focused on what needed to be done rather than the wider implications of these recent events. A certain trainer had captured Drawcloak's brother, and with her story, Sam knew for a fact that Dreepa would be found at the city's Central Pokémon Center. Except she doesn't need to be so self-flagellating. It's not her fault her brother was captured. He was going to try to slip away no matter what. She had no way of knowing when he'd try that, and she had no way of knowing that Preston would just happen to be nearby. I get it, Sam eventually said, speaking once his Pokémon finished their translation. It's easy to fall into inaction. My grandfather used to say it was like a deerling in the headlights, but I didn't know what a deerling was, and I wasn't sure what he meant by headlights. At least, the meaning was clear enough. It's easy to be overtaken by surprise. But thanks to you, I know which trainer captured him. An Absol and a Haunter makes it easy enough. You should also know that you wouldn't have been able to win. Coming to me was the right choice. We will get your brother back. Despite Sam's comforting words, Drawcloak hissed, trying to deny her lack of strength. She was a Pokémon that managed to evolve in the wild and a Pokémon that had been in her second stage for quite some time, but she was also a Pokémon that had only fought in the wild. Out there, battles were always fought with the idea of escape in mind. Pokémon almost always held back, and they often lacked the same level of strategy a trainer could provide. No. Trust me when I say you couldn't have won. Preston has earned 6 badges. He's not someone you'd be able to beat. However, Sam said, and he sent a glance to the dragon type. You have nothing to blame yourself for, either. All it takes is a single moment, a single second when you're not paying attention. As a wild Pokémon, you have to constantly avoid trainers if you don't want to be caught, but trainers only need a single opening if they want to catch you. He then sighed, recognizing his own words. He felt just as responsible for this as Preston was. There are dozens of trainers in Olivine trying to capture a dragon type for themselves, Sam said softly. I was one of them. Eventually, one of them would have snuck up on you no matter what, and then... His words trailed off. Drawcloak's silence was deafening. Every second she didn't speak was like a jab to his chest. Again, he missed when things weren't so complicated. "I'm sorry," Sam said, and Drawcloak looked up at him. "I should have known. Dreepa don't often travel on their own. I should have checked to see if there was any sign you or something else was nearby. Honestly, I might be helping you right now, but I'm just a hypocrite. Even though we're getting your brother back, I tried to do the same thing as Preston. Yet, there was no sense in backing down just because of a mistake he made in the past. He had done the best he could in the moment, so there was no sense in letting that hold him down. Sam was a Pokémon trainer, and he had an entire team behind his back. He held his head high as he turned to Drawcloak. With his full confidence, he met the dragon type in the eye. "I promise you, you will get Dreepa back," Sam declared. "And if you choose it, I'll bring you to someone who can return you to Galar. Or, even if you don't want that, I can make sure you are left alone so you can keep living here." He turned back to the street to keep an eye on the rapidly approaching Pokémon Center. "No matter what, you have the choice," Sam said. "You're allowed to do whatever makes you the happiest." Drawcloak's gaze flicked over him to search for any sign that he was lying. Sam wasn't, and he truly meant what he said. No matter what, he would do his best for these Pokémon because his best was what they deserved. Besides, while what he had in mind couldn't help with transportation, he technically already had a sixth member of his team. He had plenty of Ghastly that would love to help out in fights. While they wouldn't be much help in the later rounds of the conference, he could at least use one or two of them when it came to the earlier or preliminary matches. But he didn't bring that up, and he had nothing else to say. From then on, for the rest of the way to the Pokémon Center, Drawcloak remained silent. She had already shared everything she could share and didn't have anything left. Sam chose to stay quiet since attempting to comfort her now would be pointless until she got her brother back. Once they reached the towering skyscraper that contained Olivine's primary Pokémon Center, Sam found a spot to wait next to its main entrance so he could reach Preston before Dreepa was handed in. The last time Sam was here, the beginners tournament was still yet to take place. Anilope, as a Mankey, helped him win their qualifying match after Sam over-relied on Cyndaquil. If anything, his experience there taught him the importance of using his team as a whole and was probably one of the defining moments that helped him create his team's strategy. For now, he stayed silent and leaned against the center's front wall, going over the memories in his head while trying to make a plan to convince Preston to hand over that rare dragon type. A few trainers entered and exited the Pokémon Center while taking jobs and healing their Pokémon. Most didn't bother to hide their jealousy when they saw Drawcloak. They might not have recognized her species, but she was visibly a dragon type. Likely, they thought Sam had captured her for himself. Waiting didn't last long. Sam managed to come here just fast enough. Barely any time passed before Sam saw his target walking down the road. Preston, the same trainer Sam encountered once before thanks to their haunters' shared history, approached with a skip to his step. His smile was so wide that he almost didn't notice Sam waiting there. Upon seeing Preston, Sam took a deep breath. He knew how difficult his request would be. "Preston," Sam called out, and the other trainer finally slowed down. "Sam? What are you doing here? We need to talk." Preston finally noticed him waiting there, and his eyes flicked over Drawcloak. His smile faded as an understanding entered his gaze. Likely, he could see the clear family resemblance between her and Dreepa. "All right," Preston said with a reluctant sigh. "There should be a quiet place inside for us to talk." He looked as though he also missed when things weren't so complicated. Sam just appreciated that Preston didn't need to be convinced to wait. Stepping inside, Preston took the lead, bringing Sam and Drawcloak into the Pokémon Center and up a stairwell in the back. Along the way, unfamiliar red eyes opened up in Sam's shadow as the center's local Jengar checked in to make sure none of Sam's ghost types would bring trouble. Haunter wasn't back yet, but Misdreavus was able to clear things up, and the evolved Pokémon slipped away to go back to its job haunting the rest of the building and preventing hostile ghost types from slipping in. "Here. This place has a bunch of unused battlefields. We won't be disturbed inside," Preston said. This interior room contained a pretty standard field, although the walls were close to its bounds. Likely, the reason this Pokémon Center was so expansive was to allow for rooms like these. Sam doubted Olivine City wanted a bunch of trainers practicing in the streets. Preston walked to the center of the field before turning around. His arms were crossed, and behind him, his haunter revealed itself by floating into the air. "Talk," Preston ordered. Sam did exactly that. "The Dreepa you caught wasn't on its own. It's Drawcloak's brother. The species is almost like a Dugtrio or Magneton, except where they can technically live on their own, they bond and partner up. He paused, about to add a comment about it being more similar to Mantine and Remoraid, but Preston was already shaking his head. I can't do that. I get it, but I have to be selfish here. Turning in Dreepa means too much for me and my team. I'd be giving him to the Blackthorn clan, anyway. You really think he wouldn't have a happy life with them? So he knows. Honestly, with how Preston had mentioned everyone talking about dragon types in this Pokémon Center, Sam wasn't too surprised that others had figured out the job's mysterious sponsors. It's not the same, Sam immediately countered. Sure, Lance and Claire wouldn't allow him to be mistreated, but you're still taking him away from his family. They'd treat him well, but his sister. So come with me, Preston said, immediately turning toward Drawcloak. The Blackthorn clan specializes in taking care of dragon types. You won't have to be separated from your brother, and I can still get the reward. You'd get to live a happy life and my team would be able to fulfill our dream. It's a win-win situation no matter what. To Sam's surprise, Drawcloak didn't even consider it. She immediately hissed at Preston, her voice practically dripping with venom. Her response carried no doubt whatsoever, she refused to be handed over as if she was just some thing. She valued her freedom over almost anything else, but she valued her brother's freedom even more than her own. Going to the Blackthorn clan wasn't a choice either of them would be making. It would be a choice practically forced onto them by Preston's surprise capture. And, in that moment, Sam was struck by her offer to let him capture them. It hit him just how much she was willing to give up to prevent this outcome for her brother. Ugh. Preston pinched his nose. I know. I'm sorry. I don't have a choice, I have to turn Dreepy in. You're asking me to give him up for what might be a slightly better future when he'd be just fine being taken care of by people who specialize in raising dragon types. Preston was obviously not a fan of the current situation, but he also had to think of his team. He was convinced of the opportunities the reward money would give him. Handing over Dreepy wasn't an option. He needed the money, and in his mind, he wasn't even doing anything that bad in the first place. But he would still be taking Dreepy away from his sister. Sam couldn't think highly of him for that decision. You'd really split them up? Sam asked. You'd really have my team give up our dreams? Preston immediately countered. You already know just how much the money would do. My team and I would actually have a chance. We wouldn't be stopped 3/4 of the way there. With the help we could get. Preston clenched his fists. We would get somewhere. We wouldn't be failures. We wouldn't be forced to go home early. Sam grimaced. He knew Preston wouldn't be convinced. Dreepa didn't deserve to be torn from his sister, yet Preston was desperate to keep chasing the conference. If this job hadn't been posted by the Blackthorn clan, if it had been posted by anyone with even slightly less respect, there might have been more wiggle room, but there wasn't. Preston at least had a small point, the Blackthorn clan would treat Dreepa well, and that was enough for him to latch onto this outcome and refuse to believe anything else. So I can't change his mind. He's always going to try to turn Dreepy in. Unless... Sam's chest twisted as he came to his realization. Unless I offer Preston something worth just as much. It hurt to come to this conclusion, but he had promised Drawcloak he'd help. To not do this here. He made a promise. He wouldn't go back on his word. Preston, Sam said, and there was something to his voice that managed to capture Preston's attention. What if I offer you something more valuable than the dragon-type reward? PFT. What, you just have 100,000 in your pockets? 'Cause that's the only way I'm giving Dreepy up. I don't, Sam said, but I have something better. If you're just trying to earn your next batch, you don't need the money. You need a way to get stronger. You need to know exactly what your team needs to learn to get past Jasmine's steel types. Preston cocked an eyebrow as Sam's voice shook. Sam really didn't want to say this out loud, but at this point, he didn't have a choice. Promise me that you won't say anything. What? Promise me that you won't reveal anything I'm about to share with anyone else. No, promise me on your team that you'll keep what I'm about to say secret. Preston was silent for a moment. Fine. I promise on my team that I won't reveal your secrets. And Sam nodded once. He did his best to speak as normally as he could as he finally spoke his offer. I challenge you to a battle over the fate of Dreepy, Sam said. While it seems like a big risk for you, I'll be betting this in exchange a book. A Pokédex. One that contains impossible and otherwise unknown information on Pokémon. Immediately, Drawcloak sent Sam a hateful glare over determining the fate of her brother on a simple bet. Preston crossed his arms. Though Preston was unconvinced, Drawcloak's glare seemed to lessen when she saw the pain that crossed Sam's face. Yeah, right, Preston scoffed. You want me to battle you just for some book? I'm supposed to believe it's special enough to risk that much money. Shakily, Sam breathed in and reached into his backpack. He pulled out the new Pokédex, flipped to a specific entry, and began to read out loud. Dreepy. The lingering Pokémon. Dreepy are reborn ghosts of a primordial species. Moves common to their evolution line are Astonish, Infestation, Quick Attack. That means nothing, Preston interrupted. Sam flipped to another page. Absol. The disaster Pokémon. Its ability to predict misfortune tends to see it mistaken as the misfortune's source. Moves common to it are Quick Attack, Leer, Double Team, Knock Off. Again, you could just be making that up. Sam paused on the entry before him. His throat felt dry, but he knew Preston wouldn't truly believe the book's contents unless he saw genuine proof. That meant Annihilape, Sam said, and Preston narrowed his eyes. The Rage Monkey Pokémon. Primeape that failed to evolve into Annihilape tend to pass on. He ad-libbed the actual description of the species. He didn't want to risk Preston trying for an Annihilape and only causing a Primeape to get hurt. Again, you're just making this up, Preston repeated, but his words didn't carry the same confidence to them as before. Slowly, Sam turned the book around, exposing its aged, yellowed pages as well as the sketch of an Annihilape contained within. He then went on to grab a certain Pokeball and released the exact species the entry described. The very second that Annihilape appeared, Preston's breath hitched. His eyes flicked between Sam, Annihilape, Drawcloak, and then to the new Pokédex itself. Finally, Sam saw the opening he'd been waiting for. A glint entered Preston's eyes. It was a mix of what was unmistakably hope, but also unmistakably greed. All right. So you have a special book. It has some neat information, but just knowing that won't help me fast enough. Preston said, turning around so Sam couldn't see his face. Doesn't mean much. I already have Dreepy. You're asking me to fight a battle rigged in your favor to make me give up the reward. This book is worth significantly more than Dreepy, Sam countered. A pause. Preston seemed to weigh how he wanted to approach this. Counter offer, he said, turning back around. We battle, but I get to decide the rules. Your team is stronger than mine, so there needs to be a handicap. So, for the fight, I get to use 3 Pokémon, but you're only allowed to use 1. Sam almost interjected the match wouldn't be fair. Even with the difference in strength, Preston's team was 6 stars, and Sam's was rated at 7. While each successive star represented a greater difference in power, 6 and 7 star teams were still rather close. 3 Pokémon against 1 was not a winnable match, especially since Preston could pick his next Pokémon based on the best match UPS after losing the first. But as much as Sam wanted to argue, he could tell that Preston would refuse to budge. The other trainer knew he had the advantage, and that was the only reason he was agreeing to this fight. Between the two of them, Sam was far more desperate to obtain the Dreepy than Preston was to obtain Sam's book. After all, even if Sam refused, Preston would be able to turn in Dreepy, anyway. He'd get the reward money no matter what, and he was only presenting this counter-proposal because he was convinced he would win. There's no room for negotiation. Preston is never going to change his mind. The reveal of the new Pokédex had opened up this slight opportunity, but Preston was leaving no room for Sam to modify the deal. Ha! If Reedy was here, she'd just punch him and steal Dreepy back, but I can't do that. Not in the middle of a city. I guess if he was sleeping, we might have been able to try something, but it's currently the middle of the day. It's not the right time. But even then, he'd just call the cops since he'd know who took Dreepy. The Pokémon Center's Jengar would also be on us in seconds. I don't want to risk my team. That kind of act would get the league on our back. We've already taken too many chances in the past. I refuse to have any of my friends be taken away. Sam wanted to curse out Preston. He wanted to call the other trainer names. The suddenness of Dreepy's capture meant this was the only way out, and as it stood, a battle was the only way this could be resolved. They were Pokémon trainers, after all. Battles were the go-to way to settle disagreements. Fine, Sam said. Preston grinned and immediately started to stroll over to the trainer box opposite Sam. Given that he had led them here, it was as though he had known a battle would be happening since the start. Looking forward to this match. Excited to see what Pokémon you'll choose, he said. Sam grumbled and looked around. As much as he wanted to get upset, he knew his energy was better spent trying to think of a plan. As he weighed what Pokémon to choose, Anilope let out a grunt while looking extremely ticked off. He was offering to take part in the fight, but Sam knew that wouldn't work. Anilope was far too weak at range to win such an uneven match. Then, a noise came from Sam's side. Drawcloak moved ahead to offer to fight herself. However, Sam just shook his head to decline. She wasn't trained. She was strong, but there was no way she could beat 3 of another trainer's Pokémon in a fight. No, as Sam reached to his waist, he knew he already made his decision. Typhlosion had been with him the longest. She was also the Pokémon he knew best. It would be hard, but she could dodge with both Smokescreen and Double Team. With her skill with Infernal Parade as well, she carried the best chance to win, so Sam reached for her Pokeball. But it wasn't Typhlosion who came out. Rather than sending out a Pokémon himself, a flash of light saw a completely different member of the team appear. Looming before Sam, Trevenant stared down at him with a knowing look. He had the best chance to win. He would be the one to fight. He would be the one to make sure Drawcloak's family would never be split. But the severity of Trevenant's gaze interrupted him. Trevenant had made up his mind. Back on Route 38, Sam had already asked for this. There, they had a conversation, and Sam asked for Trevenant's help to introduce the next capture to the team. This was not the same situation, but Trevenant planned to live up to his promise, anyway. This was a fight he knew he could win, and he wanted Sam to understand the same. Thus, as Trevenant stared at Sam with his red, unblinking eye, Sam finally let himself breathe. All right Trevenant, let's do this, he said. And Trevenant nodded once, turning back to the field to walk to its center. Because Trevenant had a point. He would win. Between every possible option, he was Sam's best chance. A 3-on-1 fight was not a fair fight, but it was a fight that played into Trevenant's strengths. After all, no other Pokémon was as capable of enduring damage as him. No other Pokémon could heal as much as he could. For this battle, Trevenant was Sam's best chance at winning, but it was still only a chance. They would have to apply everything they'd practiced if they were to win. Chapter 135. Drawcloak writhed at Sam's side. Her nerves were practically overtaking her. She did not like the stakes of this fight. It'll be fine, Sam said as quietly as he could as he walked toward the field. Trust in Trevenant. He's been training to outlast his opponents for a long time. Except, when Sam spoke, it was to reassure her as much as it was to reassure himself. They could not afford to lose, not with both Dreepy and the new Pokédex at stake. Honestly, he was inwardly berating himself for making this bet in the first place. He already knew Preston wasn't just any 6-star trainer, but Preston was a 6-star trainer actively trying to earn his 7th gym badge. While there was a difference in strength, it wasn't too large, and that meant a numbers disadvantage was a major hurdle to overcome. He just had to believe that Trevenant could pull through, and he did his best to push any worries to the side. It helped that, as selfish as Preston was, Sam knew the other boy wouldn't go back on his promise to keep the new Pokédex secret. It sounded dumb, but Preston's Pokémon liked him. Trainers willing to go back on their word rarely had that same level of connection with their Pokémon. But the stakes of this battle were still impossibly high, and it didn't help that Preston carried nothing but confidence. Do we need a ref? Preston called out. His tone was far too casual for the sheer amount of money he stood to lose. He was grinning, too. After all, he was the one to propose this lopsided match. Sam might have challenged Preston to battle, but Preston had rigged that battle in his favor. No, we're both competent trainers. We don't need a ref, Sam answered. We have enough experience to know how to handle this, but if something goes wrong... Sam sent a glance to where Anilope crouched at the side of the battlefield. He had the strength to interrupt the match if anything truly went wrong. More importantly, bringing up that intimidating Pokémon caused Preston to lose his grin. Drawcloak let out a bit of hissing laughter at Preston's faltering reaction. Almost mollified by that, she darted over to wait in the air by Anilope's side. 3-on-1. No switches, Sam said in the trainer box on his side of the field. You release Dreepy if I win. And if you win, you give me that neat book of yours, Preston finished. Sam sent Preston a grim nod and glanced over at Trevenant, who was waiting in the center of the field. However, Trevenant wasn't looking at him. He was only looking at his would-be foe. Unfortunately, as nice as Trevenant's declaration of intent had been, it carried the problem of revealing Sam's choice right away. Preston eyed the tree Pokémon up and down as he palmed a few Pokeballs, likely going over potential strategies in his head and choosing his team members with the best chance to win. All right, Preston said. We'll start 3 seconds after I release my Pokémon. Agreed, Sam replied. Preston tossed a ball high into the air, and a certain Haunter was released. This Haunter was the same Haunter that Sam had seen only a few days ago, and it was the same Haunter that had lured Dreepy over to use hypnosis on him and put him to sleep. With its appearance, Drawcloak let out a venomous hiss once more. Silently, the seconds counted down. Both trainers looked out over the field with the battle soon to begin. 3 Pokémon Trevenant would have to defeat. 2 Dragon types relying on the outcome of this match. 1 Only a single Pokémon at Sam's disposal. Yet, no matter what, Sam knew Trevenant would give it his all to make sure they'd win. Now, Haunter! Preston shouted. Start off with Sludge Bomb and then focus on escape. Preston's Haunter reared back to inhale and inflate itself with the use of its move. Trevenant snapped out an arm to fling seeds through the air. His Leech Seed was his best way to start this match, as it inflicted an ongoing, damaging effect while also letting him heal. The Sludge Bomb, however, was a move common to Hone that Preston likely had to research to discover. Honestly, it was slightly unfortunate for him because all that time spent teaching it to his Haunter meant nothing against Jasmine's otherwise immune steel types. Here, however, it was a decent choice against Trevenant, whose Grass and Ghost type combined to make it a neutral move. More importantly, as it crashed through several of the tossed seeds to knock them to the side, Trevenant was only able to block most of its damage by slicing it with his claws, and it still burst to splatter him with sludge. Perfect! Now flee! Preston yelled. His Haunter darted away. So his plan is to poison us and stall. He's stealing our strategy. At least while poison isn't great, it could be worse. Leech Seed should negate the damage, and the sludge isn't sinking in like a toxic to become worse over time. While Leech Seed could counteract the damage caused by poison, being poisoned would sicken Trevenant and make him more prone to exhaustion. Preston didn't need to rely on the status's ongoing damage. He just needed Trevenant to grow weary and become more prone to making mistakes. He was already playing the long game. Sam wasn't a fan of that. Be quick, Trevenant. Different strategy than usual, heal, but don't stall, Sam ordered quickly. Ingrain could lock Trevenant in place and give him another form of ongoing healing alongside Leech Seed, but he couldn't afford to limit his mobility right now. So instead, Trevenant hurried forward. Trevenant wasn't the fastest Pokémon, but his roots still brought him over the battlefield's dirt floor faster than Sam could run. He was slower than Preston's Haunter, but he had a presence to him that made it feel as though he occupied more space than he actually did. Preston's command saw his Haunter dart away, and Trevenant's dash saw the poison course through him and already begin to exhaust. But if there was one thing Trevenant excelled at, it was watching. So many times in the past, he had observed Haunter and the Ghastly's training, and through that experience, he knew exactly how a member of this ghost-type line would move. Preston's Haunter fled, but the field was only so large. Although Trevenant could not keep up, he could stay toward the center of the field, minimizing the distance he'd need to lunge for when his opponent inevitably tried to slip by. Soon enough, Preston's ghost type backed itself into the corner, and Preston tried his best to give it a command. Confuse Ray. But Sam had a counter. Confuse Ray. Confuse Ray required a form of eye contact, and neither Pokémon could risk allowing themselves to be trapped by illusions. Both battlers stopped their attempt to look away. Preston's Haunter then tried to use that split-second delay to dart around Trevenant's side while he wasn't paying attention. It clearly intended to race to the other side of the field, but Trevenant had already placed himself carefully. When it lunged, so did Trevenant. Yet, Trevenant's claws were just barely out of reach. But it was enough. Shadowy energy extended out of his fingers to pierce into the Haunter's side. The lengthened shadow claw stabbed into the Haunter's body, and Trevenant used that grip to slam it to the floor. Humph! Return. Preston didn't sound happy about how quickly his Pokémon fainted, but a Haunter was in no way a physically defensive Pokémon. A super effective attack from Trevenant was going to faint it no matter what. However, it had at least poisoned him in exchange, and it had achieved something else, too. Good. You're on my side of the field now, Preston taunted. Instead of waiting to send out his next Pokémon like Sam would have expected, Preston was quick to jump onto the sluggishness that came from Trevenant's poison. Trevenant was practically right in front of him with how he had chased the Haunter, and when Preston sent out his next team member, it appeared behind Trevenant. He was now as cornered as the Haunter had been before him. Houndoom. Flamethrower. Preston's bone-striped hound didn't wait to exhale its flames, and it had no hesitation to attack even with its trainer so close to its move. There was no overseer for this match, so there was no protective psychic screen. The waves of wind created by the heat caused Preston's clothes to ripple from its effects. As the flames raced toward Trevenant, his single red eye shrunk. The size of the expanding fire likely stirred up bad memories. Trevenant. Remember the plan. Don't forget you aren't alone or why you're here. The flames are just a move. But Flamethrower was fast, and Sam's speech wasn't quick. Before he could react to Sam's words, Trevenant was already consumed by the flames. The super effective fire-type move drowned him in its glow and hid him from any prying eyes. Worse, the Houndoom's Flamethrower lasted a long time. With Trevenant cornered, the fire-type didn't exactly need to move or dodge. It only needed to exhale. Sam knew the super effective flames were likely eating away at Trevenant's grass-type body. He was extremely vulnerable to the attack, especially since fire ate away at the air around him. But the Houndoom had to breathe in eventually. When it finally stopped its attack, a slight yelp left its throat. A seed bonked off its forehead, and vines wrapped around it. As fire faded away, Trevenant became visible once more. Ash coated his body, and it was clear he'd been burned on top of his poison. Yet, though scorched, he stayed standing. Several of his leaves had been utterly burned away, but a crunch still managed to echo through the air. Trevenant's wooden jaw tore through a citrus berry, his bite allowing him to swallow the fruit, seeds, and all. The berry's healing juices dribbled down his bark, and his leaves already began to regain a bright green. Burn off the leech seed, quick! Before it can heal! Preston shouted. Houndoom began to heat up, its body gaining a slight glow, but Sam already had a counter prepared for exactly this. Typhlosion had removed a leech seed in a similar way before, and thus, Sam knew how to minimize this effect. Forest's Curse. Protect it. Trevenant didn't lunge so much as he plunged his hands into the ground. As the vines from leech seed began to wither from the heat, roots suddenly left the field to latch around Houndoom and squeeze. Sure, the flames barely affected Houndoom, but the Forest's Curse meant it wasn't the leech seed being burned. The roots were lit aflame, but they served as a protection to make sure the draining move remained untouched beneath. Ingrain. Into growth. Sam shouted. Fine. Ignore the damage. Just do as much as you can. Preston yelled. Trevenant willingly immobilized himself just to gain that extra healing. Mobility wasn't important anyway, he needed that extra health when it came to dealing with fire-type moves. Any energy left over after treating his burns was then recycled into new leaves. Each leaf was a bright green, containing plenty of energy from growth that could be used to fuel future attacks. But with his lack of mobility, the fire hit again, and Trevenant was consumed once more. Thanks to his harvest ability allowing him to grow more fruit, another crunch from another citrus berry let him withstand the heat, and he looked almost as healthy as he had before the move was used. If flames won't work, whatever. Get in close, stun it with bite, and do whatever it takes to stop it from healing. Crunch would have been a better choice, in Sam's opinion. Crunch could quite literally crunch through a Pokémon's defense to open it up to further attacks in the future. Bite, however, carried a low chance of causing a flinch if it landed in just the right way. Preston seemed to want to rely on that to stop Trevenant from healing via berries. Except, eating a citrus berry wasn't a move. It was an ability. A held item, technically. And Trevenant was also maintaining his health through the passive restoration of both leech seed and ingrain. Continued uses of Flamethrower would have been the best choice overall since Trevenant was losing more than he was regaining, but Preston didn't seem to fully understand Harvest. He just wanted to stop whatever it was that was letting Trevenant last and wanted to ensure his final Pokémon could finish the match. Honestly, he probably thought Trevenant was using Recycle to regain his held item, which made his call for Bite make more sense in retrospect. But he's being impatient. As much as Preston is trying to stall, he's also trying to end this match quickly. Well, yet. That's probably why he can't get through Jasmine's gym. He just doesn't have the patience to wear her steel types down. Strike, Sam said. He suddenly felt a lot more confident about his match. Unlike when Trevenant used Shadow Claw previously, he didn't solely rely on the shaped energy of his attack. He put his entire arm into it, swinging at Houndoom with the force of a heavy tree branch. Preston's Pokémon ran up and chomped down on his other arm, failing to get through the bark, and then a claw came swinging down from above to smash into its vulnerable head. Again! Preston shouted. Despite it not being the best choice, Bite was still a super effective Dark-type move. It wasn't a flamethrower, but it was still perfectly effective at wearing down Trevenant to eventually end the battle. Slash it! However, while Houndoom resisted Trevenant's attacks, it was also taking damage. It tried to squeeze even tighter with its bite, and though Trevenant did win CE from the pain, he didn't flinch. He had withstood much worse in the past. If he could last as long as he did against Annihilape when Annihilape had been trying to evolve, then he could easily handle the much weaker Houndoom here. His Shadow Claw hit again. In the end, it was the Leech Seed that took the Houndoom out. There was no big, final hit. Houndoom simply ran out of energy. But it had done its job, and it had lasted for several attacks past those two swings. Honestly, Preston never intended to win with it, anyway. Trevenant, as he stood, was now burned, poisoned, and incredibly tired. While the match had honestly not lasted that long at all, Trevenant had already spent so much of his reserves on healing. He swayed in place. Trevenant might have had his health, but he was severely low on energy. This was the side effect of over-relying on harvest focus too much on it, and the constant regrowth of berries would leave him feeling drained. Imagine, Preston said as he pulled out a third Pokeball. If I could combine that book's information with all that reward money. It's not over yet. Send out your last Pokémon, Sam snapped. Preston just laughed. He might have let his previous two Pokémon faint easily enough, but he was more than just confident. He was absolutely sure he'd win. Drawcloak didn't like that. Her glare was downright hostile. Sam could tell that even if he lost, she planned to do something. It also didn't seem that Annihilape planned to stop her even though he was crouched less than a foot away. But it won't come to that. We still have a final trick. We just need to hope that Preston doesn't send out a Pokémon that can float or relies on special attacks. Still smiling, Preston released his final Pokémon. Like the Houndoom, it appeared close to the center of the field to make sure Trevenant remained trapped. He obviously planned to make use of Trevenant's ingrain and his current lack of mobility. Absol, keep your distance, Preston ordered. Focus on pure defense. You don't need to do anything, just let its poison and burn finish it off, and then we'll win. The white-furred Pokémon hopped far back, moving with grace and agility. It landed silently right in front of Sam, the positions of the two trainers' Pokémon having been effectively reversed. From this range, Trevenant didn't have many attacks. They'd been working on using Ghost-type energy, but he hadn't managed to create anything resembling a Shadow Ball yet. But that didn't mean he was helpless. In fact, Preston had made a critical mistake. You've lost, Sam announced. What? Preston looked bewildered. It was less that he believed Sam's words and more that he could not understand how Sam reached that conclusion. We haven't. Your Trevenant is about to faint. Even with whatever that berry-making move is, it's not going to take out Absol. You're wrong, Sam countered. One of the very first things I learned about being a trainer was that status moves aren't enough, and that's your mistake. You can't only rely on them to win a fight. You always need to use other moves in support. Preston shrugged. Sam's Pokémon was stuck in place due to ingrain. He looked unconvinced as the two Pokémon faced each other on the field. I'm pretty sure you're just stalling, but it doesn't matter. Trevenant can't attack. Its ingrain is preventing it from using its claw moves. For any other Pokémon, Preston might have been right, but just because Trevenant couldn't use Shadow Ball, it didn't mean he couldn't use a different Ghost-type move. Sam stayed quiet for just a moment longer to finally let Trevenant finish growing his last berry. He didn't quite have the energy to continue relying on harvest past that, but it was enough to give him the last bit of fuel to finish this fight. One final crunch echoed out, and Trevenant's fiery eye dimmed as he fought through the pain. You're still wrong, Sam said, the confidence in his voice growing. Ingrain locks a Pokémon in place, but that's only true for most Pokémon. You're forgetting a crucial fact about the ghost type. Yet? What's that? Ghost types can't be trapped, Sam replied, his grin matching Preston's own. In fact, you should know that they can't even be trapped by their own moves. He quietly thanked Morty for the information once again, and Trevenant disappeared from where he stood. Shadows consumed him, and then those shadows disappeared. Despite his roots having been firmly plunged into the ground, only 6 thick holes remained. Preston's eyes immediately went as wide as they could go, and he desperately searched the field but failed to find Trevenant. What he didn't realize was that this was less of a trip through shadows as it was a step into somewhere else. Honestly, with how much Haunter and the Ghastly relied on a similar technique, it was no surprise to Sam that Trevenant had managed to figure out this attack while traveling through the previous routes. Phantom Force, Sam ordered. The Absol at least detected Trevenant before he could reappear, as the Absol species was adept at sensing would-be sources of danger. Behind it, Trevenant returned to being from a shadow that rose out of the ground. Unfortunately, Trevenant wasn't in a place to dodge its attack. A sharp horn dug into his side, but Trevenant lunged toward his opponent regardless of the damage. His movement was more like the felling of a tree in a forest more than anything else. Using the momentum, he grabbed the Absol's body with his claws before it could jump away, and it squirmed within his grip as he began to drain its energy through a continued use of Horn Leech. It's over, Sam said. As much as Absol struggled in defiance, it could not escape Trevenant's wooden grasp. It used what dark-type moves it could, and a knockoff even removed some half-grown berries, but Sam's earlier call for growth had been purposeful. Enhancing Trevenant's attack also meant enhancing his healing. Every bit of damage Trevenant inflicted also saw him heal. Throughout all of that, he was still under the effects of his ingrain, as well. Phantom Force had simply moved him instead of stopping any beneficial effects. With Horn Leech, the Absol withered just as much as Trevenant had under Houndoom's flames. With everything combined, there wasn't much the Absol could do. With this single surprise, before too long, that was it. The battle ended. Told you, Sam said with almost a sing-song voice. Overall, the match was short. Trevenant was utterly exhausted, but he had won. On the side of the field, Drawcloak looked as though she wanted to rush Preston now before he did anything else, but Annilope stopped her by holding out an arm. She sent him an indignant look, but she accepted the threat for what it was and chose to stay back. But it wasn't like she needed to move forward, anyway. Preston wasn't in a state to do anything currently. He looked dizzy. He glanced around the room as if he couldn't process what he just witnessed. For some reason, his face suddenly became extremely pale. What? His voice was quiet. We lost? I lost? No, we didn't. We can still get that reward, right? This was someone who was hit with more than just the loss of a single battle. This was someone who had just had his entire plan for the future pulled out from under him. He wouldn't be getting the new Pokédex. He wouldn't be getting the reward for Dreepy. He would be getting nothing, and all his plans to keep going until the conference had disappeared in an instant. The deal? Sam asked. Preston blinked and looked at him. His mouth opened and closed like someone trying to recover from a punch to the stomach. Why yeah, Preston said. He returned his Absol first. Sam couldn't blame him. But he did release Dreepy. Even with the immense reward that would have come from turning in that dragon type, Preston kept his word. He didn't try to run. He sent out Dreepy, as promised, and the Pokémon appeared on the floor. Finally, Drawcloak could wait no longer. She pushed past Annilope's arm to rush her sleeping brother, who was softly snoring on the floor. If it wasn't for the Haunter's hypnosis, Dreepy would have been able to escape. He was a ghost type, after all, but it wasn't like he could have done anything while unconscious and asleep. The second Drawcloak reached him, she slowed to bring her head down to her brother. She inspected him before nudging him softly, carefully waking him up. Dreepy was slow to come to, but as if he was simply waking up from a late afternoon nap, he yawned and then groggily climbed back to his proper position on top of Drawcloak's head. This is for the best, Preston mumbled, still mildly dazed. Yet. I was staking my team's entire future on the fate of another Pokémon. It wouldn't have been right. Drawcloak sent him a disdainful look. On her head, Dreepy smacked his lips, and then he fell back asleep. Now he was in his rightful place. Surprisingly, Preston laughed. Despite everything, a small smile forced his way onto his face. Yet. Yet, what else should I have expected? Us, winning? There wasn't any other outcome. This was for the best, he said, though his cheery emotions were clearly fake. I think. Once the high of that much money set in, the reality of what we did would have hit me. Yet, I would have been guilty for the rest of my life. He stared at the floor. I would have been guilty for the rest of my life, he repeated, speaking as if trying to convince himself. What gems do you have left? Other than just Jasmine? Sam asked. Preston looked up, surprised at suddenly being acknowledged. Claire, he answered, and her dragon types. Preston didn't even blink at Sam's win CE. Yet. I know. Preston let out a sigh. I have to get past the wall that is Jasmine's gym, and then I have to get through a bunch of fully evolved dragon types, too. I guess it might have been better for me to face Claire first, but she's just so far out of the way that it didn't make sense at the time. And it's not like my odds of getting through Jasmine's 8th batch team would have been any better if I can't even get past her 7th. With that conclusion, he let his head fall back and stared at the ceiling. While Preston was having his moment, Sam finally returned Trevenant. The tree Pokémon had been staring at him, patiently waiting for Sam to bring him back. The stasis-like function of the Pokeball would put his conditions on hold, but Sam knew he'd want to have Trevenant be healed here instead of the more distant Pokémon Center. With his level of exhaustion, it would be cruel to wait. Okay, look, Sam said, I know this wasn't part of the bet, but if you really want some helpful information. No. Keep it, Preston interrupted. He shook his head in a rather self-deprecating way. I don't want something I didn't earn. I was just trying to take the easy way out and look for a shortcut, but if I really want to win. A strange look entered his eye. Then I guess I just have to keep training. With a month left, we might be able to do it with hard work. Despite whatever newfound confidence he seemed to gain after this loss, there was still a sway to Preston's steps when he finally left his trainer box. He hadn't expected to lose, and missing out on such a ridiculous sum was not something anyone could recover from this quickly. All of this was just him trying to force a more positive reaction, but at least his words felt right. He still shook Sam's hand, and then he was out of the room. Sam had a feeling that Preston needed to be anywhere but here. And his sudden absence left Sam alone. The only Pokémon still out were the 2 dragon types and an Ilope to the side. I know he was trying to catch Dreepy, but I tried to do the same thing. He's a Pokémon trainer. It's what Pokémon trainers do. I guess I hope he can find a way to win on his own. Drawcloak replied with a scoff. She couldn't care less about what happened to Preston. With Dreepa still dozing on her head, she took this chance to begin to leave, slowly drifting towards the room's side to not wake her brother by moving faster. However, before she could phase through the wall, Sam hurried to call out. She actually stopped to listen to what he had to say. Wait. Hold on, he said, and Drawcloak paused, still facing the wall. Look, I really meant what I said earlier. If you want, I can bring you to a nurse who will make sure you are brought home. For a while, Drawcloak did nothing. Sam couldn't see her face or any of her reactions with how she was facing away. Her tail, however, flicked back and forth in annoyance, and then a squeak came from atop her head. Actually, many squeaks came from atop her head. Sam's shout woke up Dreepy. Having heard Sam's offer, Dreepy wasn't going to let things be. He ranted and ranted at his sister and pounded on her head to try to draw out a response. Hisses left his throat, he was annoyed. And, despite the difference in evolutionary stage, Drawcloak did listen. Finally, she had enough, and a sharp sound from Drawcloak's throat saw Dreepy go quiet. Turning around, she looked annoyed but did her best to share her thoughts. While she wasn't accepting his offer to be brought back to Galar, from what Sam could tell, she did come to a decision. If her brother was going to be so obstinate, the least Drawcloak could do was tag along for a bit, she supposed. Dragon types were proud Pokémon. They were fiercely independent, too. Not every dragon type was as goofy as Reedy's Dragonair. It was rare for a dragon type to have the willingness to go up to a trainer and outright ask to be caught. But, if they just happened to be around someone for a while, and if they just happened to stop by once or twice for a bit of training, then maybe they could also help out in a battle or two. And then at that point, it might just be easier for everyone involved for them to be carried along in a Pokeball. And then at that point, they might as well listen to the trainer's commands. When Haunter returned from passing over the Drudigan, he also returned carrying the empty Ultra Ball, which Sam made sure to keep in his pack just in case. He also made sure to heal Trevenant at the central Pokémon Center, and then he left to return to that side Pokémon Center to give the nurse his final report. All along the way, Drawcloak and Dreepit were nowhere to be found. However, Haunter informed Sam that, yes, those two were nearby, but, no, they weren't interested in returning to Galar. For now, at least, they planned to stick around. They might not be approaching right away, but Drawcloak promised her brother she'd tag along for a little bit, so they'd be following and keeping watch from a distance. Likely, for longer than just the period Sam was in Olivine. Probably, for more than his stop in the next town. Honestly, Drawcloak and Dreepit would be nearby for at least the rest of the season. And Sam wasn't sure what to think about that, so he just focused on his visit back to the Pokémon Center, instead. So, you have more dragon types to pass on, the nurse asked when Sam finally returned to her counter. No, I don't think there are any dragon types left to catch, Sam said. We've scoured the city as much as possible. If there are any still around, they've already been caught or are far too good at hiding for my Pokémon to find. She nodded. I understand. You've done a great service. I've talked with the local ranger force, too. They've already managed to secure boats to their home regions to send all of them back. He breathed out in relief. I'm glad. I am too, the nurse replied. But with all this work, you deserve a reward, She looked happy to be giving Sam something in return, but the idea of profiting off of poached Pokémon didn't feel right. It left a sour feeling in his mouth. He had gone out to help them instead of going out to benefit from them. Even though whatever the nurse gave him wouldn't be anywhere near as much as what the Blackthorn clan offered, he couldn't stomach the idea of taking a payment for this. He cursed himself, but he had to go with his gut. Sorry. I have to turn that down. I didn't do this to get paid. And that's exactly why you deserve at least something, the nurse said. The League requires us to give out a reward due to this exact kind of reaction. Sam just grimaced, but the nurse looked so hopeful in exchange. It wasn't like receiving a reward here would reduce the rewards others could potentially get. The League had an entire percentage of its budget reserved just to pay for actions like this. They wanted to encourage trainers to go out and do good deeds, so rewards were practically mandated whenever a trainer performed a great deed. And getting paid here would make Sam's life a lot easier over the rest of the month, too. But he just couldn't. Not with everything that had gone on. Not when his actions had prevented so many other trainers from being paid, as well. But the League demanded that he receive something, and he genuinely wasn't allowed to say no. He just didn't want it to be something so material, but at least he already knew from his past experiences that rewards didn't explicitly need a monetary value. All right, fine, he started. How about this? I do want something, but it might be a difficult reward. Oh? I'm sure I can help, the nurse said. Sam breathed in. There's still one more thing I want to do in Olivine, but my schedule is pretty tight, he said, and the nurse raised her brow curiously. I don't suppose you could call Olivine's gym for me? See, Jasmine's been busy recently, but there's this match I want to have. Chapter 136. Mighty weird Primeape got there. He's sick. Sick? Looks like he got run over by a truck, spent a few days on the pavement, then got up and punched that truck in the face. Sam stopped pushing the crate into the warehouse, the same warehouse he had first found Drawcloak, funnily enough. He stared at the heavy man who had just spoken, and the heavy man stared right back at him with a flat expression on his face. The owner of the warehouse had clearly meant what he said, and Annilope didn't exactly look pleased. He continued to carry his stack of towering crates regardless of that burgeoning annoyance, but he did shoot the man a death glare before heading inside. Grumbles followed him the whole way. But I'm sure he's fine, the man said after a pause. He's just a sick Primeape. Yup. Just a sick Primeape, Sam repeated before going back to work, himself. When it came to all the jobs Sam's team had been handling today, Haunter and his half of the Ghastly were the ones to take most of them on. After all, their side had lost the Dragon Hunt game to Misdreavus. For this job at least, Sam asked for Annilope's help simply due to how much Annilope's strength could speed up physical labor. If it wasn't for how Sam planned to leave town tomorrow, he wouldn't have risked sending out Annilope here. He already possessed a ticket for a speedy boat ride to Kianwood, so no one would be able to hunt him down and ask questions once tomorrow morning passed. At most, maybe a few whispers would bounce around town, but Annilope's evolution would only truly be revealed in the conference. A single sighting or two was fine for now. As long as Sam didn't act like it was a big deal, most people wouldn't think it was a big deal. If someone wasn't a trainer, a new species was just an idle curiosity at best. However, Sam really needed money, and having Annilope's help let him speed up this job to squeeze in as many tasks as possible today. A little part of him whispered its regret for not taking a monetary reward for catching all the dragon types, but he knew in his gut it'd been the right choice. There was no telling how long he'd need to spend in Olivine, otherwise. His plans hadn't changed. He would still face Jasmine, rush through Kianwood, and then finish the season in Ilex. Except, he needed supplies to actually last in that dark forest, and those supplies necessitated cash. Honestly, he would have preferred to bet on battles, but finding willing opponents became harder the stronger a trainer was. "There we go," the man said as the last crate was placed in the warehouse. "That's the last of 'em. So here, your payment." Sam gladly took the wad of cash and thanked his employer before immediately heading off. Annilope followed. They barely got a building away before he looked over to request to be returned. Sure, lifting crates had been a nice stretch for him, but Annilope wasn't the biggest fan of menial tasks. He wanted to be in perfect shape for their battle tonight, so he planned to sleep as much as possible until then. And that was why Sam had bought a boat ticket for tomorrow instead of today. Sam's reward for catching all those dragon types might not have been monetary or even that material, but he and his team were running out of time. There were only 23 days left for training before the conference, 22 days left if he accounted for tomorrow's full-day boat ride. That meant they only had 3 weeks to earn their final gym badge and then return to Ilex. To make sure everyone was ready for the toughest challenge yet, their schedule was going to be tight. On the bright side, catching those dragon types helped somewhat. Searching them out was a form of practice, and it let Sam earn the right to skip the line. His reward meant he could fight Jasmine tonight instead of needing to wait. He didn't need to worry about checking in to see if she was free, instead, he could just have his battle, test his Pokémon against her team, and then finally move on. "I guess the big question is why we're doing this," Sam said, speaking out loud as he walked down the street. "Why we want to have this match. Why we're bothering to fight someone so much stronger than us." He slowed, turning his gaze to the cloudless sky, and he subtly checked on a pair of shadows out of the corner of his eye. "It's a test as much as it is a learning opportunity," Sam said once he was sure the two Pokémon were listening in. "We'll be at a strength disadvantage, but we can learn a lot by pushing ourselves like this, especially when fighting a gym leader. No matter the outcome, we'll see exactly where we stand, and by paying attention to Jasmine's actions, we can figure out where our biggest weaknesses lie." This match would help to determine his final training goals for the team, at least, if his 8th gym badge battle didn't reveal anything else. He wasn't too worried about that final gym match, though. Ghost types were immune to fighting type moves and his Pokémon were great at avoiding physical attacks. Jasmine was a different story. Technically, status conditions let his team punch up when it came to most battles, but there was an immense gap in both strength and experience. Facing her core team would be harder than even a conference match, and all trainers that fought in the conference were incredibly skilled. 10 stars, Sam continued. That's the star rating of Jasmine's team, with each star representing the strength needed to earn that many gym badges. Anything above 8 gets a bit fuzzy since trainers only need 8 badges to compete in the conference. However, he stopped walking. A 10-star trainer is stronger than a 9-star trainer, but the difference between 10 and 9 is greater than 9 and 8. We're almost at 8, but we're really at the very top end of 7. Crossing that divide seems impossible on paper, but I know that if we're clever, Sam gained a small smile. If we're clever and use our moves just right, we might just barely be able to pull off a win. Sam had a few points in his favor that'd make this battle less difficult than the average person would have thought. Just at a base level, most people still believed that the Steel type resisted Dark and Ghost type moves, but that wasn't true, even with what some outdated Pokédexes tried to claim. Simply put, Steel types were innately defensive. It only appeared that they resisted those types because they rarely reacted to any move. In addition to that, status conditions generally ignored a Pokémon's defense. One burn, or one burn and a curse, would eventually see its target fall. Combining those effects with an ongoing drain like Leech Seed meant any Pokémon would faint in no time at all. It didn't matter how defensive they were, Jasmine's Steel types were no different. Sam's main strategy countered her own. He truly meant it when he said his team had a small chance. They couldn't win if they solely relied on raw strength, but that wasn't how his team fought. Status conditions affected opponents regardless of power, so Sam spoke with a purposeful confidence to his words, and he also carried that confidence when he finally turned his head to look at the pair of shadows hiding on a nearby roof. Upon meeting his eyes, Drawcloak immediately ducked down to hide herself behind the roof's edge. Dreepa looked on with awe until his sister jumped out to grab him and push him down. Honestly, they weren't great hiders, but Haunter had managed to find out just why everyone failed to notice them for so long. They often chose to hide above their targets, and few people and Pokémon ever bothered to look up. Between everything we can inflict and all our status moves, we can completely bypass Jasmine's greatest strength and defeat her team. Sam declared. Even if we don't win, watch us. We'll knock out at least half her Pokémon. Alongside his declaration, Sam dramatically pointed at the sky. Slowly, both dragon types peeked out, and Sam sent them a grin. I'll be waiting to hear your cheers, he said. Dreepa's eyes sparkled. Drawcloak just huffed next to him. Sam then moved on, continuing with the jobs he had planned for the day. Even as he and his team continued to work, Drawcloak and Dreepa followed. Those two dragon types never left line of sight even though they were clearly trying to stay hidden. They never moved closer than so many yards away, but they never moved farther than that, either. For Sam at least, all Drawcloak had to do was ask, and he would immediately add both of them to his team. However, Drawcloak had her pride, and that pride conflicted with her desire. While Sam doubted anything would change right this moment, he did make sure to keep that one, empty Ultra Ball in his pocket just in case. Taking on so many jobs helped pass the time until the battle, and those jobs filled his pockets with a bit of extra cash. The amount he earned wasn't enough on its own, of course, but it was enough to help, and his eventual reward for beating Kianwood Gym would earn him just enough to pay for the rest as long as he made sure to win. Then again, that would only be true if he was careful with his purchases, so he had finally asked Trevenant for help with berry supply. Thanks to Harvest, Trevenant could supply plenty of berries to the entire team, but Sam had been wary of bringing it up. He didn't want to be one of those trainers who only used their Pokémon for material gain. Thankfully, Trevenant was more than glad to help out even if he tried to act like he didn't care. After all, Trevenant grew up delivering berries to Pokémon throughout his forest. Providing a few to the team was easy for him, and it was something he'd always be willing to do. He's following in his parents' footsteps. Or root steps. Or, vine, steps. But that was a thought for the future, and when dusk finally fell, Sam and his team finished resting up after completing their last job for the day. After returning everyone, he began heading toward Olivine Gym even though the place was soon to close. Jasmine's schedule was packed so she only had so many free moments, but she was still a Pokémon trainer and all Pokémon trainers loved to battle. This might have been an official request, but based on what Sam heard from the Pokémon Center nurse, it was really just an excuse for Jasmine to take a welcome break. Traveling from that side Pokémon Center, Sam joined the crowds of people leaving their workplaces for the day, and he entered the downtown district of Olivine. He walked beneath the city's towering buildings, past its many buses, and by its open stores and restaurants that were beginning to fill with people. Along the way, Drawcloak and Dreepa rushed over to join his side instead of continuing to stalk him from a distance. Drawcloak tried to pretend she just happened to show up by coincidence alone, but her presence was purposeful. This deep into civilization, there were too many nearby people for them to stay hidden, and technically, the hunt for dragon types was still going on. Searching trainers would catch a glimpse of her and push through the crowds to try to catch up. Instead of having a battle with a wild Pokémon, they'd see Sam next to her and think that she'd already been caught. He was her disguise as much as he was the person she was stalking, but Drawcloak looked smug to be able to pull off this trick. They went unbothered as they approached the gym, only really encountering a few crushed stares. Finally, Sam arrived. He walked up to that same massive, slanted building and the small park that surrounded it. Sam took a deep breath before reaching its front, and a pair of automatic doors slid open to let him inside. There you are. A pair of light brown eyes flicked his way. Whispers started up the second Sam entered the lobby. He froze as a short woman in a pastel blue dress walked right toward him. Me. Sam stuttered. You're Samuel. Right, the woman asked. He found himself frozen at the sudden appearance of Jasmine herself right before him. The Steel-type gym leader herself cocked her head to the side as she took him in. When I got the call from the Pokémon Center, I could hardly believe it. It's impressive you caught so many dragon types. You saved us a lot of trouble. Her voice was soft, and there were times she paused as if she needed to think of her next word. For a gym leader who specialized in such a sturdy and difficult-to-defeat type, she almost seemed to lack the confidence that came with being a trainer in her role. But although she seemed shy at a surface level, Sam realized that it was more that she was just quiet and careful. As her eyes flicked over him, they were as sharp and appraising as any other elite trainer. He also couldn't forget just how strong her Pokémon had been. The memory of their appearance at the start of the beginners tournament was still clear in his mind. It was just him, Jasmine, and the rest of the trainers in the room. At this point, Drawcloak was gone. Sam guessed that she and Dreepa split off the second he stepped inside. Likely, she was trying to find a more subtle way of following him inside so that she and Dreepa could avoid the other trainers and still watch the upcoming match. This way, Jasmine said. She turned and headed toward a door in the back, and murmurs echoed around the room. Even as late in the day as it was, the gym's lobby had its share of waiting trainers, but there weren't quite as many as there had been at the start of the season, and there were even fewer than there'd been at the choke point that was Price's gym. Unfair. What did she mean by dragon types? Hold on, how come he didn't have to wait? I wish that was me. Sam ignored all the comments as he followed Jasmine through the lobby's back doors. As he passed through them, she leaned against their metal surface to seal them off from the rest of the room. You helped us a lot, Jasmine said quietly, meeting Sam in the eye. I'd been trying to have my trainers help those poor Pokémon, but steel types aren't known for their perception or speed. Couldn't you have just requested ace trainers with different Pokémon to help? Sam asked. We did, but, she shook her head with a small frown. They were busy. I also had my duties as a gym leader, and we're already spread thin as it is. Oh. Jasmine pushed off the doors to keep walking ahead. Sam hurried along. I've been busy working on behalf of the city, overseeing a construction site to the west, Jasmine explained quietly. It's for an entrepreneur from Hone. He has a lot of money to spend. Everyone else was either out assisting Lance or was out on patrol. On defense. Her words trailed off for a moment. They passed a set of doors where Sam remembered fighting his first gym match. He could hear the sounds of a battle coming from the other side. Likely, Jasmine's gym trainers were finishing up their last scheduled match for the day. With that many dragon types running around, we had to make sure the wrong people didn't catch them, Jasmine said as they walked deeper and deeper in. We have a duty to help all Pokémon, not just steel types. In this case, we relied on you and the other trainers to catch those dragons, and we worked to make sure no other poachers interfered. Most importantly, we also made sure Team Rocket didn't sneak in. Everyone else was busy, after all. She glanced over her shoulder to send Sam a reassuring smile, but Sam only grimaced. Team Rocket, he repeated. Did they try something? When he spoke, his voice was emotionless and cold. Jasmine took a few seconds to respond. No. Thankfully not. We noticed some strange people, but, she briefly stopped walking, shaking her head. The League deals with threats. Team Rocket is just the biggest. As far as we can tell, they have no major presence in Johto. They might have their individual agents, but they don't have a base. For now, Champion Lance has ensured their organization cannot spread out of Kanto. By now, her almost shy demeanor was practically gone. The pace at which she spoke sped up ever so slightly. There was a seriousness to her expression that she didn't have before. While Sam wouldn't have initially spared her a second glance if she was part of a crowd, he couldn't forget that Jasmine was a gym leader. There was a reason she was in her role. But you requested a fight, yes? Jasmine turned around and clapped her hands with a smile. It's been so long since my Pokémon have had a proper chance to stretch, and it's been even longer since we've fought a team of ghost types. She resumed, bringing Sam through a series of several long hallways, leading him further into the building than he expected with a skip to her step. Outside of the doors, almost everything here was made out of concrete. Likely, despite this place being the steel-type gym, they had to minimize their use of exposed metals to not tempt certain steel-type Pokémon with delicious-looking meals. Eventually, Jasmine opened a new set of doors to expose a large, central room. Sam could tell that he was in the dead center of the building with how a few decorative structures towered over a central skylight that revealed the darkening colors of the late dusk sky. The soul field here was larger than the usual league standard, too. Also, there was plenty of seating here. Bleachers had been built against the walls. This room is usually reserved for major events, but it's also where I train my team, Jasmine said while letting Sam take in the room. With what my Pokémon are capable of, we're limited to training and fighting in places rated to withstand their attacks. Sam had to spend a moment just processing the implication of her statement, but Jasmine was already moving ahead, practically skipping up to her trainer box. Once there, she sent a respectful nod to a referee in a grey sweatshirt already waiting off to the side. At the same time, Sam also caught sight of a pair of flickering shadows and noticed Dreepy and Drawcloak attempting to hide at the very back of the stands. As official as this request for a match was, I'm unfortunately still pressed for time, Jasmine said as Sam took up position in the trainer box across from her. I'd like to get through this match as fast as possible, so let's agree to use the usual league rules for the battle. Alright. 5 Pokémon each. Do whatever you can within the rules to win. As for switching, she tapped her cheek. No limits. That's usually how I prefer to fight. Sam wanted to grin, but he was wary. He knew that free switching gave him a lot of leeway when it came to his team's favored strategy. However, he couldn't assume that it meant he'd be fighting with an advantage. Jasmine likely specified that lack of a limit for a reason. Understood, Sam said seriously, and Jasmine stood straight with her hands held behind her back. The referee lifted 2 flags. Off to the side, though he was meant to be hiding, Dreepa let out a cheer. Drawcloak then rushed to push his head down once more to make sure they could watch in peace, and both Sam and Jasmine tossed their first Pokeballs into the air. Sam released Typhlosion, his usual lead and oldest member of the team, but when Jasmine sent out her Pokémon, the earth shook. Going against all usual conventions for a gym leader, Jasmine did not save her best for last. Instead, she released her Steelix, her ace Pokémon and outright strongest member of her team, a behemoth of earth and steel that towered over Typhlosion, now set to face her in battle to start off the match. Chapter 137. The real problem with Jasmine's Pokémon wasn't their offensive power but how they could all but ignore most attacks. Her Steelix, for example, was only so much stronger than an Onix, but its super-hardened body let it shrug off any physical move. Though a Steelix had the same limitations as an Onix in that it primarily attacked via weight instead of muscle, it weighed more, had a nastier bite, and in this case, it was only really vulnerable to the fire-type damage on Sam's team. But like all good specialists, Jasmine likely had a counter. Sam knew he could maybe make something work, but he'd rather stick to a strategy that he knew would completely invalidate her Pokémon's defense. Will-O-Wisp. Damage over time effects didn't care about a Pokémon's resistance. The pain they caused drained a Pokémon's stamina, making them eventually fall out of the fight. He didn't need to worry about the insane number of type resistances the steel type offered. To win this matchup, all he had to do was outstall her stall. It was his best answer to sheer defense, and it was his best answer to making up for such a severe gap in strength. So, with his command, Typhlosion started the battle by taking off in a dash. Immediately, energies wrapped around her for an agility that drastically boosted her speed. She used that momentum to circle her towering opponent, and Steelix did nothing but follow her with its gaze. Jasmine did not give an order to her Pokémon. Her Steelix remained where it was released, and she cocked her head to the side. That's an interesting Pokémon you have there, Jasmine commented. Hisuian Typhlosion. A variant evolution. Soon to debut in the conference, but we're testing her out against you, Sam said. She nodded as if that answered all her questions. So that's why you specified a private match. You have secrets you don't want to get out. Typhlosion was already sending her wisps forward, and Jasmine's Steelix still wasn't moving. With such a defensive team, Jasmine seemed to want to wait to better understand Sam's strategy before anything else. Except, all she was doing was giving Sam plenty of openings. Right as Typhlosion's Will-O-Wisp reached halfway to its target, Sam gave a second command that'd seal this fight. Typhlosion, chase! Much like how Typhlosion could have her Will-O-Wisp chase swift, with Sam's shout, she now sent her Infernal Parade chasing after her Will-O-Wisp. This concept built off of a technique she'd used so many times before, but with these two moves used back-to-back, Will-O-Wisp's burn would allow for Infernal Parade to hit with guaranteed extra damage, and Infernal Parade also carried a chance to burn if Steelix somehow managed to block the Will-O-Wisp. It was a flood of fire. Flames, both spectral and real, rushed Steelix through the air. So that's your strategy, Jasmine said with a hum. But enough of a head start. Steelix, dig! Her order came out calm and precise, and as slow as a Steelix was, it moved with a surprising amount of speed. Its body was large enough that it wasn't the quickest when it came to whipping around, but when it came to digging, that was what its entire being was designed to do. Where an onyx's body was just a chain of boulders, a Steelix's body was covered in rugged spikes. It slammed its head into the ground, breaking through the earth, and each of its segments spun in a drilling motion that let it burrow and churn through the field. The diving motion of its head let it avoid Typhlosion's attack, but that was only because it was no longer occupying the space it once did. Her wisps didn't initially miss, with a minor flex of her will, they all dove after Steelix. Unfortunately, the second it entered the earth, it moved like a fish in water. The Steelix disappeared, its tunnel collapsed behind it, and the flaming barrage was snuffed out when it hit the ground. We'll need a better strategy. If Steelix is Jasmine's ace, then we need to pull out the big guns. Typhlosion, Sam called out. Keep an eye on the earth around and under you. Get ready to react with Curse. He preemptively grabbed her Pokeball for his next step of the plan. Halting her agility, Typhlosion slid to a halt while pulling a shadowy dagger out of the air with her paw. That's not a defensive curse. So she's a ghost type after all, Jasmine looked on curiously. Useful. Steelix, use Crunch when you can. Her Pokémon didn't immediately attack, and Typhlosion tensed as she prepared. The dagger she held in her paw almost seemed to sink into her flesh, causing her a slight amount of pain even though her move hadn't fully been used. But soon, a mound of dirt began to bulge out of the earth behind her, and as something pushed pebbles out of the field with a rumble, she snapped around, ready to unleash her curse. The second Steelix appeared. When steel flashed before her, Typhlosion didn't wait to stab her dagger into her chest. Upon seeing her target, Curse did take effect, but it wasn't Steelix's head that burst out. No, its tail suddenly stabbed out of the earth, revealing that mound to have been nothing more than a distraction. Instead, from right underneath her, Steelix's head exploded from the floor, knocking Typhlosion into the air, dealing the full, super effective damage of Dig. Alongside the self-inflicted injury from Curse, Typhlosion was ready to faint. Yet, shadows writhed around her opponent. Sam quickly brought up her Pokeball. Return. The Steelix's metal jaw snapped down on the empty air where she had just been falling. The sheer power of its crunch caused a horrible noise to ring out. If that hit! A Steelix literally ate boulders and metal for lunch. Given Typhlosion's ghost type making her vulnerable to the dark type, Sam doubted she would have walked away even at full health. But our plan worked. Steelix is under the effects of Curse, and Typhlosion doesn't need to risk herself any longer. We just need to make sure that Jasmine doesn't return her Pokémon, and we need to stall for long enough to have Steelix faint. Misdreavus, quick! Mean look! The very second the battle resumed, Misdreavus sent a withering glare at her opponent. Now, if Steelix tried to leave the battle, Jasmine would find her Pokémon unable to be returned. But Jasmine just giggled. This is why I like ghost-type teams. They're always fun to fight. Sam couldn't find the same casual joy he was fighting at a disadvantage. He needed every trick in the book if he wanted to take a 10-star Pokémon out. Will-O-Wisp. Burn it, but your priority is on dodging. Hex whenever you get room to attack. Curse was a cruel move. The sheer amount of pain it caused saw Pokémon faint in almost no time at all. It was more effective than a burn, and it was more effective than even toxic. The downside was that it required its user to take a significant amount of damage, and its victim would no longer be under Curse's effects if the victim switched out. But if a Pokémon was switched to replace Curse's user, and if Curse's target remained trapped, then it didn't matter how healthy a Pokémon was. They would inevitably faint no matter what. Hence, this strategy. Interesting. Protect, Jasmine said. Steelix lowered itself, and its body gained a greenish sheen. Misdreavus's Will-O-Wisp hit but failed to make purchase. Despite being a steel type, the flame slipped off of it as if it were water. Then, Steelix flicked its tail without Jasmine even giving it a command. Dirt, hardened by rock-type energy, flew right at Misdreavus. With Sam's shout to focus on dodging, she was forced to pull back. Any follow-up was dropped in favor of avoidance, and Misdreavus even had to use Shadow Sneak to slide under a boulder launched her way. Keep it up, Jasmine said. Misdreavus was faster, but that meant nothing when she was forced to constantly dodge. Steelix unleashed rock throw after rock throw, destroying the earth, tearing up the field, and leaving large boulders wherever its move landed. The curse might have been draining its energy, but it was only being drained by curse. It was losing stamina, but without being affected by Will-O-Wisp, nothing reduced its attack. Misdreavus couldn't unleash any damaging move. A 10-star Pokémon. I knew there'd be a difference in strength, but this is insane. Even though Misdreavus was faster, she still had to contend with the constant assault of Steelix's moves. Shadow Sneak let her dodge the rock throws, which was good for her since the size of Steelix's boulders would have seen her faint in one hit. She wasn't a defensive Pokémon, but that focus on evasion was Jasmine's plan. So focused on avoiding all moves, Misdreavus was never able to use any of her own. Soon enough, Jasmine's strategy finished. The effects of Mean Look faded away, and Steelix disappeared from the field. Phew! For some reason, Jasmine looked genuinely relieved. That was close. I didn't expect to see Steelix almost faint there. Almost faint? Even with curse, it was still at full health. Jasmine blinked at Sam. Was he? She asked, and then she shook her head. Oh, I see your mistake. Steelix is made of steel. He doesn't show the same signs of injuries as most organic Pokémon. No, your Pokémon's curse was effective. Just a few seconds longer, and that would have been it. Wait, so if you hadn't used Protect? Jasmine said nothing and simply smiled. Merrily, she tossed a new Pokeball forward, and Misdreavus left her Shadow Sneak on the floor to properly meet her next opponent. Across from her, a red carapaced Scizor faced her. The bug-type Pokémon snapped its heavy claws while letting its short wings buzz on its back. Continue, the referee said. Jasmine gave a single word for her order. Priority. Sam tried to tell Misdreavus about the need for Will-O-Wisp since Scizor was one of the few steel types in Johto with seriously powerful physical attacks. Yet, barely even a single word had left his mouth before he blinked, and then the Scizor was suddenly right there. Its claw shone with steel-type energy. Arm outstretched, it had shot across the field in an instant. The single punch it unleashed saw its move land directly into Misdreavus's chest. Bullet Punch is already a speedy move, and then when you combine it with Scizor's technician ability. Misdreavus simply didn't have the defense to withstand a strike that strong. Even if there hadn't been a difference in strength, that one strike would have been enough to take her out. The force of Scizor's move saw her bounce across the ground. Sam quickly took out her friend ball to bring her back before she could get too much more hurt while unconscious. Challenger Samuel, please send out your next Pokémon, the referee said. I know. I just need a second to think. Curse had almost worked, but Steelix had been returned anyway. Scizor was a big enough threat that he knew most Pokémon on his team wouldn't be able to handle it. He wanted to rely on status conditions, but Scizor's speed meant it could catch anyone he sent out. Unless I want it to catch us, Sam realized. If the rest of Sam's team couldn't beat Scizor, then he had one Pokémon whose sole role would be to take it out. Annihilape. With this Pokémon's appearance, Jasmine gained a look of genuine shock. The referee struggled to keep a straight face at the Pokémon that appeared on the field. Somewhat used to this reaction, Annihilape just grumbled and scratched at the dirt with his hand. Wisps of grey energy trailed off his head. The only human here who recognized him was Sam. Blearily, Jasmine rubbed her eyes. So you had more than just Typhlosion, she mumbled. Annihilape. Evolution of Primeape. Also set to debut in the conference, Sam quickly explained. And this species is already known, Sam half-lied. He was pretty sure Morty and Agatha weren't aware, but Carl did say he would pass the information around. Jasmine slowly nodded at that, mumbling something to herself about watching the upcoming conference. She sent a look to the referee to signal that the battle should continue, and the referee just barely managed to tear away her stare to give the command. Continue. Bullet Punch, Jasmine ordered. Overwhelm and Assault. Bulk up. Sam countered. Everything into defense. Against this kind of foe, Annihilape knew exactly what he needed to do, and Sam didn't need to give any other order. Annihilape brought up his arms, breathed in to steady himself, and then a punch with the force of solid steel behind it slammed into his block. Sam could see what Jasmine was trying to do. Annihilape was an unknown factor, and Primeape were known for their rage. While her team's defense helped to resist physical moves, the steel type made them vulnerable to fighting type attacks, and she wanted to overwhelm and harass Annihilape so that he'd give in to his rage. Except, she was operating under limited information. Overwhelming a Primeape to prevent it from attacking was a good way to annoy it into making a mistake. In the case of Annihilape, however, he knew exactly how to control himself. All of his effort was spent breathing carefully, slowly enhancing all aspects of his physical power with bulk up, and doing his best to withstand Caesar's strike. Each bullet punch was a lightning-fast jab that saw Annilope win CE. Yet, despite the difference in strength, only the first two attacks saw him step back. As bulk up grew, so did his power. Eventually, he became able to resist more and more damage. But it wasn't like he wasn't taking damage. Each strike still brought Annilope closer to a feint. If they mistimed their move here, this battle would be over. Careful. Careful, Sam mumbled. Jasmine narrowed her eyes. Caesar, this strategy isn't working. Switch to. Now. For a steel type, Caesar was fast, and it certainly would have been able to dodge a normal attack. Using its wings to assist its movements, it jerked back to move just out of reach of Annilope's arms. However, Annilope was a ghost type, and though he was still firmly rooted in the physical, certain aspects of his body could change. Every hit he took was for the single purpose of enhancing this one move, and pouring his rage forward, his fist grew and grew and grew. Farther! Jasmine yelled. Her Pokémon didn't react. Caesar was far too overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the attack heading its way. Though the move took less than a second to hit, the moment seemed to stretch into infinity as Caesar froze at the truck-sized fist heading its way. Rage Fist struck, and for every strike the Caesar had inflicted on Annilope, Rage Fist's attack power increased. That, combined with the boost of bulk up, saw Caesar fly back. Far, far back. Jasmine had been correct when she said this room was rated to withstand her Pokémon's moves. When Caesar slammed against the wall, utterly knocked out, even that level of force didn't leave a dent. Caesar is unable to battle, the referee said quietly. As she and Jasmine stared in disbelief, Sam was unable to hold back his excitement. His voice was a roar. Yes. This was a 10-star team versus a near 8-star team, and one of his Pokémon had somehow managed to win. Of course, Annilope had to take an extreme amount of damage to build himself up to where this was possible, but he had done it more than just done it. He had taken out one of Jasmine's core team members in just a single hit. You, Jasmine breathed out. You two clearly put in a lot of effort for this. Sam grinned at her. Annilope wobbled from the sheer amount of damage he'd taken, but he still managed to remain on his feet. I've underestimated you so far, Jasmine said. I've given you too much room to do as you please. We're ending this. Expect the battle to not last much longer from here. Nodding to herself as if to reaffirm her own words, Jasmine returned her fainted Caesar to release a new Pokémon. Above the field, a Magneton appeared. 3 individual Magnemite, locked together, buzzed with electricity. This Pokémon was just as defensive as any other steel type, but most threateningly, it was a powerful special attacker. Annilope, return, Sam said. At this point, even the slightest of shocks could finish off Annilope, but Sam felt it was all worth it just for that one knockout against Caesar. Haunter, enter this battle carefully. Put it to sleep. Don't take damage, yourself, Sam told his next Pokémon. Jasmine looked over the grinning ghost type that appeared on Sam's side of the field and chose to respond with a command of her own. Ring-ing. As Magneton had 3 eyes, Haunter clearly thought he could quickly cause it to fall asleep with hypnosis, but metal lid slid over the steel type's unfocused gaze to prevent the move from working. Following that up, the Magneton then pulled itself apart temporarily. Each Magnemite that made up its body attempted to separate only for a sharp, metallic ring to echo throughout the room when each Pokémon clanged back together. Sam couldn't tell if this attack was a metal sound or a supersonic, but Haunter was certainly disrupted. The vibrations caused his body to shudder, and he let out a groaning whine while pressing his hands to his ears. Thunderbolt! Magneton's magnets spun and crackled, and Haunter purposefully dropped, unable to do anything else. His speed helped him here. If he was just a split second slower, the lightning wouldn't have sailed over his head. Shadow Ball! Sam shouted. He would have liked to call for a hex, but without a status condition, Shadow Ball was stronger. Gritting his teeth, Haunter looked up at his opponent, but his aim was off. Still affected by the ringing noise, the move went a little too wide. Do we risk getting close? Magneton's eyes are still closed, but it doesn't seem to have any problem sensing where Haunter is. Sam didn't know much about the electric type, but he guessed the Magneton was detecting electromagnetic waves or something like that. Another thunderbolt came out, and Haunter zipped to the side to avoid that one as well. The problem right now was that Sam needed a way to deal damage, and the rest of the team was either too injured or too vulnerable at range to take on the Magneton. Acid Spray would have been decent if Magneton wasn't immune, so there was only a single other move left. Ominous Wind. Thankfully, Haunter didn't need to aim his attack since Ominous Wind's unearthly breeze spread across the entire room. As the chilling ghost-type move reached his opponent, the Magneton took the attack and shuddered. Jasmine then gave a command that made Sam's stomach twist. Charge! Easily withstanding the damage, the Magneton's magnets spun even more to generate electricity. Charge let it build up energy that it could use for future attacks. Even if Ominous Wind provided Haunter a boost, Charge would see the Magneton become too strong for anyone on Sam's team. We have to risk it. Haunter, wrench open its eyes. Haunter immediately understood the purpose behind Sam's command, and he darted through the air, going as fast as he could. He reached Magneton in less than a second, and latent, crackling static made him wince. Yet, he still snapped his hands forward, half phasing through the Magneton's metal body just to grab one of its eyelids. In a genuinely awful action, he managed to just barely crack it open. He pulled off hypnosis. But it wasn't enough. While this part of the Magneton did fall asleep, it was only one Magnemite. Though slightly disrupted by a third of it being unable to fight, the other two-thirds of its body could still attack. And, with Haunter right there, it didn't even need to aim. The Magneton simply burst for a discharge that utterly consumed him. As if to add insult to injury, using the move woke up the third Magnemite. Discharge isn't common in Johto, Sam grumbled. So if you know about it, you also have to know about Magnezone. Sam returned Haunter, but as he spoke, Jasmine gained a furious blush. I do. I just haven't had a chance to visit Sinnoh just yet. She twisted her hair around a finger, suddenly intently looking at the ground to not meet Sam's judging gaze. Over the field, her Magneton buzzed as if sighing. With that kind of reaction, Sam had a feeling this happened often. But Sam had to focus on considering his next Pokémon. He didn't like his odds. Misdreavus and Haunter had fainted. Typhlosion and Annilope were extremely injured. That just left Trevenant, but a Grass-type wasn't a great match-up against Steel-type Pokémon. Still, Trevenant knew Leech Seed, and even with the difference in strength, he would be able to withstand most attacks. Sam was sure Trevenant could heal through at least some of Magneton's damage, and Leech Seed's drain bypassed its defense. Like with the Steelix, they could potentially put a timer on this fight. Trevenant, Sam said. He didn't expect Jasmine's reaction. Wow! That's a rare Pokémon. As compared to Typhlosion and Annilope. Sure, but those are special evolutions. You can actually catch Trevenant in Johto. You can also catch a Typhlosion. This time around, Jasmine's blush came from embarrassment. So if you're using that Pokémon. Alright, Magneton, come back. Honestly, Sam had to question why she replaced a strong, ranged attacker with the ball of metal that took its place. Forretress wasn't the most impressive Pokémon, but Sam knew it was almost as sturdy as a Steelix. Its defenses weren't comparable, but its hardened shell made the bug type incredibly difficult to defeat. Trevenant, Forretress can't do much to hurt you. It may be a bug type, but it doesn't have any strong attacks. Set up, first. Once you're ready, prioritize landing a Leech Seed to deal damage. Quietly, Jasmine waited to give any commands until Sam finished giving his orders. When he was done, she smiled. You're making this too easy. Before you have your Pokémon trap itself with Ingrain, do you know what a Forretress is known for? Its defense. Sam offered. He also wasn't worried about her comment on Ingrain. He already knew Trevenant could switch no matter what. No, Jasmine replied with a giggle. Remember, I allowed for free switching for a reason. I could let you use that as you will, or with Forretress, I could. It's known for its spikes, Sam said with a dawning realization. Return, quick. And Typhlosion, hurry. As healthy as Trevenant was, Sam simply couldn't afford to keep him out there. Typhlosion was on the verge of fainting, but she needed to knock out Forretress now before it could use its move. Yet, Jasmine just giggled again, and as Typhlosion breathed in, she once more gave her Pokémon a single command. Spikes, she ordered. Forretress closed its shell to become a tight ball and spun. Glowing spikes grew out of its body to scatter in every direction, and then flames consumed it. Possessing 2 types vulnerable to fire-type moves as well as a mediocre special defense meant that was it. It didn't matter how sturdy Fortress was, with enough fire, it would faint, but Jasmine had let it faint. All because she wanted it to pull off this one move. Your team has a fine strategy for modern conceptions of battling, but there are a few tricks from Sinnoh you should be aware of, Jasmine said. Many trainers from Sinnoh heavily rely on entry hazards. Fortress is known for its spikes, so now if you try to send out any Pokémon, they'll take damage the moment they hit the ground. The spikes were spread out thinly enough that Typhlosion would have no problem moving around them. Unfortunately, a newly sent out Pokémon wouldn't know where they were and would land on them, taking damage in the process. If he had kept Typhlosion in her Pokeball, that would have been it for the battle. The small amount of chip damage from the spikes would have been enough to see her faint. The same was true for Anilope and the extreme number of injuries he'd sustained. With one move, you almost took out 2 of my Pokémon, Sam mumbled in disbelief. Jasmine hadn't let up her smile. But you managed to recognize that and send out your Typhlosion early. That was a good choice on your part. She looked over to Sam's Pokémon and at how Typhlosion was breathing heavily. The fur on her chest was discolored from where she'd hurt herself with curse. Honestly, she should have fainted. If Steelix's dig had been more focused on damage instead of disruption, that would have been it. Right now, she was so hurt that it would take only a single hit to knock her out. Recognizing what Jasmine still had left, Sam braced himself for the return of her Magneton. However, Magneton wasn't the Pokémon Jasmine chose to send out. Let's finish this, Jasmine said. Steelix, use Earthquake. As if resuming the matchup that started the battle, Jasmine released her ace Pokémon her Steelix. That towering Pokémon reared back to shake the earth, but Typhlosion was quick. Jump. Steelix's attack wasn't a usual attack. In the case of Earthquake, its attack was the field. A crack formed in the dirt and stretched to where Typhlosion stood. She likely only managed to jump in time to avoid the damage thanks to Detect. But there was a problem with that, Typhlosion couldn't fly. She had entered the air, so she was due to fall. Though she had managed to use this single attack, all she had bought herself was a second. Yet, to finish off Steelix, she also only needed to land a single attack. Fire. Whatever you can. Even Ember could work. Curse had done its job earlier. Steelix barely had any stamina left. Anything would be enough. So, Typhlosion breathed in. Deeper than ever before, her flames turned a near black purple. Both shadow and light were cast across the field in a brightness that made Sam squint. Wisps then formed in the air around her, but they didn't spread out. The various motes appeared and rushed her, and Typhlosion sucked all of them right in. What is she? Fire glowed within her neck. She hit the earth, but she pushed off of it to lunge to the side, somehow narrowly avoiding a second earthquake. Her entire purpose was being spent just to finish charging this attack. It wasn't an ember. It wasn't a flamethrower. It was a fire-type move, but one more powerful than Sam had ever seen before. This can't be Eruption. She's too injured, Sam said in a whisper. Eruption's power is tied to a Pokémon's health. I thought she'd eventually pick it up, but here. Sam stopped himself. He could remember their time on Carl's ranch. Typhlosion had vanished for several days straight, all for the sole purpose of training under her grandfather. They'd been practicing. That aged Typhlosion had been teaching her. Sam hadn't been aware of what move it was, but... I always knew my grandfather had experience as a trainer, but this? Across from Sam, Jasmine let out a soft chuckle. If there was any way for Steelix to faint, a blast burn would do it, she said. The flames that ultimately left Typhlosion's throat turned the room a deep red. The dirt churned up by so many attacks almost seemed to melt under her heat. This was an eruption, but an eruption so different from that similarly named move. Only so many species could learn this, and even then, it took a special Pokémon to pull it off. But Typhlosion had figured out Blast Burn with only a handful of days under her grandfather. And now she was using that ultimate move here. The Steelix tried to dodge, of course, but Jasmine saw the move was coming and recognized there was no way to avoid it. The Pokémon dove, trying to dive beneath the incoming attack, but the flames were a meteor that consumed both it and the earth, and when the heat finally died down, the Steelix was glowing. Consumed by heat, it fell over. Steelix fainted. Then, exhausted, Typhlosion fell over, too. The battle was sealed from there. Unfortunately, it wasn't sealed in Sam's favor. Trevenant just didn't have a way to deal enough damage to Magneton from range. He could heal through its initial attacks, and Leech Seed almost seemed to give him a chance. But he didn't have a way to heal from status conditions, and once the electricity paralyzed him, the rate at which he healed was cut in half. Magneton's charge then let it build into a threat he couldn't beat. After that, Sam only had Annihilape left, but Fortress had already effectively taken him out of the fight. Sam chose to at least try to see if Annihilape could withstand being released, but the spikes had somehow persisted even through everything else, and the moment he landed on the ground, that little bit of damage was just enough to take him out. Then, it was over. Sam could only breathe out to acknowledge what had happened. We lost. And that was that. He had mixed feelings about the battle. Losing was painful, but he couldn't ignore his team's achievements. Not only had Typhlosion done the impossible and defeated Jasmine's Steelix, but Annihilape had fainted her Scizor in a single punch. Even Fortress, who Jasmine chose to let faint, was a victory just because Jasmine was in a position to make that choice in the first place. Yet, she had only used 4 Pokémon Steelix, Scizor, Magneton, and Fortress. As great as an achievement that taking out 3 of 4 was, Jasmine also still had her 5th. She'd been poised to win from the start. But there was no sense in arguing over the outcome of the match. Sam had lost, but that was a given considering the level of opponent he faced with his team. He still won in small ways. How many trainers, even at an elite level, could say they knocked out Jasmine's ace Steelix in a match? To shake Jasmine's hand, Sam had to walk around the side of the field. The field itself was so churned up and covered in both spikes and stones that there was no way either of them could safely walk over it. The referee sent out a Pokémon not a steel type, to Sam's surprise, but a ground-type Sandslash. It looked around before excitedly diving into the dirt, using its sharp claws to break up the debris and smooth the field out. Good fight, Jasmine said. Good fight, Sam said, and he meant it even though he didn't win. I know we lost, but when it comes to ways we can improve, do you have any tips that could help my team? He had his ideas. Ranged Pokémon were by far his team's biggest weakness. Though Typhlosion, Misdreavus, and Haunter could attack them back, they didn't have a great team member to withstand special attacks. Giving Annihilape or Trevenant a ranged move could help, but at least against Jasmine, between her Steelix's Earthquake and her Magneton's Everything, they simply didn't have a way to handle that. Humming, Jasmine considered Sam's question, but when she spoke, she didn't bring up anything similar. At a base level, you and I have similar strategies. I use my Pokémon's defenses to my advantage, and you use your team's status conditions and evasion. My Pokémon were a bit more aggressive than usual in this fight just because we could afford that, but even with how you tried to limit us, we had a surprising amount of freedom. What do you mean? Status conditions can weaken opponents, but you're not restricting your opponents enough to truly make them work, Jasmine said. Status conditions shine the most when your opponents don't have a viable way to fight back, and when they have no choice but to be worn down over time. Except, in our match, my Pokémon and I always had ways to counter your team. Your best moment was when your Misdreavus used Mean Look. It was what let your Typhlosion finish off Steelix. But for the rest of it, I focused too much on offense, Sam grumbled, rubbing his head. More than that. You only have a few Pokémon that actually inflicted useful status conditions. Teaching more of them Will-O-Wisp can help, but I also think you should look into moves like Mean Look to help in your fights. But really, Pokémon battles are all about finding or creating advantages you can use, Jasmine continued. You either want to limit your opponent's options or make as many opportunities as possible for your team. You focus on limiting your opponents like I do, but you don't do that enough. Power is power, and power is always good, but you need to find a better balance between power and status moves to make the most out of your team. Sam nodded along, committing Jasmine's words to memory. He could already recognize one opportunity he missed. With Haunter, at least, he focused too much on hypnosis. When Jasmine called for charge, he missed out on a perfectly viable spite. His team did have those kinds of moves Jasmine was talking about, he just wasn't using them enough. His Pokémon also had options they were in the process of learning like Pain Split and Destiny Bond, but for most of his team, those two moves weren't in a ready enough state to have used them in this match. Thank you. That really helps, Sam said. Jasmine sent him a smile. I'm glad. I'd offer more, but I'm not a ghost-type specialist. I'm not sure I can say anything more than that. Still, Thank you for the battle. It was a nice distraction from all the work. Her eyes suddenly widened in realization. All the work I still have to finish. She let out a defeated sigh. Sam left the gym feeling strongly about the conference. In every way, this had been a learning experience, and he felt more prepared than ever to continue to train his team. As he left, he was once again joined by Dreepy and Drawcloak. Those two continued to stay next to him so that no one would try to catch them, and all the way, Dreepy gushed on and on about everything he'd seen. It was hard to parse such energetic squeaks, but he gestured enough to let Sam understand the gist of what he was trying to refer to. Dreepy liked Anilope's attacks. He really liked Haunter's speed. He was also enamored with Typhlosion's blast burn, and it seemed like he wanted to be the heart of a move that strong. At times, he would tap his sister's head to try to get her to chime in, but Drawcloak would just grunt, roll her eyes, or give one-syllable responses. However, there was one moment brought up that caused her to go silent, look at the ground, and almost seem to blush. If there was anything she got out of watching that match, it was that she wanted to become as tough as Jasmine. The night was spent letting everyone rest, and Sam spent a while just considering Jasmine's advice. As effective as his strategy was, he could tell he had made mistakes and had plenty of gaps to fill in. But they would fix that. So far, his most effective periods of practice had been before his 7th gym match and when he'd been on his own after his return to Ecruteak. He was slowly becoming more and more attuned to the best ways to train his team. With his increase in both knowledge and experience, he could see all the little ways to help his Pokémon become strong. He knew that once they spent some time training in Ilex, his Pokémon would see a drastic increase in strength. Before that, they needed to get through Kianwood and earn their 8th gym badge. The next morning, they left. A curious pair of shadows slipped onto the boat after Sam. As much as Drawcloak tried to stay hidden, she wasn't good at it with how Dreepy came out to stay at Sam's side. The ticket for this boat had been a bit more expensive than Sam would have liked, but that was just because the boat wasn't a ferry. Rather, someone had a small speeder primarily used for medicine deliveries that they also sold tickets for as a way to earn extra cash on the side. Because of Sam's choice of ride, the trip to Kianwood only took most of a day instead of the 2.5 days it'd take otherwise. It might have been faster if not for the whirl islands in the way, but the shape of those islands saw so many whirlpools form that even thinking of getting close was not worth the risk. Sam arrived in Kianwood only a bit past dusk, and he breathed in its salty sea air. The city's similarities to his home didn't miss him. Like Dewford, Kianwood was a coastal island city separate from the region's mainland, and it also had its own fighting-type gym. It was so similar, in fact, that upon entering it, he didn't regret his choice to spend as little time here as possible. This place was too much like Dewford. He just wanted to earn his final gym badge and then move on. But of course, this was the place Miss Drevis was set to evolve, but that was something they planned for tomorrow. After such a tough fight against Jasmine, when a nurse tells you that your team needs to rest, you have them rest instead of doing something insane like presenting one with an evolutionary stone. The night of their arrival in Kianwood was meant to be a rest until the next morning, but upon checking into the Pokémon Center, the nurse froze when she entered Sam's ID. It wasn't the usual freeze, she was too early in the process to see the members of his team. Instead, she looked up and hesitantly asked for him to confirm his name. Yes? I'm Samuel Greyson, he answered. Her brow furrowed. Can you wait here for a moment? He wasn't going to ignore a nurse's request. Though Sam was a bit worried about what that reaction could mean, he still nodded, and the nurse stepped into the center's back. There weren't too many other trainers around since it was pretty much night. Kianwood also wasn't the largest city in the region, so he imagined gym challengers here were processed pretty fast. Sam found a chair. His Pokémon rested in their Pokeballs or his shadow. The nurse hadn't asked for him to hand them over for treatment. For now, not sure what else to do, he closed his eyes to try to relax as well. That lasted only a few minutes. Before no time at all, he heard the ding of the center's automatic front doors, and after a second of catching their breath, someone shouted out with a booming voice. There you are! Sam's eyes snapped open. The sheer volume of that voice practically shook the building. He tried to look around to see if the burly man in the doorway was speaking to anyone else, but Sam was the only person in the room. Me? You don't even realize how long you've kept me waiting, do you? An entire season. Months of nothing. I honestly thought you were never going to show up. The heavy man huffed. What, you get cold feet? Even though it had to be true, Sam prayed that this man was talking to literally anyone else, but the man's eyes were firmly locked onto him. Grinning, the stranger practically stormed over. Sam knew this wasn't someone he could beat in a fight, any kind of fight, actually. The man stopped marching forward when he reached a spot right in front of Sam. He had a presence to him that made him feel bigger than he truly was, and he was made that much more intimidating by the fact he wasn't wearing a shirt. "You really think Brawley recommended Johto for no reason?" the man said, now speaking at a still loud but more reasonable volume. "You should have known better than that. Now, come on. We're leaving." "Why?" Sam squeaked. "Because you'll be staying with me. I'm Chuck." Chuck let out a deep, chortling laugh. "Now get up, Sam. This is an opportunity for you. Don't you know it's an honor to be invited to a gym leader's home?" Chapter 137.5. Reedy was aware of just how much information Sam had given her. She knew just how valuable every little ounce was. That's why she tried so hard to help Sam in return. While they were friends and while friends always helped each other, she didn't want to only take. So she always kept an eye out for ways she could pay him back, doing things like staying up to date on local events, talking to other trainers on his behalf, and helping his team train their physical might as often as she could. But she wanted to do more. He'd done so much for her and her team, and everything she'd done were things she would have done anyway because, again, they were friends. While the needs of their teams meant they had to split up until the conference, she could at least gather as many surprises for him as possible for when they reunited in Silvertown. That meant Reedy was doing the impossible. She was getting better at research. She'd already been reading a bunch of books to better understand Porygon and Dragonair, but now she was trying to learn information Sam wouldn't otherwise get the chance to learn about his team. The biggest one was sensory abilities, a more general understanding of them, that is. She had Tibia and Fibula with her to help protect Porygon, and those two ghastly had been trained to sense hostile intent. While Reedy knew Sam was training his ghost types to do the same, he hadn't yet looked into how that worked. And, thanks to all the opportunities Mr. Pokémon provided, she had plenty of chances to ask researchers exactly why and how Pokémon could sense others. Each time she met someone for Ursaring's evolution, usually a Pokémon scientist or a geologist, weirdly enough she posed the same set of questions to learn what they knew. Their experiences would give her pieces of the answer, or they would direct her to some kind of useful book. All of that together let her combine what she knew into a basic summary of sensing. From what she concluded, she learned that 4 primary types carried general sensory abilities, and anything else was more specific or was only developed by certain species. The first of those 4 types capable of wide-ranged sensing was the ghost type, of course, but the list of things the ghost type could sense was actually pretty limited. Really, ghost types could only detect spirits and hostile intent, but they didn't actually sense intent. Ghost types were drawn toward negative feelings capable of priming an area to spawn more ghost types, and then that instinctual draw was what could be trained into a more general feeling. Next on the list were psychic types, but their capabilities were pretty obvious. Some could sense in that they got glimpses of possible futures, and others could more explicitly detect others' minds. However, out of all of the types that could sense things, the psychic type was the least directed. They cast a wide net, so small things tended to slip through. Bug types especially were often ignored simply because they disrupted psychic types due to their nearly alien, almost hive-like mindset. Lastly, the final 2 types that came up seemed to have some way to sense others, but they were a bit more general, and the researchers' comments often disagreed. Some brought up the fighting type as a possibility, and the occasional, weathered book would reference something called aura or fighting spirit. Apparently, some exceptionally trained fighting types could outright see life energy. Meanwhile, and this was the one that caused the most arguments, some claimed that the fairy type could sense emotions. However, that one was the vaguest with the least coherent arguments, and the few researchers from Indigo that did accept the fairy type's existence weren't sure if its emotion-sensing capabilities were tied to the type itself or just a few specific species. Other than that, there were other forms of highly specific sensory abilities, like how some ground types could detect seismic waves or how some electric types could detect magnetic fields. However, those capabilities varied from species to species, so it was really just those 4 types that could be used for widespread detection of people and Pokémon. But all of that was just a distraction. As she stood at the side of the road, Reedy silently went over everything she had learned just because she didn't want to think about what came next. She needed to focus, yet it felt as though she had an impossible task. Because before her was a house. A simple one. 2 stories tall with a small staircase leading up to its door, it looked exactly like every other nearby square building that had been pressed into a line to form this goldenrod city block. This place looked so unassuming, but something dangerous lurked inside. It took Reedy several minutes to gather the confidence that she needed to knock on its front door. "Hello." Her voice almost seemed to echo through the building as her knuckles banged against the door's wood. If she had her Pokémon out with her, she would have felt better, but Mr. Pokémon had made it clear that she was to keep them in their Pokeballs for now. Their presence would have made this a scene, and the man she was about to meet valued privacy over all things. Forcing herself to keep her head high, she knocked until she noticed a doorbell off to her side. The second she pressed the button, loud clattering came from within. The ring echoed out, and then a man's voice yelped in surprise. "1 minute," that same voice shouted once he seemed to gather himself back up. Waiting, Reedy took a deep breath and held it. She only allowed herself to breathe again once the door opened 10 seconds later. "Yes." The man looked slightly out of breath and honestly rather surprised. "Hello," Reedy said, speaking as professionally as she could. "My name is Reedy. Mr. Pokémon contacted you on my behalf. I have a Porygon on my team that needs your help. Please." "You're Bill, right?" Staring down at her, the richest man in all of Indigo blinked his eyes. Just like the house he was in, he looked completely unassuming. She wouldn't have sent him a second glance if she passed him on the street. But he was important. Impossibly so. Bill developed the Pokémon transfer system completely on his own and was in the process of ensuring that critical technology was spread across the globe. Yet he was also tired. While his eyes were bright, they carried deep bags, and it was pretty obvious that he'd been wearing his purple polo shirt for at least a full day. His curly brown hair was a mess on his head, but his expression still lit up when Reedy said her name. "Yes. Of course. Oh man, that was today? Sorry. I should really get my electronic planner set up, but, I've been busy." He laughed, awkwardly scratching the back of his head while fully pulling open the door. "Come in and forgive the mess. I have everything set up upstairs." He spun on a heel to stride deeper into the house, and Reedy had to be the one to close the door behind them. Tibia and Fibula shot inside right after her by darting from shadow to shadow. They didn't stay in her own shadow under her feet as Reedy couldn't handle that freezing feeling that came from ghost types being in there. She had no idea how Sam was so capable of withstanding that, especially since the feeling grew for every extra ghost type. For now, Tibia and Fibula stuck around to keep an eye out for her team, but they'd likely be returned to Violet City once the conference was over. "Porygon is really quite an interesting species," Bill began as he strode further inside. "Originally and currently Porygon were used solely for research. Their origin was actually a mistake. If you make a computer advanced enough, inevitably, something resembling a Porygon will spawn. It then tends to develop from there." Bill weaved through stacks and stacks of papers that filled his house. He knew exactly where to step, but Reedy could barely find a path through that maze. To her side, a couch filled with takeout containers sat in a messy living room, and a television on the wall blasted the local news. "Hey! Goldenrod just had its major tournament. I missed that." She frowned at the familiar trainer holding up a gold trophy. Xavier's expression was just as neutral as ever, but she also felt as though that just made him seem even more smug than usual. When Bill reached the entrance to a staircase leading up, he paused with his hand on the wall, looking over his shoulder as Reedy struggled to follow after him. "Most researchers are still in the process of trying to discover the specific conditions needed for a Porygon to spawn," he said. "Practically all of them have found nothing, but a few Porygon have been created mostly through a fluke. Even more, there are plenty of others trying to obtain a Porygon for themselves, but that's really just due to wanting to make use of the species' skill with electronic management. But you," his words briefly trailed off. "But you obtained a Porygon completely outside any of that. So what?" Reedy asked, finally managing to catch up to him. "So what?" Bill repeated as he blinked in confusion. "So that means you're the only person that's actually been using a Porygon to battle." Excitedly, he climbed the staircase 2 steps at a time, and Reedy hurried after him. The mess wasn't as bad in this stairwell, but there were plenty of dirty coffee mugs that had been pushed to the stairs' sides. "I have a computer up here. It's one of my first, so it's a little outdated even though I try as hard as I can to keep it in line with others. It might not be as fast as other devices, but it has basically all of my files. It should give us plenty of chances to see how a Porygon interacts with file systems, but I have a few personal curiosities I want to check out first. Isn't that why we're here? Reedy asked. I wanted help with Porygon, and Mr. Pokémon told me you'd give us that in exchange for their help in return. Bill sent her a curious look. Sure, he said, but it's all tied together. I don't know what Mr. Pokémon told you, but your research is my research. Well, I mean, I'm actually researching a lot of stuff, but Porygon is really interesting. Just like you're the only one to put a Porygon into battle, you're also the only one to posit that the species can evolve. He looked excited, and Reedy realized that she couldn't forget one of Bill's other titles. As important as he was to so many regions' transfer architecture, he was also famously referred to as a Pokemaniac. The staircase didn't lead them to the usual kind of second floor. Instead, it opened up into a massive room so big that Bill had likely bought the neighboring houses just to knock out their walls. There. In the center. I affectionately call it the machine, he said. Reedy scrunched up her nose. It was just a tube of metal covered in wires. It had a big keyboard and monitor, but they looked even more outdated than some of the PCs found in Pokemon centers. The monitor didn't even have any graphics on it. It only displayed lines of text. The rest of the room was similarly unimpressive. All around this massive space, computer and machine parts littered the floor, and piles upon piles of paper lay scattered in seemingly random stacks. There were plenty of cardboard boxes as well, with a decent amount piled up next to that central computer. A few of them were open, and inside them, Reedy could see rows of neatly organized cards covered in punched holes. Now where was? After taking a moment to lovingly stare at his invention, Bill tore his gaze away and marched to the side of the room. A mound of loose papers sat before him, and he shoved in an arm to dig through them before yanking something out. He held the back of a shirt in his hand. A young girl about half of Reedy's age dangled in his grip. Brother. The girl yawned and rubbed her eyes as if she had just been woken up from a nap. Bill carefully placed her on the floor before giving her a sharp look with his hands on his hips. What did I tell you about using my notes as a blanket? Just grab a real blanket if I can, or only use your notes from college. He narrowed his eyes. The girl suddenly wilted. Oh no. You said to not use your notes from college. I'm sorry. I forgot. Amused, Bill sighed and then regained a slight smile. Sister, he said, very intentionally not using her actual name, we have a guest. This is Reedy. Reedy, this is my sister. Bill was rich, and while he carried a lot of influence, he also tried his best to make sure his family could continue living a normal life. While it was a show of trust to allow Reedy in here, it was also clear he didn't want to risk leaking more pertinent details about his family's identities. Nice to meet you. Reedy offered. Sure, Bill's sister said. She yawned again and then turned around to dig through the pile as well. Like Bill had, she pulled something out, but she kept it in her arms instead of placing it back on the ground. And this is Eevee, the girl said. The brown-furred Pokémon remained asleep in her arms. Bill spoke up once the introductions were done. I grew up in Goldenrod, but my main place of residence is over in Cerulean, he said. This building isn't my home, it's just a place I stay while visiting my family. Of course, that means my family can also visit me, but we can make use of that. Behind him, Bill's sister stuck out her tongue at him, but she hastily withdrew it before he turned back around. She kept quiet as Bill crouched before her, and then he sent her a soft look. Reedy came here for my help. I want to help her, but I also want to know if you'd be willing to help us. The girl frowned, but then her eyes widened in realization a second later. Oh. You need Eevee? She asked. Yup. I need Eevee, Bill replied. She smiled ever so slightly and then looked around. Her eyes lingered on the center of the room, and she skipped over to its conspicuously open space. Behind her, Bill clapped his hands once. He walked up to Reedy while asking a question. So. Reedy, what can you tell me about Porygon? They eat programs, and... She went on to explain everything she'd observed about Porygon's species. Their eating habits, their training issues, as well as every move and skill they'd learned. But I think, out of everything, I'm most worried about who they are, Reedy said at the end. There are times I think I almost see something, but it's like they can't form original thoughts or act by themselves. Porygon follows commands, and I can have them memorize preset orders, but when it comes to making decisions. Alright. Bill said. How about you show me all of that in a battle? Reedy sent him a questioning look, and he simply smiled and gestured to his sister. The young girl had placed her EV on the floor and was now in the process of trying to nudge it awake. My sister and Evie have been training together. They want to go on a journey once they're both more grown up. I'd love to see how your Porygon battles, and they're the perfect opponents for this. They'd also appreciate the chance to have a practice battle, too. Reedy eyed her would-be opponent. Bill's sister was young, and her EV was clearly unpracticed. But there was something there. They weren't totally inexperienced. And letting Bill see her and Porygon fight in a match could be important, especially since he was smart enough to piece together anything she might have missed. Got it, Reedy said. So do I just stay here, or? I think over there will be good. I keep the center of this room open so my sister can train, but there should be enough space to support a short battle like this. Reedy found an open spot and faced Bill's sister. The floor was mostly clean, but a handful of loose papers remained scattered around. Rely on half power for this battle, Porygon, Reedy whispered to her Pokémon's Pokeball. Bill's expression lit up when he saw Porygon appear. His sister's EV suddenly looked more alert, now properly waking up when it recognized it was about to take part in a match. You can go first. Bill's sister called out. Reedy raised an eyebrow. Cocky, hey, she asked. Don't underestimate us because we're young. I'm not underestimating you. I can just tell how strong you and your Pokémon are. The girl snorted. Reedy eyed both her and the EV. I'll start easy. We can't be seen as weak, but we can't exactly bully Bill's sister, either. The younger girl stood on her side of the field, rocking on her feet with her arms held behind her back. She looked impatient for the battle to begin, and Reedy wasn't one to tackle things slowly. So, Reedy went ahead and gave the first command. Jab, she shouted. It wasn't a fancy code name like her other chain commands, but it wasn't like this was a fancy strategy, either. Porygon simply enhanced themselves with a sharpen, and then they lunged for a simple, enhanced tackle. Like developing sharper polygons in a three-dimensional graphic, Bill mumbled quietly. Appears almost computer-generated. I bet I could make an identical model easily enough. As interested as he was at the sight of sharpen, his sister almost looked insulted. Just that? Really? She asked with a scoff. Eevee. Barrage them with Swift. Her Eevee backflipped to jump over Porygon, an excessive way to move but something they had clearly trained, and then it swung its tail through the air. Stars were left in the fluffy swish's wake that then rushed where Porygon floated. But it was just a low-level Swift. Those stars had nothing on how Sam's Typhlosion could use the move. Take them, Reedy ordered. Use Recover into Lock On. Lock On. Bill said to himself. And Recover. The stars hit, and though scuff marks were left on Porygon's side, they shone with a light that then caused them to disappear. Bill's sister called for her EV to use Quick Attack, attempting to have her Pokémon circle around, but Porygon rotated in place to track it, unerringly locking their eyes onto Eevee's own. Charge Beam, Reedy ordered. Sand Attack. Bill's sister called out. Another backflip, and another swish of its tail. This time around, Ground-type energy let Eevee conjure and toss out sand, but Porygon's aim wasn't disrupted. Lock-on ensured that Porygon's charge beam would always hit. Mid-air, Eevee attempted to twist around to try to minimize the damage it was about to take, but it was still struck. Though the damage was significant for a Pokémon at its level, it stayed conscious thanks to Porygon lowering the output of their move. However, the force of the electric-type attack still saw Eevee be knocked back, but credit to it, Eevee managed to spin in the air to land on its paws. But it had still taken plenty of damage from that one attack. Regardless, it pushed on. It's nice to see that it's trained, but we're way stronger. No sense in letting this go for too long. We should finish the match before we disappoint Bill. Reedy grinned to herself as the energies of Charge Beam suffused Porygon to boost their special attack. She pointed forward the same moment Bill's sister called out, but she let the younger girl speak first. Fine. If you're going to attack from range, then we'll get in close. Use Takedown, Eevee. Even though the recoil from Takedown would just see Eevee faint, Bill's sister clearly lacked battle experience. Reedy still wanted to show off one final move. Try Attack. Reedy yelled. Bill sucked in a breath. His sister, annoyed as she recognized what was about to happen, kicked at the floor. 3 motes of energy formed in front of Porygon. Fire, ice, and electricity energy combined into a neutral sum. Those 3 points then connected to form a triangle, and they spun and spun and spun and were launched out at their opponent. Eevee tried to flip away once more, but its movement only looked impressive. Flips weren't the fastest or most efficient way to dodge, and the Pokémon was struck, the move bursting in a chaotic mass of energy against its fur. The tri-attack inflicted its full damage and launched Eevee back. The Pokémon hit the floor, bouncing once. It was clear that it had fainted. Eevee. Bill's sister ran to where Eevee had landed. She scooped her unconscious Pokémon into her arms and sent Reedy a glare. Reedy smiled back. We didn't really get to show it off, but I have other commands we could have used. Orbital Porygon Space Cannon is my favorite. Its Magnet Rise, Lock On, and Zap Cannon to give them the height needed to unleash their strongest attack with perfect aim. She then froze, feeling like the dumbest trainer in the world. Wait, what did I do? I didn't show off conversion. Ugh, that's like their best thing. Porygon can change their type based on their last move. With her shout of conversion, Porygon immediately followed that command. On the field, pixels rippled across their body, but nothing changed. Their last used move was the normal type tri-attack, so they maintained their current type. Actually, I've seen conversion before. You don't need to worry, Bill said. Most researchers just think of it as a curiosity rather than anything useful for battle, though. Hey! Why? Reedy asked. Conversion's pretty quick and can be super useful. If you time it well, you can change Porygon's type for defense or even better. It's great at enhancing their attacks. Bill rubbed his chin. Fond of strong moves? He asked. Reedy met his look with a cheeky grin. Only the strongest for my team, she said with a good amount of cheer. Behind them, Bill's sister carried her Eevee to one of the boxes at the side of the room and dug through to pull out a diamond-shaped capsule of a revive. Cracking it open, she scattered the healing dust over her Pokémon, and her Eevee slowly came to as the exceptionally strong medicine rapidly cured its wounds. She then shot Reedy another glare. You're mean. Reedy's eye twitched. Yeah? Well, you're annoying. Bill was too busy staring at Porygon to notice that exchange. Both Reedy and Bill's sister stuck out their tongues at one another, and their taunts lasted until Bill finally spoke. You're programming them. Surprised, Reedy stopped what she was doing to look up. Hey! You're Porygon, he said. Based on what you described with that cannon strategy and your demonstration of jab, it's pretty obvious that you're training them as if they're a program. So let me ask you a question, how complex of a command can you input? Input? I wouldn't call it that, Reedy grumbled, but she did go on to speak normally. I guess it's just been some basic but specific stuff. I have commands that represent chains of moves, and then I also have a system that lets me call out positions on the field. Bill nodded. I see. I see. Functions and variables, then. So for food, based on what you said earlier, what kind of programs do you feed them? Reedy brought out her graphing calculator. She would regularly restock it with downloadable programs each time they visited a Pokémon Center. Sending him a nervous glance, she handed it to Bill. He went on to hit its buttons to scroll through the device's current entries, and as he did, he gained a strange look in his eyes while taking them all in. Have Porygon enter my computer, he said suddenly. Excuse me. I have a theory, Bill answered, looking back up. Don't worry about my stuff, I have backups. I just need you to send Porygon directly in. Cautiously, Reedy looked over to her Pokémon and nodded. Rather than gesture for any signal, she simply repeated Bill's request as a command. Enter the machine in the center, she ordered. Porygon floated over and passed through the towering device's screen. Interesting, Bill said quietly. Look. They've appeared as a sprite in the corner. The machine shouldn't have that kind of display functionality. Porygon even has their colors. Porygon stood out from the lines of text on the green-black screen. They waited in the bottom right corner, resembling a sort of pop-up that seemed poised to ask Bill if he needed assistance. Tell them to eat something, Bill then prodded. What kind of program? Reedy asked. She didn't receive a response right away. Instead, Bill paused, silently staring at his computer's screen and Porygon on it. A strange look entered his eyes as the corner of his mouth curved up for a smile. The room felt utterly silent for a single moment before he finally gave his one-word answer. Everything. To that, Reedy nodded once. Alright. Got it. So you hear that, Porygon? Reedy called out. Feel free to do what you want. Feast as much as you can. Immediately, text began to scroll through the screen. File names and commands were entered one at a time before turning into more complicated strings. Reedy was somewhat familiar with the process from the times she had Porygon clean out the calculator as a reward. This time around, however, was something else, and the rate at which Porygon was eating began to rapidly speed up. It's fast. The comment came from Bill's sister, who moved up to them while carrying the now conscious Eevee in her arms. And it's getting faster. It is, Bill answered. And I think this confirms my theory. Reedy, I believe Porygon is a datavore. I already knew that, she said flatly. Bill just shook his head. No. You thought Porygon ate data for sustenance, and while I do think there's some truth in that, there's also something else to it. Eating programs like this isn't just fueling them. It's also giving them information they use to learn. So, what, they're only improving because they've been eating? Reedy asked. Training Porygon didn't matter? The only reason they got stronger at all was just because they were feeding on programs. She tasted something sour in her mouth, but Bill shook his head again. No, both were important. For this, Porygon needed the experience. When it comes to true understanding, that's a more complicated subject. Porygon could have never gained what was needed through consuming data alone. On the screen, command lines changed from long, complicated strings to full-on functions and then pages of code. Words upon words appeared and then flashed away as Porygon continued their feast and ate Bill's file system from the inside out. Bill looked enthralled. His sister watched with interest at his side. Reedy remained silent. She'd never seen Porygon act like this before. Right now, Porygon are considered to be oddities. They're a data-based Pokémon, yes, but there's not much else known about them other than that, Bill said softly. They're primarily used as research assistants and organizational managers. Most people don't want to risk having their data disappear, so they simply never let their Porygon eat too frequently. After all, why would they ever want to risk losing their hard-earned data? But I didn't care about that, Reedy replied. And I had Porygon eat all the time. So you did, and that let your Porygon adapt to the process, Bill continued. All of that is coming together before us right now. The strength that came from training. The programming that came from your command-like moves. All the snippets they picked up from the graphing calculator. All of that combined means that when presented with enough information, supported by the experience they've earned, then, like an evolutionary stone. Bill went utterly silent when a brilliant light emanated from the screen of his machine. Reedy couldn't see what was going on. The white completely overtook the text of the computer as well as Porygon's sprite in the corner. The monitor had a black background, but that became completely replaced with white. The light grew and grew and grew, until... click! The power shut off. The room went dark before the whir of generators echoed out, and the computer began going through the slow process of its reboot. Is Porygon? Reedy didn't finish her sentence. From the monitor, something pink and blue burst out, and that blur slammed into her chest. Whatever it was hummed, and then that same sound turned into a whine. She could feel something smooth pressing against her, and she looked down to see Porygon, but it wasn't Porygon. They had the same basic shape, but it was like their body had been made sleeker and far more smoothed out. Porygon? Reedy asked in disbelief. The Pokémon brought up its head, and its eyes curved up for a smile. To Reedy, that smile meant everything. It was everything. The reaction wasn't Porygon following a command, and it wasn't Porygon simply mimicking a smile. It was a demonstration of true, genuine emotion, an expression of both thanks and affection for everything Reedy had done. She couldn't do anything else. Reedy collapsed to her knees, and Porygon followed. Breathing in a shaky breath, she threw her arms around the floating Pokémon, and then she let it all out. I've been so worried. I thought this wouldn't work and you'd be stuck as a machine forever. When the power went out when the computer turned off I thought. She sobbed and hugged her Pokémon. Porygon, in a sign of independence so unlike their pre-evolved form, rested their head on her shoulder, and that just made Reedy cry even harder. To her side, Bill looked on with a soft smile, and even his sister, who had never waited to express her annoyance, also huffed in amusement. Amazing. I didn't expect this to work, but that surge of data was really what Porygon needed. But I also don't think this could have worked on its own. Porygon needed practice learning and adapting to figure out how to develop further, and that means. Suddenly looking up, he rushed over to his computer. If there's any data left, this is an opportunity. I might be able to record what happened and tie that development to a disk. He began to type furiously as Reedy continued to hug her Pokémon. She knew that Porygon was no longer a base Porygon but a Porygon 2, except saying that out loud was annoying, so she was just going to keep calling them Porygon regardless of their species' real name. "I'm happy for you," she said. Her heart melted when Porygon's eyes curved up for a smile once again. When she finally let them go, they excitedly circled around her. She laughed at their reaction, and it took several minutes before Bill spoke again. "There are opportunities here if you are interested," he said as he hurried through his work. At this point, his sister walked back to sit on a nearby box, already looking bored. Hone's Moss Deep Space Center has been looking for a Pokémon to help with rocket launches, and your Porygon is sleek enough and has the needed traits to likely be it. Similarly, the Galactic Corporation over in Sinnoh has been undergoing related space-based research, and they'd be very interested in acquiring this kind of data. "So, you're selling this?" Reedy asked as she walked over. "Yes," Bill answered easily enough. Reedy wanted to protest the idea of Bill just getting richer off of her and her Pokémon's hard work, but she wasn't in a position to object. Part of her contract with Mr. Pokémon was to share information about new discoveries, and when it came to Porygon's evolution, Bill had the right to decide how it was spread thanks to how he had effectively enabled it. She could still grumble, though. "So you're just getting even richer off of this?" But when she said that, Bill stopped typing to look at her. "Hold on, is that what you thought I meant?" "No, no, no. As far as I'm concerned, this discovery belongs to you. All I did was the equivalent of giving you a rare stone. It's like your Growlithe that evolved into the newly discovered Arcanine. It's your Porygon that evolved into a greater version of Porygon. Wait, so when you brought up those companies? Don't get me wrong. I want a share so I can put the funds into future research and development. Mr. Pokémon can take his 10%, but for us, I'm thinking, 20-70. 30-60, Reedy countered, trying to increase her split. Generous. But I'd think I'm already rich enough, so I'd be more than happy with just 20%. But let's meet halfway. How about I just get 25, and then you can have the other 65%. Reedy opened her mouth, unable to find the right words. Much like his sister, Bill stuck his tongue out at her before returning to his work. No, the thought of that much money did not make Reedy drool. Sure, selling data on Porygon's information would be an enormous sum, but there was no way she'd drool over the simple idea of earning a lot of cash. No way. It was just that she happened to get distracted while thinking of food and definitely nothing else. But this really might be a lot. How much? She asked cautiously. Bill gained a small smirk. Well, the Moss Deep Space Center and its researchers won't be able to offer much, but the Galactic Corporation? They'll pay a lot for specifics. She went silent again. Her head felt like it was spinning. As per her contract with Mr. Pokémon, Bill had the right to decide what to do with this as long as the information was shared. Reedy would have thought that meant it'd be spread around for free, not that she'd suddenly be getting so much potential cash shoved into her pocket. Yet, she was having trouble focusing on that. After all, Porygon had evolved. Given everything else that happened with Bill's machine. Gah! Who cares about that cash? This can't just be my money. Sam's the whole reason I knew how to get here. So I'll take the same 25 as Bill. It hurts, but I'll leave the rest to him. Raw cash wasn't as thoughtful of a gift as a good present or information about a new discovery, but she could at least picture Sam's shocked face when she informed him of it once they met back up in the conference. She could also picture all the ways he'd try to turn it down, but that just meant she had plenty of time to come up with counter-arguments in her head. How long will that kind of discussion take? She asked. And, what's next? Don't worry about the discussions. I can handle that. I'll make sure you get the sum you deserve. As for what's next, Bill awkwardly laughed to himself. Well, if Porygon evolved, their capabilities have certainly improved. I don't suppose I could get your help organizing and digitizing my files. His eyes flicked to the countless stacks of paper in the room, and Reedy let out a nervous chuckle. Yet, at her side, Porygon seemed down for it. If anything, they seemed excited at the test of what they could do. And that mere sign of independent thought alone made Reedy's heart melt even more. If Porygon wanted to do it, then she would work as hard as she could without complaint. So over the next while, Reedy helped Bill, continued to visit other researchers on Ursaring's behalf, and even tested out what a Porygon 2 could do in battle. Her team grew leaps and bounds, and once it was clear that Porygon could teleport farther than ever before, she finally picked up someone else who'd been waiting for far too long. Finally, after retrieving a larger sum of cash than she expected, she earned her 8th badge with only days left in the season, and then she went to Silver Town. To reach the conference. To compete in its battles. To meet up with Sam and so many others. And to finally finish the season by proving herself and her team against the strongest trainers in all of Indigo. Chapter 138. Chuck knelt on his knees, hands pressed against his legs. He kept his back perfectly straight as if at attention but hung his head as low as it could go. "I'm sorry." His voice wasn't sad, desperate, or anything that apologetic. Sam honestly thought it sounded more like a shout from a drill instructor. It was something that had been demanded to be repeated, so his voice carried volume more than it did emotion. The opposite was true of the response. A brown-haired woman stared down at Chuck with a raised, twitching eyebrow. "Oh? You're sorry," came her reply. "You really think a simple sorry is going to cut it? Think about this from my perspective. I'm cooking dinner, you get a call, then you yell something about bringing a guest over, and now you're suddenly back here without any notice." The woman before him crossed her arms, glaring at him while waiting for a reply. The entrance to Chuck's home had a lowered wooden floor, which meant she stood a full foot above him. The elevation difference gave her a towering presence that made her seem all the more imposing. No, Chuck. Don't think you're getting away with this with just a few sweet words. You're sleeping on the couch tonight." The shirtless man slumped. "And no second helpings at dinner." "Yes, ma'am," he mumbled, somehow even more depressed than before. From there, the woman turned her gaze away from the gym leader to where Sam stood behind Chuck. Sam froze the second her attention landed on him, but her expression immediately turned soft. "I'm so sorry about my poor husband's impulsive actions. He tends to act without much thought. Quick to think, quick to act. There's a reason he's so fond of that primeep of his." She chuckled to herself as Sam hurriedly nodded. "Don't think you're required to stay just because my husband asked, but his invitation does hold. You're welcome to rest as long as you need. We have plenty of food to spare for both you and your team, and as for your clothes," a hint of disapproval flickered over her face. "If you stay, leave them out and I'll wash them for you. They'll be nice and clean by the morning." No. It's fine, really. I bring soap with me when I travel so that when we pass by any water." "You're staying here tonight? Your clothes will be clean by the morning," she said. Sam gulped. "Yes, ma'am." She sent him a sweet smile before turning around and marching back to the kitchen, where a pair of primeep were helping her cook dinner. As the strong scent of fresh food drifted out, Chuck finally let himself breathe, and a cheeky smile crossed his face as he scratched at his beard. "I love that woman," he said. Sam proceeded to have the most awkward dinner he'd ever had in his life. He, Chuck, and Chuck's wife sat around a table and ate a protein-rich meal. Nearby, a massive pot simmered on the stove, but it didn't stay there for long. Those two primeep helpers grabbed it and left through the front door, likely bringing it to wherever Chuck's team members were staying. But since Sam was a guest, they fed him first, and they offered to feed his team, too. Except, even though he knew his team would appreciate the food, most of them didn't eat, and there was also the problem of the reveal that releasing his team members would entail. So he ate in silence. Alone. Mostly. Chuck's wife glared daggers at her husband, and her husband sent googly eyes right back. Sam knew Chuck's name, of course, but Chuck's wife never introduced herself. At this point, he'd been in their house for too long to ask, so he just sat in awkward silence and refused to reveal that he still didn't know. At least the food was good. And Chuck ate fast enough that the meal ended quickly. As soon as that happened, the gym leader practically ran outside. He shouted to his wife that he'd get the dishes later, and she sent him a thin-lipped stare before disappearing somewhere deeper inside. Sam followed the gym leader out back. "Whew. All right. Didn't mean to strong-arm you there. Sorry about that, didn't think you wouldn't want to come." Chuck's house wasn't located within Kianwood but a bit off to its side. It connected to a rocky, cliffside beach and a path that led into the forest. Sam didn't see any Pokémon out here, but there was a weight bench on the sand. Chuck immediately approached it, picked up a weight, and then put it down so he could grab a bag of sweets hidden beside it. He popped one into his mouth before holding it toward Sam. "Want one?" Chuck asked. "Sure." Sam cautiously took the dried, sugar-coated piece of fruit and almost grimaced when he bit down. It was far too sweet. Chuck happily chewed on his and then took one more before putting the bag back down. "So, you were told to check out Johto by Brawly himself, and then you never questioned why a Hone gym leader told you to visit a different region, Well, there was the beginners tournament. I trained him," Chuck boasted. "I made Brawly into the powerful gym leader he is today." Chuck bent down to grab that same weight he'd moved over and began doing curls. Honestly, Sam wasn't sure if the man was in shape or not. He was somehow both covered in muscle and filled out with fat. A while back, Brawly called to explain all of the nasty details. He felt bad about how a trainer supposed to be his treated you so improperly, but honestly, that man was just a holdover from the last gym leader's gym. But Brawly wanted to do something but has his limits due to being new to the job. "He called me up to ask for a favor, sent you here to make sure Chuck would treat you right." The heavy man let out a boisterous laugh before changing which arm was curling the weight. He grunted while working up a slight sweat, and Sam shifted awkwardly on his feet. "So, training? Do you want me to lift weights?" Chuck laughed again. "No, of course not. Brawly was impressed with that Cyndaquil of yours. Or, I suppose it'd be a Quilava by this point. The plan was that when you came here for your first or second batch, I'd give you a few tips and tricks. You'd then move on with a much stronger team, ready to complete Johto's gym circuit and reach the conference." Chuck grinned before leaning back. He placed the weight down and started to bench press a heavy bar without a spotter. "But why did you think I'd come here first?" Sam asked. "Well, Kianwood is right next to Olivine, and except that path doesn't make sense. Think about it, I'd have to go back through the same city I just left if I did that. Or I'd have to take a boat to Goldenrod and skip Ecrutique's gym." After a few more reps, Chuck grunted and put the bar back on the bench. "But you could have just taken on Ecrutique last," he countered, sitting up as he spoke. "I wanted to see its ghost types, and Johto's shaped like a circle. The path I took made sense, even if I almost messed up when it came to the strength requirements for Claire's gym." The moment Sam mentioned Claire, Chuck groaned and smacked his forehead. "Ah, Claire," he shouted, just now making the connection. "Our plan would have never worked. With her limits on challengers." He paused. "Wait, hold on. You beat her?" Sam nodded and quickly explained what happened with Reedy and Claire. He went over the quick story of their double battle, purposefully leaving out details on Dragonair and his brief trip to the Sinjar ruins. As Sam finished, Chuck hummed approvingly. "How many badges do you have?" the gym leader asked. 7. "Hey. That makes sense. I just don't know whether to be insulted or complimented that you saved me for last." Chuck rubbed his chin, and Sam awkwardly continued to wait where he stood. While he was thankful that Brawly tried to set this up, if the two men wanted him to come here for extra training, they could have at least told him to head to Kianwood first. "But I ended up making a connection with Morty instead, and I learned about ghosts, real ghosts. Every choice I made led up to Typhlosion's evolution, and I wouldn't have met most of my team if I had taken a different path." He was happy about his journey. He had no reason to dwell on what-ifs. As far as he was concerned, he made no mistake when choosing to head to Ecrutique for his second batch. He might have missed out on some early training, but Chuck specialized in the fighting type. While help with Mankey might have been nice, he wouldn't have been able to provide much else when it came to Sam's desire to train ghost types. "I do have to ask," Chuck said, still somewhat humming to himself in thought. "Would you still want that? My assistance with training your team?" "Maybe. It's complicated." Sam rubbed his arm. "I mean, it might be helpful for at least one or two of my team members, but I'm trying to be a ghost-type specialist. For basically my entire team, what we really need is shadows. Darkness. An area attuned to their ghostly nature that'd allow them to truly master their type. I can't deny a gym leader's expertise is invaluable, but Chuck could only really help Typhlosion, Anilope, and maybe Trevenant. But we need to focus on everyone's shared type instead of just physical moves. Our strength will lie in techniques only ghost types can master. If we can get deep enough in, the Ilex Forest is the perfect place for that." Sam knew that returning to the Ilex forest was critical for the future strength of his team. Everything about it practically screamed that it was the perfect place to train. It was where he had caught Misdreavus, it was a location ripe with ghastly, its darkened depths could maybe help Haunter evolve, and if there was ever an area more Trevenant could be found, it would be somewhere like within those ancient woods. Nodding to himself, Sam reaffirmed his decision to leave Kianwood as fast as possible. Chuck looked over him and let out a sigh. Ah! OL Chuck got to you too late. You already know how to fight with your team. There's not much I can do to help. You've already been through almost an entire journey all on your own. Not on my own. With my team, Sam corrected, and Chuck gained an approving smile. But don't get me wrong. I appreciate the offer. It's just. Like I said, I train the ghost type. Yeah, Chuck understands, Chuck said. I might be a gym leader, but my Pokémon are all about their physical power. We could try to show you the wonders of physical conditioning, but that doesn't apply. A trainer needs to be strong, but ghost types and special attackers need to be clever more than anything else, he said. Chuck then stood up and stretched, swinging his arms. Sam didn't miss the implication that Chuck thought himself not clever enough to help out with that. But Chuck was a gym leader. If he thought he wasn't clever, then his team's strength laid somewhere else. Likely, given everything else, his team's physical power was incredibly high. All right. I can at least offer a few of my thoughts. A handful of tips and tricks based on your team. Chuck practically roared. Send out your Pokémon. I can tell you what I've seen other trainers do and fulfill Brawly's request in a different way. His eyes bore into Sam. Sam nervously bit his lip. He didn't reach for his team's Pokeballs. Once more, he awkwardly rocked on his feet. My team is special, Sam said. Every trainer's team is special. Everyone has their own secrets. Trust me when I say that I won't reveal anything. I have plenty of other secrets I won't be sharing with you. It's not that, Sam said. It's just. How do I phrase this? I used to have a Primeape on my team, he ended up going with. Oh? You traded it? Chuck asked, his voice curious. And no. Sam couldn't meet Chuck's eyes. My Primeape. He, evolved. He looked up after speaking that final word to find Chuck staring at him with unblinking eyes. The gym leader didn't move in the slightest for several long seconds before he clutched his stomach and laughed. But Sam wasn't laughing. Chuck just as quickly schooled his expression. You're kidding. Why would I joke about this? You evolved a Primeape. You're saying a Primeape can evolve. And now you don't want to show it to me, the gym leader known for training Primeape. Chuck was a fighting type specialist, but he was pretty unique among gym leaders. Most gym leaders specialized in a single type and had an ace Pokémon, but Chuck actually had two ace Pokémon, his Poliwrath and his Primeape. Honestly, Chuck was even someone Sam could ask for advice when it came to ranching all of those Mankey back at Carl's, but Sam didn't see the point. If he wanted a gym leader to take care of his Pokémon, he'd just talk to Brawly. In that case, the fighting type gym would be closer to home. Sorry, Sam said. He wasn't sure what else to say. Chuck was frowning as he looked over Sam, but then an excited glint entered his eyes. Hold on. If you have 7 badges. I need to know, you were the one to challenge Jasmine, weren't you? Sam paused as well. A lot of people challenge Jasmine, he said cautiously. If you mean her core team. Oh, that little. No wonder she was so vague. Chuck couldn't stop his laughter. It all makes sense. Everything. You are the surprise she was talking about. Excuse me. Chuck saw Sam's bewildered expression and quickly explained how he knew. Apparently, Olivine shipped a lot of goods to Kianwood, and Kianwood provided medicine in return. Certain healing plants only grew on this island, and due to that connection, Olivine and Kianwood gyms were in contact more often than any other 2 gyms in the region. You might not have beat her, but I did hear about the battle. She refused to speak much about her mysterious challengers team, but she did say she encountered a few surprises I'd enjoy. So what does that mean? Can't lie, your team would beat mine at your level, Chuck answered. Maybe not my core team, but definitely my 8-star one. After all, most of your Pokémon could just phase through everything. It wouldn't be a challenge, especially if you managed to defeat Jasmine Steelix. So I might as well just give you the Storm Badge. What? No, I refuse. Our gym challenge is not ending like this, Sam immediately interrupted. I'm not going to accept getting my final gym badge like this just because we can technically beat you. And Chuck grinned. Good. You have fighting spirit. If you had accepted my offer there, I wouldn't have given you the badge. Chuck laughed once more at Sam's flat expression. No. I'm allowed to change around my challenges as I will, so with your kind of team. If you have an evolved Primeape, I don't want to see it anywhere else but in battle, so let's do this differently. We won't have a full team match. I'll test your Pokémon one by one. We'll have a series of independent matches whenever you're ready. You'll be allowed to use as many Pokémon as you want as long as you include no repeats, and you'll earn my Storm badge once you defeat 3 of my own. What's the catch? Sam asked. The catch? There is no catch, Chuck answered with a small smile. Well, there might be one, these are one-on-one matches. So they don't have to all take place at once. But like I said, you won't be allowed to use the same Pokémon more than once. Chuck maintained a feral smile, and Sam could tell he was looking forward to this challenge. However, Sam didn't accept it right away. There was only so much time in the season. Taking on an extended fight like that would reduce the time spent training in the depths of Ilex Forest. Can I have time to think? Sam would come to the decision in the morning. He hadn't planned to take Chuck on until tomorrow, anyway. Of course. Chuck slapped his legs and stood up. Works for me, sleep on it. For now, I have Pokémon to feed. And just so we don't have to do any too early reveals, I'll bring some food out here for yours, too. Take as long as you want, and don't feel like you have to accept this offer, Chuck continued. Even if you choose not to accept this, a normal gym battle is perfectly fine, too. Just know that I won't go easy on you. The man exposed his teeth with a wide grin before slapping Sam on the back, causing Sam to stumble forward. Chuck was too busy laughing to notice Sam's near fall, and then he marched back inside to gather the food and likely to clean the dishes, just as he promised. Sam trained with his team to the north of Chuck's home the day after, practicing where the island's deciduous woods gave way to a short, rock-covered beach. It almost reminded him of the time he went out exploring with Cyndaquil before they started their journey, but back then, he only rarely ventured out into the woods in search of ghost types, and he frequently preferred indoor research over anything outdoor or practical. Out here, he wouldn't be bothered. Most trainers in Kianwood practiced to its west, deeper into the island. Many often trained within a nearby cave again, not unlike Dewford. Route 47 was technically to the west as well, but it didn't lead anywhere. Some big construction had been taking place at its end, but that construction hadn't been finished for years, and most people weren't even sure what it was supposed to be. But that still meant the vast majority of trainers were elsewhere, giving Sam a quiet moment to think, as quiet a moment as training could be. In front of him, Anilope wailed against Trevenant's bark, the two of them practicing melee offense and defense respectively, and Typhlosion and Misdreavus played a game where they sent wisps at one another in geometric patterns. The other Pokémon was meant to match the pattern with their wisps to negate it or risk getting hit. As for Haunter, he was involved with one other Pokémon, laughing alongside many of the ghastly, ignorant of the withering glare being sent at him from the shadows. Using his floating hands, he would scoop up Dreepy, bring him back, then chuck him forward as fast as possible, only for Dreepy to zip back and squeak out a sound that could only be, again. Again. All the while, Sam watched, silently going over Chuck's offer as well as his plans for his team. He did want to head out as fast as possible, but he didn't want to pass up the growth that had come from a more difficult gym challenge. With time running out, he had a hard balance to strike, but he eventually made his decision. Misdreavus, he said. He looked over to the Pokémon in question while calling out her name. With his shout, Anilope froze mid-punch. Haunter paused right after chucking Dreepy one last time. In the shadows, Drawcloak turned her gaze to look on curiously, and Typhlosion let her wisps fade to give Misdreavus the freedom to leave. Misdreavus knew why Sam had called her over, and the team went silent as she approached. Sam reached into his pack to retrieve a certain item, and then he looked over every Pokémon here. Chuck presented us with a challenge, he said, his voice slow and serious. A series of battles. 6 one-on-one matches. All to see if we can get 3 individual wins and earn our final badge. His eyes met those of every Pokémon on his team. Drawcloak tried to pretend she wasn't involved, but Dreepy was listening as seriously as he could, so she drifted out of the forest while trying to pretend as if she was still staying behind. However, the problem with this challenge is that a full team match would be faster, Sam continued. And if we have a normal match, we could leave Kianwood as soon as tomorrow if we win. And we would win. Chuck already admitted that. The point of this modified challenge would be to push us even harder, but it would also take up more of our time. Every moment we spend here is one less moment we'd be spending in the Ilex forest. It's one less moment we'd be mastering the ghost type, and it's one less moment we'd be trying to get Haunter to evolve, which we know will take a long time. Sam clutched the dusk stone in his hands. Misdreavus patiently waited at his side. He wanted his team to come to a decision, and he wanted everyone to have time to think. In the meantime, however, there was something else that needed to be done, and Sam held out the dusk stone. Misdreavus's eyes gleamed as she beheld the item presented to her in the air. For a second, it looked as though she was hesitating, but she was just taking the moment in. Once she was satisfied, she rushed forward and pressed her forehead to the darkened shard's jagged tip. The very instant she touched the dusk stone, it was like the night contained within rushed out to join with her. It left behind a fragile, dull grey stone that reminded Sam of quartz, and he had to reposition his grip to not shatter it in his hands. Misdreavus, however, changed with that infusion of energy. Under the light of a brilliant glow, she grew taller, and her hair shifted around to reshape itself into a witch's hat. She gained a proper body instead of a short dress that flowed beneath her, but more importantly, when her evolutionary light broke, she now had a proper set of arms. Miss, she said cheerfully. Her voice almost resembled a cackle. Miss Magius. Congratulations, Miss Magius, Sam said. You've finally evolved. Miss Magius grinned at him, and the gemstones embedded in her chest seemed to sparkle alongside her emotions. Tiflosian let out a celebratory roar, and the rest of the team shared congratulations of their own. If anything, Miss Magius's evolution seemed to affirm their shared decision. She and Tiflosian shared a look. Reaching the Ilex forest was important, but none of them wanted to pass up the chance at taking part in a tougher fight. All right, but we also have to recognize this will be against the fighting type. All of you would be immune to most of what they can do. Sam paused for dramatic effect. So I'll be making a request to fix that, he continued. I'll want Chuck to use Foresight. Plenty of fighting type Pokémon can learn that move, which outright causes ghost types to lose their immunity. Without asking for that added challenge, his team would just be able to phase through most of Chuck's Pokémon's attacks. Even if Chuck's team members used something like dark type moves, they wouldn't be as effective as if the Pokémon stuck to their favored, fighting type attacks. But now, his team would actually need to worry. They wouldn't be able to glide to an easy win by just bouncing around in melee. There'd need to be more of a strategy involved to maintain a win. Fighting in a tough battle with that handicap would make the delay worth it. Our goal isn't earning us the Storm Badge. It's to fight in the conference. Most of the trainers there will have defeated Chuck, so we're not trying to just beat him, we're trying to beat everyone who already earned this badge. It'll be a challenge, but we will win. It's only a matter of having the proper plan, Sam continued. I'll tell Chuck that we'll be accepting his challenge, albeit with that caveat, once we reach his gym, however. Drawcloak froze when Sam met her gaze. Drawcloak, do you want to fight with us? He asked. Everyone turned her way. Momentarily, she was surprised to be called out like that, but Dreepa didn't hesitate to shout his encouragement. She turned away with a purple blush that crossed over her face, but she still nodded in the end. Sam smiled. Thank you. Then, we'll be facing Chuck soon, and I'll want to call on you for your help once we're more fights in. However, it's still morning. Let's get some last-minute training in before we head to our final gym badge battle. Chapter 139. Before anything could be done about Chuck, Sam needed to familiarize himself with the changes to his team, specifically with what Miss Magius, Drawcloak, and Dreepa were capable of in battle. Miss Magius was still mischievous, but her evolution had increased her speed and special capabilities. She was faster, stronger, and more capable of taking ranged hits, but most importantly, she had more control. Besides the general energy efficiency benefits, her control brought a qualitative difference to her use of Shadow Sneak. Where Haunter and the Ghastly needed to dive into existing shadows to mimic that move, Miss Magius could create new shadows from anywhere. Except, that had always been true. It was why she was the only one on the team considered to know the move in the first place. No, the real change came from how Miss Magius created her shadows. She could now create shadows within the air itself. That meant she wasn't limited to shadows cast onto objects. She didn't need to dive into something to move around. When Sam shouted for her to use Shadow Sneak, she would turn dark and transparent, and then she would shift toward her target destination through the air. This will change things. It opens up a lot of opportunities for evasion, but I'm wondering if it's capable of being used defensively now, Sam said after a few rounds of testing. A better way to withstand attacks would let you last a lot longer. But even if that part of Shadow Sneak hasn't changed, I really just have to say how incredible you are, Miss Magius. Miss Magius gained a wicked grin that she tried to hide by lifting an arm. Loose shadows hung off that new limb, making it seem as though she was draped in purple robes. The natural hat on her head added to that, casting her eyes into a shroud of darkness. Overall, she looked like an evil witch. Sam thought that was amazing. It suited her perfectly. But Miss Magius needed help to test her new Shadow Sneak, so Sam called Drawcloak over since he needed to learn more about her as well. When he called out her name, she eagerly zipped over. However, she seemed more excited about the idea of showing off her moves than she was about helping out. Dreepa looked almost ecstatic to be here with how he vibrated on her head. All right. Sam looked between the two sides of this would-be test, making sure both Miss Magius and Drawcloak were getting prepared. Drawcloak, attack Miss Magius once. Use whatever ranged move you prefer best. Miss Magius sent Drawcloak a taunting smirk, and one of Drawcloak's eyes twitched in annoyance. Earlier, when everyone raced to test out Miss Magius's speed, Drawcloak had made the unfortunate discovery that Miss Magius could now almost match her pace at least, when Drawcloak wasn't using agility. However, Drawcloak had her strengths, as Sam was coming to learn. For battles, she primarily knew attacks or moves that assisted her attacking moves, such as the few attacks Dreepa could learn. She knew the same moves as her brother Astonish, Quick Attack, and Bite, but both of them also knew something called Infestation, a strange bug-type attack Sam had never seen before in Johto. He felt as though he shouldn't have been surprised that Dreepa and Drawcloak were familiar with another bug-type attack given how easily their line picked up U-turn. U-turn itself had some interesting quirks, but when it came to Infestation, the more he read about it, the more he understood just how well it fit with his team. On paper, Infestation was simply another damage over time effect. While it did do some initial damage, it wasn't much, and its damaging effect was altogether small. However, when combined with other effects like burns, curses, and leech seeds, Infestation could see a Pokémon faint without much need for direct offense. But Infestation carried a second, more important aspect. Specifically, it prevented a Pokémon from switching out while under its effects. Sam already knew Mean Look was valuable, and Infestation was a mean look that dealt ongoing damage. Drawcloak didn't even realize the power she possessed in battle. To her, Infestation was just a weak attack that her pre-evolved form could learn, and it was clear she never once thought about relying on what it could do. However, that was just due to her mindset being different. She'd spent so long fighting on her own alongside her brother that she never put thought into how well Infestation let her fight on a team. Sam could see it now. Drawcloak would be sent in, she would use Infestation to keep her opponent present, and then she'd be free to use her best attacks like Dragon Pulse and Phantom Force as she pleased. Sam could send her out at any time to trap opponents and maintain an advantage. Infestation could be used to make sure weakened opponents fell to their conditions, and then those weakened opponents would also be forced to contend with a Pokémon capable of evolving into a pseudo-legend at the same time. She would be a menace, and there was a second level to her current potential as well. While Infestation could trap an opponent, Drawcloak couldn't be trapped herself. Her ghost type let her switch freely, but she also had U-turn. After all, U-turn allowed its user to recall themselves whenever they wanted. Under the league's current rules, using U-turn didn't count against a trainer's otherwise limited switches. Anytime Drawcloak appeared on the field, she could trap her opponent with Infestation, deal some damage, and then return herself with a single U-turn. If it turned out she was in a bad matchup, she could give Sam a free switch into a more suitable team member. She wasn't just a special attacker. Those base 2 moves would let her define and control the entire flow of the match. She could be a constant threat. A persistent harasser. When combined with a few other moves she could potentially learn specifically, Thunder Wave and Will-O-Wisp, she fit perfectly into the team's strategy. But Sam didn't say anything. Not now, at least. Even with how much he wanted to gush about Drawcloak, he didn't want to pressure her into being caught. Dreepa would probably cry tears of joy if Sam brought up that option, but Drawcloak was proud. She was sticking around because while she was definitely interested, she didn't want to broach the topic of being caught. Not yet. For now, Sam kept that spare Ultra Ball in his backpack for whenever she finally decided to truly join. He wouldn't begrudge her if she chose to move on, but he'd seen how she watched his team practice. There was a deep desire to participate, even as much as she tried to hide it. Just being willing to fight Chuck alongside him was already a massive first step. He would be patient if it meant Drawcloak would be the most comfortable in the end. Ready? Sam realized his Pokémon had been waiting for him. So caught up in his thoughts about Drawcloak's potential, both Drawcloak and Mismagius had been stuck facing each other while using a few preparatory moves. But they were finished, now. Both of them had completely set up. With locked eyes, they faced one another, and Drawcloak let out a small growl. There was no sense in making them wait any longer. Go! Sam shouted. Right away, Drawcloak pulled back to let Dreepa fall in front of her face, and shadows already began to shroud Mismagius's form. There was a glint in Drawcloak's eyes that made Sam realize that she wouldn't be holding back. She'd be putting everything into this move to test it against Mismagius. And Mismagius won't be able to dodge. Drawcloak used Lock On. No matter what, Dreepa is going to hit. The move Drawcloak unleashed was her and her brother's favored attack, Dragon Pulse. Draconic flames surrounded Dreepa and sent him rushing forward like a missile. The squeal of delight that left his throat merged with the roar of the fiery energy, and he rocketed directly toward where Mismagius floated in the air. Quickly, she used Shadow Sneak in an attempt to dodge to the side. Avoiding the move would have defeated the point of this test, but with Drawcloak's Lock On, the shift wasn't enough. Like with Reedy's Porygon, Drawcloak could give herself perfect aim. However, Dragon Pulse had a longer travel time than Porygon's quick beam attacks. But Dreepa was a part of the move, and Drawcloak had aimed her attack to give him the most freedom to adjust. Using the aerodynamics of his head, a slight tilt to the side caused the Dragon Pulse to curve, and he adjusted his path to slam right into Mismagius's chest. If this attack had been solely mundane, the Shadow Sneak's etherealness might have worked as a defense. Unfortunately, this was a Pokémon move. While Dreepa's presence gave Dragon Pulse a physical aspect, the attack still carried energy that aligned with its type. As a result, Dreepa phased right through, but given Mismagius's half-present form, so did the Dragon-type energy. It followed him in before spreading out, piercing into her chest and dealing more damage than it otherwise would have dealt. A haunting wail left Mismagius's throat. Across from her, Drawcloak smirked. Are you okay? Sorry, Mismagius. I know we tried this with your old version of Shadow Sneak, but I really thought it would work here. Sam was already pulling a potion out of his pack. I should have realized it'd be the same. It seems that using Shadow Sneak this way gives you a lot more room to maneuver in the air, but if it also makes you more vulnerable, we need to practice with it to make sure we don't. He let his words drift off when he saw that Mismagius was glaring at Drawcloak. As Dreepa returned to Drawcloak's head in what Sam recognized to be a quick attack, Mismagius suddenly brought up her arms. She wouldn't be backing off. Not after that attack. Not after that taunt. There was no way she'd let that go unanswered after Drawcloak's smirk. Drawcloak saw Mismagius's challenge and easily met it head-on. Letting out another growl, she lowered herself to prepare even as Sam shouted for them to wait. Mismagius conjured a shadow ball. Drawcloak tensed her body in the air. When the shadow ball was released, Drawcloak took off, and Dreepa squeaked in enjoyment at the speed in which they were brought forth. The second the shadow ball collided with them, Drawcloak used takedown to let her break through thanks to its insulating normal-type energy. She still took her share of damage, and takedown's recoil added to that. However, it let her maintain velocity as she passed through, giving her a chance to rocket right up to Mismagius's face. A flash of gemstone embedded in Mismagius's chest saw her fire out a beam. Shadows Drawcloak used her speed to twist around the power gem attack, and then those same shadows cloaked her for the start of a phantom force. However, whatever exchange this was set to become never properly concluded. Typhlosion let out an annoyed roar, and with a dual use of agility and quick attack, she was suddenly right there, looking more than just displeased, using Detect to predict both combatants' movements and interrupting their clash. Shadow Claw allowed her to grab Drawcloak before Drawcloak fully faded away for Phantom Force. As for Mismagius, the start of a psychic was disrupted when Typhlosion smashed a paw into her chin and pushed her head up. Really? Sam said. Miss Magius blinked away the cruel machinations brought on by her previous, preparatory uses of nasty plot. She sent Sam a cheeky yet apologetic grin, blushing with embarrassment at having lost herself like that. Meanwhile, Drawcloak looked much more unrepentant. After all, she was a dragon type. Facing others in challenge is what her type did best. I'm not going to stop any rivalries if you two want to have one, but I do have to give you a warning, Sam said, his tone serious. Ghost-type energy isn't meaningless. It carries side effects that aren't just risks for humans. So, don't form grudges. Don't fall into the trap of overly negative thoughts. You're ghost types, so being consumed by that kind of stuff is easy for you. Please, keep in mind that we're friends here. I've been lucky enough to be warned in the past, so I'm sharing that same warning with you. Miss Magius had already heard all of this before, and she tugged down the rim of her hat to cover her eyes. She bowed her head lower than before, looking even more embarrassed than she did earlier. But Drawcloak just looked annoyed. She had wanted to fight, to prove her strength in battle as well as to show off the power of her moves. Except, when she sent Sam a single glance, she froze when she saw he wasn't kidding. He would allow fights, but not fights that carried true hostilities underneath. Dreepa let out a whine from atop her head, apologizing for being so caught up in the speed of it all. For a second, it seemed as though Drawcloak was about to brush him off, but she didn't. She lowered her head in apology as well. For an evolved dragon type to do that, she demonstrated a true respect for Sam's authority. Thank you, Drawcloak, Sam said, clearing his throat and trying his best to not look away with a blush. I know backing down isn't easy, and I really appreciate your understanding. Just trust me when I say you'll get a chance to battle and you'll see yourself start to truly master ghost-type energy once you get a bit more practice with everyone else. He sent Drawcloak a smile, and she nodded while facing the ground, still listening but unable to meet his eyes. We'll be facing Chuck soon, so know that you'll have plenty of opportunities to prove your strength. But for now, watch the first few fights to see how our strategy works. Drawcloak, I'll be saving you for the end to give you the most time to prepare, but be careful. This is our last gym. We need to be ready. Nothing about facing Chuck will be easy when it comes to earning our final gym badge. One of the reasons Sam was willing to accept Chuck's challenge was that it was a test of his skill as a trainer just as much as it was a test of the individual power of his team. Though it was a gym challenge, it was practice. Its general setup mimicked the conference. There, trainers would be assigned opponents they would have to face the following day. Trainers would have less than 24 hours for prep time, not the week or so to which Sam was accustomed. For that reason, he approached the gym as soon as it was midday. He planned to tackle this as fast as possible both as a test for himself and to make sure he could reach Ilex Forest as soon as he could. He also wanted to catch at least one of Chuck's matches so he could have some information to work with. He was aware of the man's strength as a fighting type specialist, but he couldn't say he truly knew how Chuck would fight. As he arrived, he saw that Chuck's gym building was unique. Gym leaders tended to have a lot of leeway for their gym's form and function. Sam had seen it many times before, from the traditional style of Morty's Ecrutique gym, to the box-like refrigerator that was Price's Mahogany gym, and then to the various hive-like greenhouses that were the gym of Azalea Town. Here, the main gym building resembled a sort of dojo, but its true interior was outside. Carved into the cliffs behind the gym building, Chuck's main battlefield and practice area was located in a short, rocky yet idyllic canyon that had waterfalls pouring down its sides. This part of the gym was open to the public mostly. While not just any trainer could practice out here, anyone could come in to watch gym battles and observe the various fighting types in training. When Sam joined the few people from around town that were already watching Chuck's latest ongoing challenge, he sat on one of the benches carved into a hillside and looked down at the battle taking place below. He didn't expect to see a home native species down there. Breloom, Mach Punch, a trainer shouted. Detect, Hitmonchan, Chuck countered with an authoritative voice. Chuck stood tall, broad-shouldered, and confident, posing with his arms crossed while standing on a stone platform that had been carved out of the floor. His challenger was beneath him literally, but also because his Pokémon was winning the fight with ease. No matter how strong this Breloom was, it was going against the master of the punch in melee. Chuck's Hitmonchan ducked, weaved, and bobbed out of the way of each strike. With every slight movement, it avoided one of the Breloom's clawed attacks, and then it would slip in to retaliate with a sharp jab of its own. Breloom is part grass type, but why isn't its trainer calling for a status move? Spore or sleep powder would be incredible here. I don't get how they're fighting a Pokémon at my team's level if they're only sticking to basic attacks. Unfortunately, Sam didn't get the chance to see much more of the battle or even start to understand the challenger's reasoning. Breloom was their last Pokémon. This match was already at its end. Finish it, Chuck said. Ice crackled around the Hitmonchan's fist. As angry as the Breloom looked, it couldn't block the next hit. An ice punch slammed into its chest, and the impact saw the Pokémon fly far back. When the referee called out that Breloom fainted, the audience clapped. Sam did as well. The challenger returned his Pokémon, and that same buff man in a sweatshirt thrown over a GI announced the end of the match. As if the battle was only a warm-up, the Hitmonchan started to shadowbox in place, looking no worse for wear. Chuck laughed at the sight and hopped off his rock, approaching his challenger to shake hands and whisper a few advising words. Okay. That Hitmonchan is at the level we'll be dealing with, Sam whispered to his shadow, speaking to his team. Expect all of Chuck's Pokémon to dominate in melee. Honestly, I'm not even sure if Annihilape could handle that. With how familiar Chuck is with the Primeape line, he'll probably see through all of our tricks. Sam tried to share as much advice as he could by going over everything he could think of that might be related to Chuck. Chuck's Primeape and Poliwrath were obvious future opponents, but with a Hitmonchan currently down there, Sam had no doubts that Chuck would employ the other members of the Hitmon line. But as he leaned in and tried his best to share everything he could, Chuck finally parted ways with the trainer he'd just defeated. Though he had never acknowledged Sam's entrance, the second he was free, the gym leader turned to lock eyes with him. And that's all the time we're going to get, Sam mumbled. We're already being summoned to fight. He left his seat to walk down to the field. This was already far less time than he expected to prepare. So. Chuck spoke in a gruff voice, swinging his arms to stretch as Sam approached. Accepting my offer? Want to get your first match in? We have a bit of time between scheduled battles, and practice is practice, no matter what form it takes. Sam sent Chuck a curious look. If you have a match coming up, shouldn't you use this period to rest? What can I say? Chuck said, replying with a shrug. I've been told I have great stamina. He laughed more heartily than Sam had ever heard him laugh. Sam didn't find the joke funny. But you are right, Chuck continued. My team and I should take a break. That's why I'll limit us to just one match for now. That, and Hitmonchan. He looked over to his Pokémon. You're on deck. One more battle, and then you'll be on break for the rest of the day. His Hitmonchan nodded back to him, a fire entering its eyes at the thought of another match. The GI-wearing referee dashed over from the side to begin applying a potion to the Hitmonchan's small number of wounds. So. Our battle. You are accepting, right? Chuck asked. I am, Sam said, but I also have a request. Chuck raised an eyebrow at that and waved a hand, beckoning for Sam to continue. I train ghost types, but I don't want to have my Pokémon just phase through all of your team's attacks. Since we'll be fighting in a bunch of one-on-one battles, is it possible for you to bring in another Pokémon for them? One that just maintains a foresight from off to the side. A foresight. Chuck rubbed his chin before grinning in delight. I see. You want to eliminate your ghost type's immunity. Now, that's a challenge. I wholeheartedly agree. He was about to call for that same referee to do something, but they had already heard Sam's request. The ref quickly finished treating the Hitmonchan before running back to the side and releasing a Machoke. On it, boss. And then, with just a few whispered commands, that Machoke gained a certain glint to its eyes. There. Machoke will make sure your Pokémon can be hit, Chuck said. You're good for our match now, right? He sounded like a kid told he'd be getting candy. I am, but just so you know, I'm not going to use any of my special Pokémon just yet. No evolutions, at least not while we have an audience, Sam said. Ah. Chuck slumped as Sam moved off. However, right after he began walking away, the gym leader suddenly shot up. Wait, any of your special Pokémon? You have more than just. But Sam was already in the challenger's box, and Chuck couldn't do anything but laugh. The noise echoed out over the field as he moved back to his platform and faced Sam with his arms crossed. Remember. Your challenge is special. Any Pokémon sent out here can only show up once. Victory or defeat, you only have one shot to win with each member of your team, he shouted. You must obtain 3 wins to claim my Storm Badge, so, Samuel, I ask you this, are you ready? I'm ready, Sam said, easily meeting the challenge in Chuck's eyes. For this battle, Sam planned to use Haunter. He was saving Typhlosion and Annihilape for later, and Miss Magius could use more time to get used to her new form. Trevenant was a decent option, but that ice punch from earlier worried him. It was less about the super effective damage it represented and more about how an unlucky freeze would see Trevenant's self-healing cut in half. Since Drawcloak wouldn't be competing until the later rounds, that left just Haunter. With his tricks and status moves, he was the perfect scout to test Chuck's strategy. The rules? Sam asked. Though the referee stood at the side, Chuck was the one to explain. 1 Pokémon each. No switching. Standard League rules apply mostly. Machoke will maintain a foresight. Don't disrupt him during our fight. Sam nodded once before tossing a Pokeball into the air. Haunter, he said. Disappointment briefly flashed over Chuck's face. A common ghost type? Could be worse. Chuck scratched at his beard. But it's a mistake to use a Haunter here. You're underestimating us if you think an unevolved Pokémon will win. There was no sense in sharing any further taunts. The referee called for the start of the match, and Chuck and Sam yelled their commands. Mach Punch. Curse. As the foresight took effect, Haunter seemed to lose a bit of his amorphousness, but he was otherwise fine to fight. He had already picked up Curse thanks to his evolutionary line's ease with the move as well as help from Typhlosion's expertise. Thus, he was able to act first, especially since the Hitmonchan seemed to be giving him the first move. But, instead of forming any sort of dagger, Haunter coalesced shadows around his thumb and stabbed that into his chest. It was a much faster version of Curse since anything else would have been theatrics. Honestly, when Morty's Jengar first demonstrated it to Sam, it was probably just showing off. The self-inflicted pain from Curse caused a sympathetic effect in Hitmonchan. It lurched. Yet, it was only a bit of pain. Hitmonchan was still able to draw its arm back. Despite the damage caused by the ongoing effect, it brought forth an incredible amount of momentum in a single punch. Mach Punch saw it shoot across the field, and Haunter was forced to wrench himself up. By moving higher into the air, he was just barely able to avoid that lightning-fast strike. Jump, Chuck said quickly before Haunter got too far off the ground. Another Mach Punch. Smack it out of the air. Spite. Sam's shout came out as fast as he could. While Will-O-Wisp or Confuse Ray would have been a fine option here, Haunter would feint to any strike, and Spite could eliminate Hitmonchan's main form of movement as well as its strongest attack. Still, Chuck's Hitmonchan used its entire body to throw its punches, which meant it had in no way slacked off in training its legs. With a single leap, it got surprisingly high up, matching Haunter's height, and a Mach Punch saw itself be launched right at him. Kind of. Haunter's Spite didn't outright eliminate Hitmonchan's energy for Mach Punch, but it did disrupt Hitmonchan's channeling of the move. It was still able to use Mach Punch, but there was just the barest of delays to allow Haunter to move out of the way. Since Hitmonchan couldn't fly, the miss saw it land back on the ground, though the momentum of its Mach Punch saw it land with a slide. Already, it wobbled on its feet due to the ongoing pain caused by Curse. Out of all damaging effects, Curse was the strongest. Haunter just needed to last, and Curse would seal the fight. We need to keep up Spite, but we can't ignore dealing damage. Mach Punch is the only move that threatens us. We need to get rid of its use, especially since Hitmonchan doesn't seem to know any ranged attacks. Priority on Spite to delay it. Nightshade when you dodge, use it to hide and deal damage when it gets close, Sam ordered. If you think you have a chance to pull it off, use Hex when you can. As long as Haunter stayed in the air and prevented Mach Punch from landing, Chuck would have no way to win. Yet, Chuck didn't seem worried. He only looked thoughtful as he stared out over the field. I see, the heavy man said slowly. Clever strategy. My Pokémon are best in melee, so your plan to get rid of Mach Punch while staying in the air isn't that bad. Chuck then smiled, and it was the horrible smile of someone who had the upper hand. But you see, I can't say I enjoy those kinds of battles. They don't prove a Pokémon's strength. So, I make sure all of my Pokémon know a counter. We might not be great at range, but we always know how to shift things into a fight up close. Hitmonchan stuck out an arm, but this time around, it wasn't for a punch. Instead, the back of its boxing glove-like hand faced Haunter, and then it brought its fingers forward to back in challenge. It might have looked like a mundane come-at-me gesture, but the move's effects on Haunter were immediate and obvious. His usual, cheerful smile disappeared, replaced with a look of pure annoyance. Any thought of using spite vanished from his mind as he raced toward his opponent instead. So how do we ensure that? Chuck called out. The answer is taunt. Under its effects, your Pokémon won't be using any status moves in this battle, Sam. No matter what Sam shouted, Haunter didn't listen. He was too focused on using attacking moves, which was exactly the taunt's demands. Taunt used Dark-type energy to enforce a challenge. As it was called, Taunt taunted its target into only ever using attacks. Therefore, a hex formed around Haunter as he raced ahead to meet his foe. Then, simply and easily, Hitmonchan brought an arm back for a solid punch to Haunter's face. This clash ended it. Haunter's hex was meaningless. Hitmonchan's punch was not. Haunter was not a physically defensive Pokémon and had already taken plenty of self-inflicted damage from his use of Curse. Chuck's powerful fighting type only needed this single attack to finish Haunter off. As Haunter hit the ground, Sam came to a sudden, horrible realization. If Taunt forced a Pokémon to only ever use attacks, then the vast majority of his team's strategy could be countered by this single move. Chapter 140. Relying on status moves in battle required a careful balance, especially since status moves were a core part of Sam's strategies. Most trainers would have their Pokémon pick up a handful, but only to use in support of their attacks. For Sam, the application of conditions and esoteric statuses was what brought his team to victory. However, he couldn't only rely on status moves since that wasn't enough to win, and only relying on attacks made it so fights were decided by individual power alone at best. All of this taken into account, Sam thought he had a strong understanding of how status moves and attacks played off one another. Status moves allowed attacks to land more effectively, and attacks pressured opponents to allow for statuses to take the most effect. His understanding had been growing. His strategy evolved. Even when he made mistakes, he learned, like how facing Will had taught him that he needed to rely more on offense and how facing Jasmine had taught him he had relied on offense too much. But against Chuck, he was now learning something else, how his strategy could be countered. He was also learning about the impact of a little move called Taunt. Sam had thought about Taunt before, of course. He was always aware that it could prevent the use of status moves. However, he hadn't paid it much mind because it had its own counters, like switching or just relying on his team's still potent attacks. It was a threat, but one in the background. Before, he had yet to truly face it. Except now, he fully understood just how much its use shut down his team. He had called for Haunter to use Spite to shut down Hitmonchan's Mach Punch. Sam wanted to prevent the close-ranged fighting type from reaching where Haunter floated in the air. He'd called for a mix of status moves and attacks, as a balance was his preferred strategy, but Taunt eliminated half of that. Haunter was suddenly unable to disable his foe, and then there was also Taunt's aggression-inducing aspect. Taunt used Dark-type energy to literally taunt its target. That meant it challenged Pokémon to fight head-on, seeing them give up the use of any status move and only rely on attacks. Under its effects, there was no room for latent hypnosis or will-o-wisp or spite or anything else. Taunt was simply a challenge in its purest form. Sam couldn't even call for his Pokémon to stall. Since Taunt taunted them into attacking, they would attack. It shut down Haunter. It would shut down Mismagius. It would be great at limiting Typhlosion, and it would remove many ways Trevenant could heal. Sam now truly understood why Chuck taught his Pokémon this move. It wasn't even to disrupt his opponent's teams. It was just to make sure he could shift battles into being close-ranged melees in which his Pokémon performed at their best. Earlier, when you fought your last opponent, Sam looked up from Haunter's Pokeball in his hand. That's why the Breloom wasn't doing anything. It was only using basic attacks because your Hitmonchan had used Taunt. Chuck paused where he was patting his Hitmonchan on the back, looking over to Sam as he rubbed his chin and tried to remember what happened in the previous match. The Breloom? Oh. Yes. Yes, I did. I always have my Pokémon use Taunt whenever our opponent is too annoying. Makes battles more interesting, I'd say. He let out a booming laugh, and he bounced from the noise. It wasn't even that he was mocking anyone or bragging about his strategy. He was just a rather jolly man. And next to him, his Hitmonchan didn't seem to be bragging, either. It looked a little worse for wear after Haunter's curse, but that pain was fading away now that the adrenaline of battle was gone. Slowly, the fighting type rolled its shoulders to try to break away from that tension. While curse caused pain, it didn't inflict true damage. It would see a Pokémon faint, but it didn't actually take much for a victim to recover from it after a fight. Alright, Sam. We'll leave it here for now, Chuck called out even as Sam was lost in thought. We do need to take a short break as that's an important part of training Pokémon, after all. Make sure you rest up yourself, and then make sure you are ready for our next match. You still have plenty of Pokémon left. I'm expecting tough fights out of all of them. Grimly, Sam replied with a nod. Yes sir. Chuck shot Sam a wild grin as they both moved off the field. For now, neither of them shook hands. They didn't need to. They had plenty of one-on-one fights left. Sam had yet to earn his gym badge, and Chuck had yet to see all of Sam's team. As it stood, their battle wasn't at its end. Over the next few matches, Sam carefully observed how Chuck commanded his team. Chuck's Pokémon might have been brutes, but they were trained brutes. Also, he didn't even use taunt that much. Only certain opponents saw him order that move. He liked having his opponents come at him with options, but like he said, he used it whenever he thought fighting that way would become too annoying. Each time a battle ended, Chuck would speak with his opponent and then send Sam a look to invite him back down. Each time Chuck did that, Sam simply shook his head to decline. After how quickly Haunter fainted, he knew he needed to better understand how Chuck fought. He'd underestimated him earlier. A bunch of floating ghost types might have had the advantage over a bunch of grounded fighting types, but that didn't mean they were guaranteed to win every fight. In the conference, Sam did not doubt that other trainers would appear to have similar weaknesses. Not just that, but he was pretty sure he could find recordings of opponents' past battles and find signs of their weaknesses there. But the more experience an opponent had, the higher the likelihood that they would be aware of their team's gaps. And just like Chuck, they would have counters prepared to stop anyone from taking advantage of that in a match. In a way, that thought caused Sam's intended goal for these matches to shift. It was less about trying to prepare in a limited time and it was more about trying to find ways to fight against a team's counter strategies. Piece by piece, Sam was able to put together facts about Chuck's team. Primarily, he began to understand just how monstrous Chuck's Pokémon were. The man was a fighting type specialist, so his entire strategy revolved around making full use of his Pokémon's physical strength. Punches would always hit. Opponents would always find themselves chased down. Everything was decided to ensure the match would become a test of strength. Even with his Pokémon, Sam doubted his ghost type would be able to run away. With Chuck's expertise, no matter what, the match would end up in melee. He's like a more agile Reedy, Sam whispered to his team while watching Chuck dismantle a team of ground types. Devastating moves, but faster Pokémon. Fighting types aren't known for being quick, and I can't say Chuck's are, either. But they're determined. Persistent. Inevitable. We might be able to run, but we'll never be able to escape. Shadows churned under his feet. Another thing Sam noticed about Chuck was that for all the trainers he faced, he never sent out a single Poliwrath or Primeape. Sam knew the gym leader excelled with those two species, so not seeing either felt suspicious. It reminded him of how some trainers would hold back tricks for the later rounds of the conference. Everyone always wanted to save at least one trump card for a future, difficult match. At least, observing so many fights let Sam piece together a few obvious counters for taunt. The biggest one was to rely on attacking moves that inflicted status conditions instead of relying on status moves themselves. Also, there was the obvious counter, don't get hit by taunt in the first place. He could see openings, but he needed to test them out. As simple as Chuck seemed, there were a surprising amount of layers to the way he fought. So Sam watched more battles, left to get food with his team, and then came back feeling more prepared. However, he still waited longer than he first planned before accepting his next match. Doing so meant his schedule would be stretched one more day out, but he wanted to shift around the order in which his team fought, and he was learning a significant amount. When he finally approached Chuck for a battle, it was dusk. The gym was effectively closed. Chuck had finished his last scheduled match. The audience was gone, but some gym trainers were still around. Not many, and the ones that remained were only finishing off with a few stretches alongside their Pokémon. Sam knew that some would see the Pokémon he planned to send out, but it wasn't like they could spread rumors that far before the conference, anyway. A few weeks was a lot of time, but he'd be spending most of that time away from where he could be contacted deep within the Ilex forest. Aha! Chuck sent Sam a grin as he approached the gym leader on the field. Above their heads, the first few stars were just beginning to appear in the night sky. Done with your observations? Finally challenging Chuck once again. I am, Sam replied. And I think I finally figured you out. The gym leader said nothing else. He simply exposed his teeth with a smile. As a fighting type specialist, he practically lived and breathed tough fights. After a quick few words with a nearby gym trainer, Ma Choke came running out of the gym, carrying tiki torches that they set up at the sides of the field. The flames provided light for this match, but they provided an inconsistent amount. They flickered and sent shadows writhing across the flat dirt floor. Chuck's Pokémon would be able to see, but it also made it feel as though the match would be a ritual. Some gym trainers moved inside. One moved to the side of the field. They released a single Hitmonlee that gained a glint to its eye. Sam's request still stood, a foresight would be maintained for this fight. Last time around, you knew I'd use Hitmonchan, Chuck said. This time, I won't reveal my Pokémon until the match itself, but I want your prediction, what do you think I'll send out? His deep voice echoed across the field. He held a worn, scratched Pokeball in one hand. Sam held back a scoff. He thought it was obvious. Poliwrath or Primeape? Which one? Could be either, he said with a shrug. But it doesn't matter. We'll win anyway. Chuck's laughter was a soft confirmation of Sam's guess, and the gym leader tossed up that Pokeball. Sam hurried to toss up the one he chose as well. He didn't want to give himself time to pick a counter, as all of his observations should have given him enough to decide beforehand. Unfortunately, out of the two Pokémon this could have been, Chuck had chosen the one that'd be the most difficult. Typhlosion herself had plenty of ways to fight and counter taunt, and as much as Sam had sent her out here to see if his ideas worked, he now recognized they would have to deal with a Poliwrath as water type at the same time. But as long we're careful, we should be fine. Type advantage isn't everything. Typhlosion managed to last against Jasmine's Steelix. She can last against Chuck's Pokémon here. Except, Sam remembered just how aged Chuck's Pokeball had appeared. This wasn't just any Poliwrath. This was his ace Poliwrath. Despite his comments that this would be an 8-star fight, the gym leader didn't seem to be holding back. Ooh! Now that's a Pokémon. Chuck's eyebrows practically shot to the top of his head when he saw Typhlosion appear. I've fought plenty of Typhlosion before, and their burns are always a problem, but one that looks like that. He shook his head. A brand new variant, he said, breathing out almost in disbelief. Based on her coloring. A dark type. Ghost type, Sam corrected. Hisuian variant. She's still a Typhlosion, but she's now also a guide for lost spirits. Chuck let out an impressed whistle and glanced over to the gym trainer serving as the referee at the side. Typhlosion's flames lost a bit of their unearthly glow when the Hitmonlee's foresight took effect, but she was used to being physical. She wasn't as ethereal as most other Pokémon on Sam's team and had plenty of experience fighting like this from back when she was a Quilava. Ready? Chuck called out. Ready to kick your butt, Sam shot back. Yet again, Chuck laughed. I'll enjoy this. That's exactly the kind of fighting spirit I want to see. But I hope you have a good strategy prepared because Poliwrath is starting with Water Gun. Sam didn't expect to see a special move be used here, but Typhlosion was quick. As Chuck's Poliwrath clenched its fists at its side and thrust out its chest, she took off running with a quick use of agility to outpace the water type's pressurized blast. Circle! Sam shouted. Infernal Parade! Prepare what we talked about. Use that strategy for this fight. They needed to use what status moves they could before Chuck lured her in with Taunt. Sam didn't dare outright name any of them out of fear of baiting out Taunt too early. As Typhlosion immediately began to race around the Poliwrath, her gaze never once left her foe. Poliwrath maintained its water gun to chase her down, but even though Poliwrath was a water type, the move wasn't great. Chuck hadn't bothered to train its special attack. However, Sam quickly noticed that damage wasn't the purpose of the move. The threat of the water was enough. By having the stream follow her, Poliwrath was slowly guiding Typhlosion closer in. But for every foot Typhlosion ran, a dozen wisps entered the air. Infernal Parade followed its namesake. They chased after her as if in a parade. She sent those wisps at Poliwrath before too much time had passed. Yet, despite the attack hurtling toward his Pokémon, Chuck didn't call for a dodge or even for it to defend. He likely thought this attack would be a fire-type move that Poliwrath could resist, but Infernal Parade was solidly a ghost-type move. The ghostly flames were more ghostly than they were flames, and Poliwrath took full damage. More than that, the heat cut through its damp exterior to leave scorch marks. Poliwrath was now burned. "TCH shoulda expected that," Chuck said. "But we're fine." Poliwrath, use taunt. If water gun wasn't bringing Typhlosion closer, then taunt was his next best bet. Typhlosion could run all day, and Chuck wanted to finish this fight fast. But this was why Sam had sent Typhlosion out here. Haunter had scouted out Chuck's taunt, and now Typhlosion would test out a counter to that move. "Detect!" Sam shouted, dramatically thrusting an arm forward. With a flash of insight, Detect gave Typhlosion the know-how to avoid the effects of taunt. She didn't exactly look away from Poliwrath, but she was able to completely ignore its dark-type come-at-me gesture despite keeping it in view. "Perfect. Now we just need to keep up Infernal Parade while staying away with agility, and we should pull this off." As strong as Chuck's Pokémon was, Infernal Parade was inordinately powerful once a condition was inflicted. He had already seen how powerful attacks could bridge a strength gap from when he had fought Jasmine. Infernal Parade might not have inflicted a faint timer like Curse, but it would carry the same results. He also didn't want to risk cutting Typhlosion's health by calling for that move. So her Detect made taunt fail, and Typhlosion kept running. She sent more wisps at the Poliwrath, and it grunted as they stabbed into its burns to deal double damage. But Chuck looked unbothered. He simply nodded once. I see," Chuck said without an ounce of worry on his face. "Good counter, but it has a big flaw, watch this." Poliwrath, use taunt twice. Detect was similar to Protect in that it carried a chance to fail when used repeatedly. Protect required its expended energy to recharge, and Detect had a similar requirement before bringing out its heightened insight for a second time. However, there was always a chance to pull something off from what was left over, so Typhlosion attempted Detect again. She ignored the first taunt. Poliwrath kept it up. When it waggled its fingers for a second time, her face contorted with rage. With Detect failing to be used repeatedly, taunt took effect. Typhlosion's agility hadn't been completely eliminated, but she could no longer use it to maintain her speed or continue circling. She looked annoyed. Poliwrath had challenged her strength, and she would prove it wrong. The dark-type energy that coursed through her wasn't her own, but she didn't pay that any mind. Suddenly skidding across the field to change directions, she charged right at Poliwrath, her parade of wisps growing behind her. "Fine. It doesn't matter, Poliwrath is still burned. If Chuck is going to force us to attack, we just need to keep up the pressure." "Hex!" Sam yelled. Poliwrath was already burned. Infernal Parade was no longer needed. Hex was ever so slightly stronger, and it only took a slight pulse of will for Typhlosion to change the nature of her move. Typhlosion's wisps stiffened and changed, becoming a deeper purple and less flame-like than they were before. They followed her even as she slammed into Poliwrath. But it withstood her attack. Poliwrath just barely remained standing even as purple needles jabbed into its wounds. Grunting, it was able to slam its gloved hands into Typhlosion's shoulders and stop her charge in place. Chuck didn't even blink. "Waterfall," he shouted. As Typhlosion snarled and snapped at her opponent, Poliwrath simply drew back an arm and slammed it into her face. Cloaked in water, the punch dealt super effective damage but wasn't enough to take her out. Poliwrath's burn limited its physical attack, but the impact still sent Typhlosion recoiling back. Sam shouted for her to use a move, but his yells didn't matter. Waterfall might not have fainted her, but it certainly did something else. Waterfall caused Typhlosion to flinch. Unable to react, it only took a single punch more for Typhlosion to fall. In the end, Sam lost to a few chances gone wrong. Chuck had sent out Poliwrath instead of Primeape, Detect had failed to work twice, and then Waterfall had managed to land in just the right way to lock Typhlosion in place. "That's unfortunate," Sam grumbled. Unfortunate wasn't the most apt description, but the battle's outcome still favored him. These might have been one-on-one fights, but he couldn't forget that the purpose of these was to chase a victory as a whole. It hurt to see Typhlosion faint, but he couldn't ignore what he had gained. Where Haunter had scouted out the threat of taunt, Typhlosion had proved his team could counter it. She had also helped to demonstrate just how strong Chuck's Pokémon could be. As Chuck let out a roar to celebrate such a great match, Sam actually felt confident, which was strange to feel after a loss. Typhlosion was one of his best Pokémon, but that didn't mean the other members of his team were weak. With her help, he had everything he needed to make sure he won the rest of his fights. "So how's that, Sam?" Chuck called out. "Great battle, right? So since no one is around right now, and if you have that one Pokémon of yours. Tomorrow, Sam said, meeting Chuck in the eye. You'll see them in our next matches tomorrow, and there. And there, Sam would be able to use everything he'd learned to make his team win. Miss Magius did not hide in Sam's shadow, where so many other ghost types saw its darkness crowded. She kept herself to the side, within the torches' flickering shadows and next to the field, listening to the fat one's jolly laughter as the man shouted words of encouragement. The heavy man sent a friendly bump to her trainer's shoulder, and Sam stumbled forward. Briefly, an annoyed look crossed over his face, but the fat one didn't notice. They chatted, not shaking hands but just sharing a few comments. There was an apology. The fat one had gone a little overboard in his choices, but he didn't regret it. He knew Sam's team could handle it. He then expressed his disappointment that he wouldn't be facing Sam anymore today. After Typhlosion, he wanted to see what else Sam had in store, but Sam simply told him that he wanted more time to think. That was a lie, Miss Magius could tell. Sam already had a plan, he just needed time to share it with the team. As Sam returned to Chuck's home, staying in the building that belonged to the very man who had defeated 2 team members that day, Miss Magius followed. She would have been fine with staying in her Pokeball, but right now, she just wanted to observe. Her evolution had brought power, but it had also brought a slight shift in perspective. She could recognize the change thanks to how her trainer prepared her, but she also welcomed it. Being sneaky was fun. It took a bit, but Sam gathered the team. Miss Magius left her shadow to listen in as he shared his thoughts with a surprising amount of confidence. She respected him. When push came to shove, he would gain a decisiveness that came no matter the loss. Although, he was still growing into it. Yet, at this point, she knew it was only a matter of time. She knew that Typhlosion knew that as well. Sam shared all of his observations and theories. He had a solid plan on how to counter that move. Protect and Detect were great at preventing its effects and creating openings. When Typhlosion's Detect prevented its effects the first time, he had failed to capitalize on the opening. After all, if a Pokémon was using Taunt, it wasn't using any other move. Also, he had noticed one other detail, Chuck would never use Taunt right away. For the gym leader, Taunt was a card he pulled only when he needed it. Chuck's strategy was based around close-ranged fights, but Taunt was just one tool out of many. No matter how straightforward Chuck's strategy seemed, it was still a strategy, and all strategies could be countered. Every Pokémon here listened with rapt attention. Miss Magius kept to the back, watching and listening from the shadows as Sam spoke. She learned of his plans as well as what she would need to do. After all, if Chuck waited to use Taunt, that meant she had plenty of time to use Nasty Plot right off the bat. Afterwards, Shadow Sneak. She could rush her foe to surprise them, defeating the whole purpose of using Taunt if she were to attack regardless. Nasty Plot could boost her moves to make her a credible threat, and her past practice with Annihilape meant she had decent odds of avoiding Chuck's melee strikes. The goal was for her to be overwhelming, but she'd need Sam's help for that. Up close, it was easy for attacks to come from out of view. A trainer's ability to observe the entire battle from afar gave them the position to know exactly what moves to use. Nodding, Miss Magius barely held back her cackle as she took in that plan, and Sam went on to share plans with the rest of the team. Once he was finished, they practiced for a bit longer before calling it for the night. Miss Magius kept herself hidden as she watched him slow down, eat a meal, and then finally get ready for bed. And then he was asleep. And then, his Pokémon could go free. Light snores echoed out to give everyone leave to go through their usual midnight activities. Typhlosion didn't need to sleep as much ever since she gained the ghost type. She stood guard, and like her, Annihilape stayed awake to practice developing his strength nearby. As a tree, Trevenant preferred to stay rooted in place, but he left Chuck's home to step out back and absorb the moonlight. That just left the more ethereal members of the team. Miss Magius and Haunter nodded at one another and then floated up to split off for now. When he left for the night, Haunter pretended to grin as he said goodbye, but Miss Magius could tell his smile was more hollow than usual. For all of his improvements, for all of the techniques he had figured out first, he clearly thought he was falling behind. Everyone else had evolved, and then he had also lost his fight. Haunter took several of the ghastly with him, likely to have them help with pushing him to his limits. She'd seen his practice before. He'd work on everything at once. He'd try to dodge their attacks, withstand their group presence, and then also respond by attempting to perfect his own move's aim. He usually kept these midnight practice sessions quiet, but it was also obvious he just wanted to leave right now. But as upset as he seemed, he had a determination to him. Miss Magius knew he would make great gains tonight. As for herself, she split off for a far more casual reason. She planned to not go too far away, but she was fast enough to return quickly if anything went wrong. Out here, she had an entire town to stalk, and she had only just evolved today. She wanted to explore and really see what her new form could do, but when she phased through the wall, she realized she wasn't the only Pokémon there. From atop the building her trainer was in, a quiet voice echoed out, and Drawcloak looked down at Miss Magius. The dragon type had an annoyed glare to her eyes even as she zipped down from the building to join Miss Magius's side. Miss Magius made a comment. Where was Dreepy? Drawcloak looked even more annoyed. Just like usual, he had snuck in to snuggle against Sam. He was always gone before Sam woke up in the morning, but Dreepy claimed it was a comfortable nap. But his sister? Miss Magius had never once seen Drawcloak sleep. The dragon type glared up at her, and Miss Magius simply looked back down at the now smaller than her Pokémon and smirked. Drawcloak scowled. Yet, even as annoyed as Miss Magius made Drawcloak, the dragon-type Pokémon grit her teeth and still barked out her request. She wanted to get stronger, needed to be stronger. She knew she wasn't as strong as the members of Sam's team. It had been grating to watch Sam lose twice, at that. Especially since she knew even she couldn't have won those fights. Miss Magius quirked an eyebrow as Drawcloak spoke, wanting to interject, but Drawcloak kept up her rant. Now that she had bothered to communicate, her feelings didn't stop pouring out. She wasn't just upset. She was angry that Chuck had won. She was furious to see the gym leader treat their matches so casually and still come out on top. She also didn't understand why she was feeling like this. She clearly wasn't a real member of Sam's team, so why was she so unable to divide herself from the outcome of the match? It was like she was blaming herself for not being able to help, she admitted. Drawcloak knew that Sam wanted to rely on her for tomorrow, but she wasn't confident she'd be able to win. When she finally finished, Drawcloak breathed out and looked up at Miss Magius only to freeze. Miss Magius, of course, was still smirking. The poor girl didn't realize just how much she was attached to the team. More annoyed than ever, Drawcloak turned away, grumbling to herself about this being a waste of time, but Miss Magius just cackled and finally presented Drawcloak with her offer. She didn't say anything, she didn't need to. She simply gestured to the nearby forest, and Drawcloak silently glanced back and looked toward the trees. For all of their differences, for all of Drawcloak's distaste for Miss Magius, they both stood to benefit from shared practice. That was what Miss Magius was offering Drawcloak, and that was what Miss Magius was fine with doing tonight. She just needed Drawcloak to accept, and much to her delight, Drawcloak squirmed. Unable to help herself, the dragon type snapped out an insult, but Miss Magius just easily took it in. She could tell that Drawcloak's pride wouldn't let her do anything else. But with a final huff, Drawcloak gave the response Miss Magius had been waiting for. Fine. She'd accept the offer. She would train with Miss Magius. She needed to be stronger, so she would do it, but she demanded that Miss Magius would help. And Miss Magius laughed. Of course, she'd help. After all, she'd do anything for a fellow member of Sam's team.